Alright, hello everyone. We're about to get started here. We got the finals today. Liereyy versus ACCM. Oh my gosh, it is Ducks. Hello, Ducks. How you doing, Ducks? We're waiting for T90 to get back so we can cast his USA Cup sets. Yeah, Ducks is gonna co-cast. I saw Vodka playing against Yo earlier. Vodka's the observer. He does all the spectating and capture age during MEMS events. I saw him warming up by playing games earlier. Celts versus Georgians, Yo versus Vodka. I just came across that on the ladder. There's Xexus. Oh man, we got so many good USA Cup matches today too. We got Daniel versus Ink, Emu versus Masty, and Scotty versus Bloodless. I wish they had all scheduled just to play in the evening after Warlords. Oh, during Warlords. Let's see, let me actually, do I have AUE2 running? I do. Okay, I got the game set up for casting mode. So I don't know what the draft's gonna look like, because it's the best of 9, but the draft will be the least played and most played maps in the event for games 7 and, or for games 8 and 9 if you get to that point. Hello, Pathara. So I'm not sure what to do for my overlay. I'm just gonna figure that out as we go. And let's see, Warlords final. So hope y'all on YouTube are having a good day too. We're gonna be casting Warlords. We'll bring Ornlu on for a co-cast. I think we got a bit of time before we actually get the drafts. Let me just check out ACCM.net. Lots of good events going on today. So the next month is kind of a break before we get to the Brazilian Dynasty, and I have a lot of work to do to prepare for that. But I will be trying to cast USA Cup. And we might have a couple of Rage Forest show matches, and a couple of other small things. But I think I'm gonna try to do some YouTube editing and some more community games throughout June, and hopefully that will be exciting for everyone. Alright, are we back? Internet dying? Yeah, the internet is very dying. Alright, is the internet back? Because the internet just died. Good morning, baskets, we're back. Okay. If Nico's on YouTube, if you're back, let me know if we're back. Okay, my internet just died for a moment. Good thing that did not happen during the talk show 15 minutes ago. But okay, we have a Civ draft. Let's see a map draft. Okay, we're back. Press F5 to pay respects. Okay, so the map draft are doing the best of 7, which I can fit on my overlay as we've been doing. The civs might be different. I need to see if the civs work. So chat, give me some feedback on whether this fits. That doesn't fit. Hold on. Gonna do some fancy editing. Yeah, right. So we're gonna need to make this a bit wider, I think. Let's keep going, see if we can get it all on 2 rows. Boom. Alright, so that'll be like that. And then we'll need another one, okay. Alright. The bands. Okay, then we gotta just do some more copying and pasting. Alright, needs to be even wider. Alright, there we go. I just gotta crop it properly. Okay, then this needs to be cropped to there. Alright. This has to go down a bit. Come in. That larger. Bands can be a bit smaller, right? They don't gotta be the same size. Does that look centered? Slightly off center. It needs to be down a bit. This needs to get up to the side more. Okay, that's too big. It's not large enough. Alright. And we're almost there. Okay, let's just do this. This needs to be cropped up slightly. And very professional overlay. Right before the finals goes live, we gotta make the new overlay, of course, for the new set of drafts. And then this can get cropped slightly there. Alright, and then we can't see it. No, we can't see it. Just gotta... I gotta move them down slightly, I think. Before we commit to... this. Copy. Duplicate. There we go. How's that? And you know what? I think I got this backwards, don't I? Yeah, ACCM is on the left. And Liereyy over there. Time for ACCM to win an S tier? That's what I said right at the start. I'm rooting for ACCM. Alright, there you go. I think the overlay is good. I think we're all good. So Skakuza will be game 1. ACCM picks Cenotes. You picked Cenotes. The map that yeah. So I'm very afraid it's going to be unfair. Why do they do a best of 7 draft? So they did a best of 7 draft because game 8 will be the least played map in the tournament. Game 9 will be the most played map in the tournament. I thank you, Gator SC, for the sub. The alert should pop up in a second. There we go. Thank you so much for the sub.
Those cataphracts pack quite a punch. Better to fire and retreat than face them toe-to-toe.
Yes, fire and retreat. Yes, so it is a best of... Oh, my overlay's wrong. It is a best of 9. Best of 9. Sorry about that. There you go. Best of 9. What are those respective maps? I don't know. Ready when you are, amigo? Let me call Ornlu. Maybe Ornlu will know. Oh, thank you, Random Hero, for the sub. For using your Prime.
You wish to see the Sea of Worms? Look upon it and despair.
Okay, I'm going to call Ornlu. We're going to combine the chat, so get ready to say hi to Ornlu.
Hey, hi.
Hello, Ornlu. How are you doing?
I am doing just fine. I got back home at around 1:30 in the morning, so I'm glad we aren't starting super
late.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a knock. Knock knock.
Yep. Think we're good?
Hey, did you get my knock?
I did. Oh my goodness. Why does it do that sometimes? Like, I'll hit accept and then it, like, is nope.
It's like, nope. Can you hit accept again? Do I need to knock again?
What, not if I knock you first?
Oh. You want to collaborate. That is incredible. Because, like, why does it not just, like, combine our collabs? Why do we gotta, like... No, I need to, like, open up my Twitch page now to accept. Hold on. Go to my channel. Now, there's a timer, too. Like, I only have, like, a certain amount of time to accept.
Wait, that's different than the knocking? I thought it was, like, the same thing.
I mean, it's weird, because, like, I was already in, like, a knock-knock collab with you, and then you knocked with me. And then it just made a second one. Anyway. Ornlu pretending he's not home. Ornlu is not pretending anything. His home is atop a mountain overlooking the Uyghur camp. Double twist.
Oh, yeah.
I muted myself on the thing. We're good.
No, I muted you. Not if I mute you first.
Not if I mute myself.
All right. Again, show and tell time, everybody. My friend made this for me for my birthday.
Oh, also, chat, can you hear Ornlu? Ornlu, say something.
It is a relic, a 3D printed relic.
Oh.
My birthday's on the 28th.
Yeah, he's not old yet.
No.
He's got a couple days of youth remaining.
Anyway, I think this is adorable.
Oh, also, Ornlu, do you know what the collected maps are going to be? Let me wait. Keep holding up your relic. I'm just going to show it so my chat can experience. An Old Man Willow, thank you for subbing to Ornlu. Witnessing the majesty of all the gold Ornlu's going to get trickled in from having that relic garrisoned. It's in your house, though. It's not in a monastery.
That's true. I need to go find a local monastery to garrison this guy. No, my friend 3D printed it for me for my birthday, which is really nice of them. Now we can all deserve to see less of me.
Oh yeah, Bloodless in the chat. Bloodless is going to have some USA Cups going on today.
Oh boy.
USA Cup action. If the finals is short, I might cast that. If it's long, I'll cast the Rex tomorrow. Because with ACCM, you never know how long it's going to be.
Well, it's the battle of, is this going to be a sweep or is it an ACCM series, so it's going to be long?
I mean, those two options are not mutually exclusive.
That's correct. There's no way that ACCM resigns 5 games within an hour.
Yeah, that's what I had. The Mem showed me stats earlier. I don't know if you saw the talk show we had, but I had the full I play games with Ornlu experience. Seeing the stats is that in total time they've spent in game in Warlords, ACCM has spent over 16 hours in game. Liereyy has spent half of that. He's spent 8 hours in game.
Well, hasn't Liereyy also played fewer series?
In fewer games, they've played the same number of sets. Right? Oh, I guess he skipped the decider. Or, right, yeah, he skipped the round of 12.
3, 4.
But remember,
played
those stats also include the fact that the two of them played a set against each other.
Yep.
So all that extra time comes from ACCM against other people. But that's the true.
That's crazy.
That is the very true. Look at Ornlu's AoE 2 Insights profile. Game length stats.
What are we at right now?
Let me look at this. What are the stats we have for as we're getting ready for the Civ draft? They're starting their bans. Let's look at Ornlu. Do we have like average game length in 1v1s as a stat?
It says more than 40 minutes. I have 768 games, which is more than the other time frames put together.
Yeah, let's just let's do a bit of a comparison here. I'm gonna look at some stats. All right, Orlando also has significantly more 1v1s played than I do, but I have let's see, between 25 and 40 minutes, 89 games, 15 to 20 minutes, 28 games, and then more than 40 minutes, 107. So most of my games are still over 40 minutes, but is definitely less than half of them. Ornlu has 200 games between 15 and 40 minutes, and 442 over 40 minutes. You have almost more than double the rest of all of your matches combined over 40 minutes.
Maybe.
And I'm someone who favorites Arena all the time in the map pool. You play a lot of Arabia.
Maybe.
I'm a true Arena clown.
Also, I have a 100% win rate with Shu in one game, and I remember that one game. It was Socotra. I randomed Shu, and I went Fast Castle War Chariots, and then I won without losing a single unit. And by the ACCM of casters, perhaps.
All right, so if we get to game number 8, because I know chat was asking, game 8 would be Cliffbound, and game 9 will be Crossroads if we get there. So let me just add that to the overlay real quick. Just do a text.
Yeah, we can do that too. The G8 summit will be held on Cliffbound. The G9 summit doesn't exist.
A good font for this.
Well, it's the default size, okay? I needed to just go in and manually adjust it. Let's get an outline on this. Under the maps? Fine. Jeez. People are so needy. Alright, they have started the draft. I don't know if you have this issue, TUS, where if you don't have the tab open on the ACCM page, it like never updates unless you like switch back to it.
I don't have that issue.
Well, I guess I'm just a
doesn't work
problem
with that
child.
outline.
Take a team of ACCM, MBL, and Tim that would win by tiring to death every other team in caster. Yes.
Yo-yo. Yeah. I haven't seen Tim play recently. Not since Nations Cup, I guess.
Mm-mm. Are both 10-letter portmanteaus that begin with C and are made up of 2 smaller 5-letter words each. Dang. That is satisfying, isn't it?
It is. They do look oddly similar names just by looking at them, right? Like you can tell there's some stuff going on. All right, let me make this a bit
Cliffbound,
larger.
Crossroads. Anyway, nothing too crazy with the Sibs so far. It's all normal looking stuff. Oh, I have them backwards.
Yeah, ACCM's on the left. So this was our players' console meeting, or nearly meeting, or handbook meeting. That's it, the handbook meeting we had a while ago.
The yearly handbook summit.
It's supposed to be biannually, not just, or semi-annually, not just annually. But anyway, the players' console wanted seed inheritance, that when you beat someone, you take their seed. Personally, I'm not a fan of that, but I think I was the only one who wasn't a fan of that, so that's how it works. ACCM right now is the higher seed, actually, somehow.
Yeah, I was also not a fan of it, but I just wanted to keep my mouth shut.
What I think,
Since
actually...
I'm not like hosting tournaments these days, I just, you know...
Yeah. What I think would be
Smile
fun.
and say hi.
Next time I run an event, what I want to do is players will pick their opponent after every round. You start from the highest remaining seed, and they pick from the bottom half of the remaining seeds.
Ah.
Unfortunately, it will probably be a blowout, Flapjack says on YouTube. I mean, I can envision Liereyy winning 5-0. I think there's a very small chance that ACCM wins.
Yes.
But ACCM did beat Liereyy in the finals of Wandering Warriors Cup 2. So there certainly is a chance for him. But I don't know if this is a crazy enough map pool for him.
Yeah, I think that's the big issue.
The thing is, those were all very crazy Nomad start maps with unique, not just the start that was unique, but the actual maps themselves were kind of weird. This is, as much as we have a variety of maps, they're also fairly standard maps.
Yeah, for sure. But that's kind of what Warlords is. Warlords is like the most standard of standard tournaments.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I think you asked me the other day if I preferred King of the Desert, and I do. Because I think it eliminates a lot of the Civ win possibilities, which is very harsh when we have this type of map pool.
Oh yeah, in terms of like personal preference, I prefer KOTD. I'm just not entirely convinced one way or the other if KOTD is the best expression of player skill or something like Warlords is.
1000% KOTD. 1000, 2000, 10,000% KOTD.
Jeez, the percentages are just climbing.
Percentages are off the charts. The percentages are
we
higher
talking,
than
like, the
Ornlu's
percentage of
average
your daily
game
vitamin
time.
C you get with a vitamin supplement?
I'm in my 30s now, Ornlu. I take vitamin supplements.
Did you see how much of your daily vitamin C it gives you?
Like 10,000% of your daily.
Exactly.
Yeah. I get my vitamin A and my vitamin D because I'm casting games and I don't get the sun.
Yep.
Hello, Jeep. That math? No, it's like Romans on Dune Springs. You get like 128% Romans.
Yeah, exactly. King of the Cross. The Cross is a very tough map to play. It's just also a very stale map. King of the Hippo is the best showcase of pro skills. I really don't see any compelling argument against that.
Yeah. I want to do another Civ Builder FFA at some point.
Oh,
I think it has to be like legit FFA, though, with wonders enabled. Maybe Regicide.
Ooh,
like
fancy.
Civ Builder Regicide.
But you have to disable the Imperial Elephants, or whatever they were from last time.
No, the last time it was the Chakram throwers that dominated.
Oh, that's right, the Chakram throwers. I would love a Masters Arena again.
Masters of Arena is my favorite tournament, outside of Nations Cup.
Okay.
Nations Cup #1, Masters of Arena #2.
Yep, seems fair.
Oh, and Chubstorm96, thank you for using your Prime sub on Ornlu. They've subscribed for 12 months.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Welcome to the Wolf Pack. Enjoy the beauty, glory, and majesty of Ornlu, a wolf, and friends.
Oh, oh my yes.
Yeah. Especially the friends, because remember, Ornlu is the T-West friend.
There we go.
Master of the Huns, we had one of those not too long ago. Not too many people signed up for it, though. What's the name of that, the Huns tournament? It's not Masters of the Huns, it has its own name.
I don't remember.
Should be like King of the Huns. Oh, that'd be good. King of the Huns. Or Lord of the Huns,
let's
maybe.
get down to business to defeat the Huns.
As the Huns.
Exactly.
Legacy of the Huns, that's it. Legacy of the Huns.
There you go.
So I would absolutely love to see ACCM win in S tier. I just cannot see him beating the Austrian Ace. Is that Larry's name, the Austrian Ace?
I don't know. That sounds like something a local newspaper would give him.
Sounds like something an award-winning novel would name a character based on him.
Something like that.
I'll have to read that book someday. Who is Attila?
Oh,
The king of the Huns. Larry the Kid, Larry the cable guy.
if there's any person I most associate with Liereyy, it is Larry the cable guy.
He had a show on the History Channel at one point, didn't he?
You bet he did, because of course.
His History Channel went downhill real fast a while ago.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, when we were kids, it was all about just World War II documentaries.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, like, that's literally all it was just World War II documentaries.
Those Modern Marvels. And then there was Mail Call. I watched Mail Call all the time.
Yeah, Liereyy just puts up a lobby. Semi-pros, 2K4 max.
ACCM's kids are almost Leary's age. Not quite.
Not even close.
Ancient Aliens ruined it all. I mean, Ancient Aliens was kind of downhill by then, but
Yeah.
and the episodes repeated every other day. Yep, that's how you learn, by repetition. So it's like my high school German lessons.
Inconceivable they'd be around 20. Wasn't ACCM in his late 30s?
Yeah, I mean, I think his kids are like early, like his oldest kids I think are early teens. So like they could be Leary's age when Liereyy started dominating AoE too, but they're not Leary's age now.
Yeah, exactly. ACCM has, I believe, 3 children.
Yep.
All right, guys, Liereyy is in the lobby.
Oh boy, he's picked
The
green.
10th prestige lobby.
I don't think green versus cyan is going to work.
Probably not, no.
I feel like in terms of colors, where you can put Liereyy in blue and ACCM in red.
That's fine.
So what civs are we going to see on Skakuza, Ornlu? The Chinese mirror, I guess, will be on Mirkwood.
Yeah, it seems like it would make the most sense. For Skakuza, Romans for sure.
Byzantines, maybe?
Goths. Sorry, what'd you say?
Byzantines for ACCM, maybe?
I feel like I'd like Byzantines more on a map where men-at-arm rushing isn't as prevalent.
Do we see Sicilians here?
Yeah, they don't have morass, so that certainly could be a Sicilian's option. You could see Incas.
How are they against Romans?
Castle Age Slingers, let's go!
How about this idea, Ornlu? This idea, are you ready for an idea?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Louis picking red and ACCM cyan. We can do that.
I
What
was
if?
thinking they might try that.
Now, what if Slingers took the AoE 1 approach of costing stone? All right, they're starting the lobby, so let me just get an ad out of the way. Then we're about to get started too.
All right. It
Ooh,
is
it
what
is
we
Roman
expected.
Sicilians.
It is the first Carthaginian war, or the first Punic War.
So yeah, Slingers cost stone, like maybe 5 stone each, but we make them stronger.
I feel like it would be extremely annoying because stone in AoE 1 wasn't generally all that useful.
Yeah, it wasn't. Just for towers. I think that was literally
Yeah.
the only thing you spent stone on, towers and walls. Maybe some upgrades.
Yeah, towers, walls, and upgrades. Carthaginians? Well, they were fighting over Sicily, like with and against the Sicilians. Now, obviously, the AoE 2 Sicilians are the Normanno Sicilians, who are very different people than the Greeks who were there at the time.
Oh, you know what these Sicilians should get? Mirror towers.
Camels? Wait, towers?
Mirror towers. You remember them from AoE 1?
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah.
zapping people.
Thought Liereyy was 15. He was 14 back in 2017, I believe. "14, as Duck says, start the game already. Oh, AoE 2 crashed for me. Thanks, DE.
We're still alive for me.
Alright, we got 15 seconds until spec delay ends, and we can join. Crash, no, Nilly's the pathfinding, super skinny. Hello, Urbase, just give Sicilians redemption. Are they irredeemable
need
now?
redemption.
Okay, spectate the game. Let's go. Join DE. We can do it. We can do it. Match content downloaded.
Oh, and Flocky the Black, thank you so much for the $20. Very, very kind of you, and
thank you for the
with
Andrew
that
Jackson.
Lovely start. We will be getting here into the grand finals of Warlords 5. It has been a tournament full of upsets, and yet here we are with Liereyy and ACCM, joined, of course, by the illustrious T-West. Take it away, man.
And we are joined here by the beautiful, handsome, and soon to have a birthday Ornlu in a couple of days. So, welcome everyone to the finals. This will be a best of 9, and I think that this is a very tough task for ACCM. He got swept by Liereyy earlier in the event, made it to the finals, had a tough set against Viper, a perhaps surprising win against Sebastian, and now here he is, his first S-tier finals, if tiering matters, against the young, still young, ever young Liereyy.
The evergreen Liereyy, perpetually a teenager.
The evergreen gardens of AoE2 players.
Exactly, but we do indeed have Romans versus Sicilians already. This is a matchup that we have seen on Morass. I remember, I think I was casting with you when we were like, oh, are the Sicilian sergeants going to be competitive against the Roman men-at-arms? And they did all right, but the issue is the Sicilians player just fell super far behind in eco, and I'm kind of worried that's exactly what we're going to see here.
Well, I believe that was ACCM playing the Romans against Viper playing as the Sicilians, and that might have just been Vacation Viper on a laptop on Starlink with a webcam being used all at the same time. All right, that was a difficult situation for Viper. Maybe ACCM saw something from that game and thought, you know what? I can do something a bit different and make some sergeants that actually work.
Well, we will have to see if that works. Unlike Morass, having a single donjon gives you both offensive and defensive utility. As our Cyan player ACCM is already happily hunting here in the middle of the map. Liereyy, meanwhile, content to basically pretend that this is Arabia. He's going to be not clicking up yet. I think he probably wanted to go up on 19, but didn't quite have the food to do so. And now he's building a barracks, and this is kind of an uncharacteristically sloppy start from Liereyy.
Uncharacteristically sloppy, meaning he needed one more vill than he wanted, but he's up on 20 pop. ACCM, though, up at the same time. 0 seconds of idle TC time from both. There's the donjon in the middle. And as you were saying, having both offense and defense on this map matters a lot. And we saw that Viper versus ACCM. We very well might have had Viper in the finals if he didn't send his army forward into ACCM's tower without towering himself in the middle. And you need to keep yourself safe, and it can be really hard to balance, as it is on all maps, but this map especially, defending yourself at home while applying pressure and getting your army, walls, and towers all working together in the right spots.
Yeah, and the point that I really tried to make in that game was how essential it is, especially on a map where you cannot be fully walled easily, that you need to keep track of your opponent's army. If you just lose the thread of where your opponent is going, then exactly what happened to Viper happens for you. You are very, very sad. And already ACCM taking some damage on his scout cavalry. Still 20 seconds to feudal age. You can't train the sergeants until you actually hit feudal age. And that's going to give Liereyy that early initiative here with the military.
Yeah, and at the very least, ACCM has seen the militia, but Liereyy not going to the middle. He's just going to turn and head to ACCM's base. You got to be careful with the town center on this map, because you have so many vills in the middle. You can't really garrison the TC and shoot as many arrows as you're used to. Only 3 vills inside there. And Liereyy will just go forward and back off, as it's sergeant time for ACCM.
Indeed, it is not corporal, it is not captain, it is just sergeant. And the 2 melee armor and 5 extra HP on these guys is going to be against the 1 more attack of the men-at-arms. But of course, with Romans, it's all about getting that double armor upgrade. But Liereyy is opting not for that, and is instead going to immediately go for an archery range.
Ooh, if you're the Sicilians, I think you are happy to see a range if you yourself can do a range and get lots of skirms. If it gets to a skirm war, the Sicilians will resist some of the bonus damage, and actually one of the better civs for a skirm war. The question is just, can you actually force that on this map with the men-at-arms out and forward so quickly?
Yeah, it's still going to be tough for ACCM. That said, Liereyy has a few idols as the sergeants are working around here, but losing the scout is ACCM after killing a villager of Lierey's, though.
Yeah, so ACCM up in vills, that's always good. And the Romans just, they have such a smooth economy. You want to get as many kills as you can.
Although ACCM already accruing some idle time, so that's basically going to nullify the extra villager. I mean, almost 1 second off nullifying the villager kill that he got. We're still looking at around a 200 resource lead for the Romans player, as we now will have ranged units coming in from both.
Yep, and thank you, Spectre Chelts, for using your Prime sub.
Oh, welcome to the T-West Cool Kids crew.
Only has to come up with a different name every time.
Absolutely.
Okay, ooh, the sergeant's getting in. Could get another Vill. The scary thing about the sergeants is they do have 1 base Pierce armor, so archers without fletching don't really do all that well against them. Liereyy just getting fletching now. And his men-at-arms haven't found much damage. So if there is a way for ACCM to win this series, I think it has to be avoiding those early Dark Age to Feudal Age engagements, where Liereyy gets such a huge lead. And here, he's maybe done an okay job of it so far, but now that fletching's in, the sergeants have to run, and they're kind of slow compared to the archers, and by that I mean they're 1/100th of a tile per second slower, but that doesn't mean the archers can catch up and kill them.
Yeah, the scout still being alive is quite beneficial there for Liereyy. And actually, both players, again, is still accruing some more idle TC time. It is tough to balance your economy on this map. But those are still some very good kills from Liereyy. And I don't love the archer production from ACCM because it feels like you're just doing that so much later than your opponent. And now you do have 4 sergeants. And actually, whoa, hold on. ACCM looping around here once again.
Yeah, now he has archers. There's no fletching for him, though, and Liereyy has enough archers back to defend. And ACCM shouldn't be getting a kill there. And that's what we were talking about earlier, finding ways to get your army in a position where Lierey's both forward and has the numbers at home to defend. Whereas ACCM now has to rely on that donjon as he loses a vill in the middle.
Yeah, Villager deciding to go in the exact wrong direction. We also have the padded archer armor upgrade in here for Liereyy. And just look at this, T-West. 10 farms already versus the, well, I guess soon to be 9. But really, it's all about that food income and the fact that Liereyy is ahead in that.
Yeah, and that's crazy that Lierey's ahead in food income when ACCM has been the one in the middle. And it's not like he's ahead and not building farms. He still is spending wood on farms. And the Roman economy is just so good on this map that Lierey's still 300 food collected ahead. But now maybe the sergeants can take a good fight against men-at-arms here. Sergeants, I think, should be better than men-at-arms, but it's now just about the efficiency and the archer numbers.
Yeah, the issue is that all the infantry units for both players are more or less glorified paperweights. Especially if you're not able to force a fight against the villagers, which is kind of the case at the moment. So really it's just about the archers versus the other archers. And not only does Liereyy have more archers to begin with, it's Liereyy micro, and that's going to be very difficult, I think, for ACCM to try and combat.
Yep, and ACCM has another donjon at home, but his gold is still exposed. Maybe he needs another donjon, but Lierey's looking to click up to the castle age a lot faster than ACCM, I think.
Yeah, and this is just the classic way that Liereyy wins games, by getting these snowballing advantages in the early game with the significantly greater efficiency. And now those villagers and the gold are going to have to flee. And I'm just not too sure how ACCM is going to be able to stay competitive in a game where he's so much slower up. Now, Liereyy is forced to build a defensive tower, so that's at least something. And with scale mail armor in, that's going to be a bit more helpful, as another villager is going to go down from ACCM.
Yeah, it just feels like Liereyy somehow always has the right numbers at home to defend, no matter what ACCM does to go forward, even more so than ACCM does here. Like, in the back of ACCM's base, now ACCM has 2 skirms, but that's not enough to stop Liereyy completely from hoovering around. And it feels like maybe the opposite's happening. But sergeants, they can do stuff that men-at-arms can't. They can build a donjon in the back of Liereyy's base.
Indeed, it is time for some donjons and dragons from the scenario editor.
Dragon? I mean, they are a scenario editor thing.
Yes, they are.
But Sicilians don't get them.
No, they don't. Maybe that's what they need to be viable to us. They can trade dragons.
That's how we can make long swords viable. Replace the upgrade with a dragon upgrade.
That seems both fun and fair. Anyway, Castle Age is on the way for Liereyy, guys, and I think, to me, the most impressive thing that Lierey's been able to do is just having those archer numbers and skirmisher numbers always out. And the sergeant's not really able to do a whole lot for ACCM. I say that.
You say that?
This is awkward for Liereyy.
Okay, well, I mean, Lierey's going full skirm now. He can't really stop sergeants from building another donjon, right? Like, they can get to the wood line, fight some vills. The bad thing for ACCM is he's just gonna be stuck on feudal age sergeants for a while. He's not up yet, and Lierey's just castle age. And he might be walled in. Oh, ACCM! His sergeants just got walled. He can tower the wood line with a donjon, but now he's trapped.
Just build the donjon right there. It's a great donjon location.
Yeah. I mean, build the donjon, then break out through the palisade, maybe.
Yeah. It's honestly completely fine. But yeah, Castle Age is going to be in here in a moment for Liereyy. He will have knights with bloodlines. I guess the timing is slightly off, but Liereyy still should be okay. T-West, why am I seeing a Roman Cav archer trained?
Because it's 2026, Ornu.
Yeah.
Cav archers, what do the Romans have? They lack Parthian, they lack Thumb Ring, and they lack Bracer. But they do have Bloodlines and Husbandry, and it is only Thumb Ring they miss in the Castle Age, so Castle Age Cav archers, let's go.
Goodness. Well, donjon here is starting to get low, and those skirmishers are going to be woefully inadequate. So good job here from Liereyy being able to punch down the donjon before it can get those Castle Age stats boosts. It's almost like the Korean Free Guard Tower. And Liereyy continuing to take very good fights. The res collected are pretty even still, but Liereyy just having that tech advantage and the compositional advantage.
Yep, and those sergeants are still in the back of Lierey's base. And those Cav archers taking some hits from the donjon. I think ACCM just needs to break out the bottom left, though. Or he can attack the market. I mean, Lierey's not a player who's used to having a market. Taking it down could be nice.
No, it would just mean taking it down is less effectual because Liereyy doesn't even use it in the first place. But the issue right now for ACCM also is he doesn't have arson, and because you still need the barracks to research arson, and you're not building a barracks if you don't absolutely have to. The knights are going to be looking for some additional value. They will get one villager here.
But just
cause
one.
some more idling. Yeah.
And ACCM's still forward with skirms. And now he's Castle Age, so now the sergeants properly can fight against the knights. And that's just a bunch of skirms from Liereyy. ACCM trying to take Liereyy off of gold. And he's honestly almost at a spot where he can. If he gets enough sergeants to do one donjon, like against that wood line covering both of those golds on the right, and he still has army on the left, Liereyy could be in a tough spot if he doesn't have gold access.
It sure can be tough, and I mean, credit to ACCM for trying to make this work. Sergeants are running amok, trying to go after the villagers, but just like you can't get arson out of barracks, you also can't get squires. and that means those sergeants are still going to be pretty painfully slow, and there's likely going to need to be some sort of siege component here for ACCM if he wants to try and force engagements versus the cav archers.
Maybe sergeants should be able to build siege workshops.
My design change for sergeants is that they can repair ships and siege, although at a slower rate than villagers.
Repairing siege actually sounds pretty nasty.
Oh yeah, I mean it would be good at, like I said, at a slower rate for sure, but I think it would make them feel like the true utility frontline unit.
Yeah, but here it's cav archers and knights, and that combination, I don't think the sergeants want to fight. I think it actually would have been sick if ACCM had, like, 1 minute ago gotten a donjon on that wood line, because then the cav archers wouldn't have been able to engage so easily.
Yeah, I mean, the stone is still limited. He's had to build the donjons defensively as well. Both players are adding in a second TC, but to our point earlier, if ACCM can drag a game on, and we're getting towards like late Castle Age, and Liereyy doesn't have a clear, huge advantage, which I think is the case right now, although there's still time, ACCM can absolutely beat Liereyy in a longer game, like, for sure.
Yeah,
but
and
at the moment, the cav archers are getting scary.
Yeah, they're scary, but they're not going to scale all that well. So how did the civs match up when we get late game? Sicilians obviously have the fast castles, and they have the Halberd Cavaliers, which will take less bonus damage from the potential Roman halbs. And other than halb, I don't think Romans have a great way of dealing with Cavaliers, so it could just be a situation where the map is so spread out that ACCM actually can get a lot of rating. You have a lot of gold, so you have lots of access to prolonged Cavaliers if you can spread out along the backside of the map.
Yeah, Roman Cavaliers do have committances, which is really powerful. That said, Sicilian Cavalier do feel just really tanky and good to use. I mean, Sicilians just feel like a solid civ throughout the game.
That is true. Yeah, Roman Cavaliers are a bit more gimmicky than the Sicilian ones. I actually don't know who wins the 1v1 between Comitatenses and Halberd.
Halberd should still win, because Cavaliers still take a long time to kill each other, so it's going to be probably more than 5 additional hits to kill. Or 5 additional damage taken.
So 3rd TC
Trade
earlier
speed
for
really
ACCM. ACCM's starting to pull ahead in villas. He's actually ahead in res collected.
Yeah. Picking up relics as well.
Yes, your Comitatenses is a good train time advantage. So if you're both at max pop pumping Cavaliers, you'll be consistently closer to max pop with Comitatenses. And also you'll have better long-term farming as the Romans with your 5% faster vills. I mean, your farms won't last as long as ACCM, so if it goes to a wood game... But, I mean, maybe that's how ACCM wins, if he can force wood games and have civs with crop rotation. Like Sicilians with the extra
with
food.
Sicilian crop rotation. Romans have crop rotation as well, though, unfortunately.
But not Sicilian crop rotation.
Yeah, that's true.
As in Sicilians' farms upgrades provide plus 125% additional food.
Nevertheless, Liereyy is still getting some good kills. The sergeants are all but cleaned up at this point, and now we're in a situation where Lierey's army is very good. I mean, it's Knight plus Cav Archer. That's about as good of a Castle Age army as you could ever ask for. And ACCM needs to rely on Monk and Siege to defend himself, as well as the Donjons, of course.
Well, monks are strong. ACCM has 2 relics already. There's a 3rd all the way at the south of the map, and maybe more he could try to pick up on the sides. Yep, he's grabbing another relic. So ACCM should have a relic advantage going forward. He will have at least 4. And he's getting a university.
Indeed, and that will be ballistics possible for the Donjons. I would not hate seeing Bodkin as well. And it's 71 to 61 villagers, chain barding armor coming in for the Knights, so it certainly does make sense that Liereyy would be preferring the melee cav over the long run, as just now that 3rd TC is coming in. But honestly, I'm really liking this from ACCM.
Yeah, he has enough Scorpions. He should be able to defend against those Cav Archers. He's under the TC and has Monks defend off the Knights. He's got a good defensive spot there, even bringing in the Relic. And what do the Sicilians have? They just have Light Cav 2. So
Light Cav, but they take less bonus damage, which is very helpful.
Yeah, so if you're thinking like Cav Halb from each Civ, and the Sicilians take less bonus damage, I think that's pretty huge.
I totally agree. You do have to be paying attention, honestly, as both players here. Hello? Players, pay attention, please. Oh, geez, but of course Liereyy has the much easier army to use. Conversions are being attempted, but that is not good for ACCM.
No, he got a castle up on the left, but he was raided on the right. And we saw earlier, you need to have the monk conversions on the knights when the fight starts. Otherwise, the knights destroy everything, and that's exactly what happened to ACCM. As he's up in Vils now, but that was a very good engagement from Liereyy.
Indeed it was, and now we do have some villagers starting to get picked off by the Cav Archers and the Knights, and ACCM's multitasking is simply not where it needs to be, as another group is starting to raid here from the west.
Yep, and now you start to worry about... Yeah, ACCM is a very good late-game player, but there's a lot of stuff happening at the same time. And some little things, like ACCM doesn't have the wall to the edge of the map. He didn't have the monk conversions. And a few small things here and there are going to start to add up, as another Scorpion might even be picked off. Gather point from the workshop not in the right spot.
There is a monk here going for the knight conversion. Great delete there by Liereyy, but this should still be getting more efficient over time, and Liereyy himself actually slipping a little bit on that multitasking. Ballistics does need to come in, though, from ACCM for sure to help with all these defensive structures.
He has the university. And, I mean, he's still... He was, a moment ago, res collected were close, but with all those raids and all that idle time, Lierey's up by 1k resources. And now things are going to snowball for Liereyy.
Yeah, now things are going to turn on their head. Cav Archers are going to try and pick off a monk. They will be unsuccessful. Sanctity is in at the very least, but with Devotion coming in, that's going to be a nice advantage for Liereyy. Barracks now on its way too. And more donjons are needed, but still, we need to see ballistics for sure.
Yep, and if there are enough donjons, can ACCM defend? He has no army now. I mean, I know he doesn't have 5 TCs. This might even be a time for First Crusade.
Just to get something on the dance floor, maybe. Mining camp now there at the back, but things are now really the snowball has very much started here. ACCM is trying to catch back up in eco, but Liereyy is actually getting very far ahead in food and gold collected. Of course, those are the resources needed to make knights. And those numbers are only climbing at this point.
Yeah, and ACCM, he doesn't have any more stone access now. There's one to the side of the castle, but that means he can't get more castles up. What he really would need is a castle on the right side of his base, too. Then he'd be almost completely safe.
Indeed. Lierey's going to get his own first castle in. He's also going to have handcart, which is going to be huge for those farmers.
ACCM going to click Imp.
And you do at least have lots of garrison space in the donjon, so you can fire a lot of arrows from those guys, and Liereyy himself does need to be careful here. Several monks are going to come in for some conversions. And they got all
2 conversions. They got all 3. Well, that's what he needed. 3 conversions and more monks in the back. So that will mean he survives. He survives, and he's up to Imp first. And he's adding stables, so he's got something going, and he wants to go probably for Halberd Cavaliers if those are the stables he's adding.
That would make oodles of sense. And yeah, more stables coming in here at the front. He does have 29 bills on gold. He has 3 relics. The 4th one he might not see for a very, very long time as it is.
Yeah, back corner. Back corner, he doesn't see it. It's one of those things as a spectator, you see someone has little unscattered areas like that, and you think, oh, you know, he just needs to send 1 vill to outpost there and he'll see everything. And that's much harder to pick up when you're playing.
Yeah. Now, something that players might have picked up when practicing the map is that relics can spawn far closer to the edge than they do on Arabia these days, where relics are generally in kind of like an X shape and close to the middle of the map. Oh yeah, this is not X-shaped.
I don't even think I did anything special for the relics. I think I just tossed them on the map.
Just, you know, haphazardly flung them on the map?
Yep, just haphazardly. It's like the knife thrower. Throwing them on the map.
Oh yes, there you go.
It's like a game of darts. Halb SO? Ooh. I mean, SO for Sicilians with siege engineers could at some point be necessary if the Romans have a bunch of heavy scorpions. So, I mean, I doubt we get there on this map, but what do you know? I mean, there is a lot of gold on the sides. I mean, maybe we have an extended late game.
There sure is 36,000 gold left. handcart now coming in from ACCM. He's got his Sicilian heavy plow. And, I mean, right now, Lierey's going for Centurions, and they are extremely expensive for what you get.
How's he going for Centurions? He's just doing a castle. He doesn't have any.
No, he has 6 Centurions. Show him the castle.
Wait, what? Oh, wait.
No,
never mind. He has a castle on the right. Sorry, I didn't see that. I saw the one under construction. I was like, wait, what? Okay, it's on the right.
Sicilians do not get gunpowder of any kind. Design-wise, it makes sense as they represent the southern Italian kingdoms, especially during like the High Middle Ages, as it's called, whereas the Italian Civ is more like the northern Italian city-states during the Renaissance. And oh my god, he's actually going for Centurion. Guys, Lierey's throwing.
So there's Halberg for ACCM, Halberg Cavaliers, and they should be able to overwhelm Centurions in numbers, however good the Centurions are. So 3-3 relics, and ACCM eventually, we hope he gets that relic in the south, but it's one tile outside of his line of sight for now.
Tragic indeed. Hobart going to be in. You're still missing plenty of attack upgrades for the Cavalier, but especially without Bracer, oh my goodness, these TCs are not going to be doing very well. Remember, guys, Centurions, they are very, very powerful stat-wise. Monks are going to come in for some conversions. Committed tenses as well. I mean, Liereyy is literally going for one of the most expensive armies you could ever reasonably go for in a 1v1, which is just any amount of Centurions.
Yep, and the Monk's going to be super important against the Centurions early on until ACCM really gets his spam going. Pikeman on the way too. He's researching it at a donjon. Why not?
I want to see that.
Now, does he have a barracks, actually? He's doing a barracks where he's doing the squires you had talked about earlier. You do need the barracks for the squires. ACCM has to be careful if the Centurions start hoovering in his eco, but he's getting more outposts around the sides. Just really want to see that outpost at the back for the relic, but here come the Centurions. Ready to raid a TC, as ACCM's on some stone there.
Indeed, but honestly, I feel like ACCM's approach here getting into the Imperial Age is going to be a lot better. He's got Cavalier plus Halb. This is a much more sustainable army composition than Mono Centurions with every single upgrade available.
And also the Cavaliers with all that armor, they're going to raid and they're not going to care about TC fire at all. And ACCM even taking a good fight, the Centurions are not grouped up because Lierey's trying to raid himself. But ACCM has a couple of pikemen out at least, and he can make pikemen with all the donjons he has. And rely on the TCs with their arrows. He just doesn't have Bracer yet.
Yeah, no +4 defense means that the Centurions are still taking a decent amount of damage there. I mean,
Here's
it's not
some
like Liereyy is being ineffective with his raid. He's still killing a good amount of villagers, but he's also losing some on the side. I love the castle here. Hey. Oh, it's a TC for ACCM and a castle for Liereyy, but yeah, obviously that ain't happening.
Yeah, I mean, ACCM, if he pays attention, it's not happening, as he's seeing Vills with a Cavalier, but if Liereyy gets the castle up and just quick walls Vills, that's actually going to be hard for ACCM, as he wanted that TC.
It does. Now, ACCM does technically have vision of it, although obviously there is now so much happening all over the map. More donjons coming in from ACCM as well. And right now, I do fear that Liereyy is going to be taking a little too much of an eco advantage for ACCM. It's really all he's got at this point is the economy.
Yep. And Cavaliers themselves, they should be worse than Centurions. It's more about the numbers and the ease of getting to 200 pop. But that being said, Lierey's up by 40 population and has killed a ton of Vills with his raids that ACCM wasn't quite prepared to deal with. Maybe the fact he added donjons instead of castles just made it a bit easier for the Centurions to tank some arrow fire and raid. Still no Bracer from ACCM.
Yeah, you're still missing a lot of those upgrades. Is this a doubt castle? Oh my god.
It is a doubt castle. 99.39%. I'm sure Liereyy will just send a few more Vills and he should be able to tap the foundation and finish it. But okay, that's a bit of a throw there, losing some Vills.
Yeah, the res collected advantage is still very slightly in favor of...
No, ACCM, don't donjon that. It's too close. That's not going to work.
No.
And ACCM raiding, both players just trying to get their cav unit into the enemy's base. But there's a lot of stone on the map, and now with all the castles that Lierey's managed to get, he has decent production for the Centurions. And ACCM needs to get his Vil count back up. It feels now that Liereyy has the momentum with the Centurions, and ACCM's trying to respond with Halbs. But Halbs are slower, and they're not quite individually as strong as much as they do kind of win cost-effectively face-to-face.
Yeah, and Lierey's getting guilds, he's getting Halb himself. That Trebuchet's not doing a whole heck of a lot. And right now, it just feels like the macro advantage for Liereyy is really coming online.
Yeah, and the Centurions eating the Halbs there. Halbs still need their final armor and their final attack upgrade for ACCM. And Liereyy can do his own Halbs now, too.
And that's exactly what he's doing, and it just feels like... I think ACCM's approach was better overall, but he simply couldn't keep up with Lierey's raiding.
And he couldn't raid himself. He just... that mid-Castle Age fight where ACCM didn't have the monks converting knights, I think that was the biggest moment that put him behind. As we saw how suddenly he fell behind by 1,000 res collected, and now at this point, though he's raided so much, it's 8,000 resources behind ACCM is, and Liereyy can just keep castling everything and take all the map control.
That for sure is what he is doing. Now, you still have to be a little careful as Liereyy. It's not... the game isn't over yet. But that castle's actually going to go down. Blast Furnace is about to be in here for ACCM, but oh my god.
Is it going to go down? The Centurions are a stand grounding. They're doing a Sebastian micro right now. But the Trebs are going to go down.
They go down. Liereyy just murdered everything there.
So I guess that's what we learned. Centurions, enough attack, right? 19 attack that they're decent against Halbs. They kill the Halbs fast enough.
Well, not having those upgrades there, and I mean now just so far behind in resources and not able to take good fights.
Yeah, so I guess that's what we've learned today. Centurions apparently are pretty strong.
I mean, they're an individually extremely powerful unit. You just can't usually afford them most of the time. The issue is that for that whole logic is that assumes equal resources.
Yeah, and on Skakusa, there's also a ton of gold. So you're not going to run out of gold for your unique unit.
Exactly. No Arislets yet for the Donjons. No hoardings even, so nothing like that. 18 Halbs only for ACCM, but he is simply not able to take anything close to an efficient fight, and Liereyy still has plenty of gold.
Yeah, now Liereyy will just be in the economy with the Centurions raiding everything, expanding on the map too. He's got castles on all the extra resources in ACCM now. Still, he never really got to 200 pop this game. Has always been a good 40 to 50 pop behind Liereyy.
I mean, I like the way he approached the game, but I just don't think he can quite keep up with Liereyy is the problem.
Yeah, and it feels like even if they were somewhat close as ACCM was going imp, after seeing this, it feels like Sicilians don't really have a good way of fighting the Centurions. That you have to be far ahead in eco, actually, to have enough Cavaliers to raid and stop the Centurion production, because in an even fight, I don't think there's a single Sicilian unit that can fight them properly. Even the Halbs are struggling.
Well, the Halbs also were missing some upgrades at the time, but... I mean, you're just falling further and further behind in resources at this point as ACCM, and that really just feels like the start and end of all your problems.
Yeah, and here is
but
the
nothing
Legionary.
else you can do really matters when you're so far behind in resources. Now Legionaries are coming in because why the heck not? Liereyy has so many resources, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and I mean, they'll slaughter the Halbs too, the Legionaries will. And
Yeah.
they should be committed Tensei Sin, yep. They didn't even need ballistas.
It's just that this isn't even... I mean, the fights are getting slightly more efficient for ACCM. He still has more Vills on their way, but you're going to also want some Sergeants to help deal with the other units. There's another castle coming into the far west of the map, but Liereyy is now finally getting to the trebuchets he needs.
Oh, is this a Doubt Castle? There are some Centurions on the way.
I don't think they see it, though.
The Halb sees it.
Oh, it does. Wow.
Okay, it goes up, though, but there are Trebs right away.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's going to be a lot destined for greatness. I mean, Lierey's in his position where he has so many resources that he can go for Heavy Scorpion, Centurion, Legionary, Halb.
Yeah, that's what we said earlier. I mean, this is a map where you're an hour in. It wouldn't be out of the question to see siege onagers from the Sicilians, but that would be in a more even game, and where the Romans were going more Scorpion.
Yeah, that would definitely make more sense there. Elite Sergeant is coming in. I mean, you do have plenty of TCs. You can go ahead and grab your unique tech, First Crusade.
I think the problem, though, is when you do First Crusade, you really want to be at 200 pop, so you get over 200 pop and can take a very good fight quickly. Now, if you get First Crusade, you're just kind of doing it, and yeah, you take one fight, but it's not an ultra good fight where you're over the pop limit. ACCM also 185 pop, needs more houses, he's losing houses.
Centurions also buffing up the Legionaries, so they're even more powerful units.
Oh no, ACCM stonewalling Vills in the corner. He's got a stone mine.
Yeah, I mean, just look at these units charging across the map with all of those buffs. I mean, this is like the dream situation for the Romans, right? You just have all the resources to afford your super expensive army. Lierey's got to be loving life. Only 15 sergeants on the field. Yikes. Lierey's just absolutely crushing ACCM right now.
Treb's crushing his housing popping space. He's down to 175 max pop. And as much as you can tell someone's losing when they drop in population, they're losing even more when they drop in max population.
Yeah. More Trebs coming in. Liereyy at almost 9k army value at the moment. This is like full-blown campaign army composition right now for Liereyy. It's just like the res advantage got a little bit, and then a little bit more, and then a little bit more, and a little bit more, and then Liereyy was also taking good fights on top of it.
Yeah, there's a GG
and
from
GG
ACCM,
is called.
as Liereyy will go up. Winning game number 1. But honestly, a pretty nice showing from ACCM. But I kind of worry that this is about the peak that ACCM's going to hit in terms of games against Liereyy, where he survives the early game, and then even after that, didn't have the APM in the mid game is to multitask against Lierey's raids.
Liereyy playing almost twice as fast as ACCM.
Yep, and you know what, Ornlu, I think I made a mistake in my preparation. I should have done the longer, more infrequent ads, because these are ACCM games on Twitch. Let me just try to clear an ad out of the way, because I don't want ads during the games. So, right, that was Skakuza. Liereyy on the right will have 1, and that was with the Romans against the Sicilians. At the very least, though, the Romans were a higher draft pick for Liereyy.
Yeah, I mean, that is something, and Romans definitely... You just felt the eco that game. That even when ACCM was getting ahead in villagers, he was never really getting that far ahead in resources collected. And then once that big fight happened in the mid-game, ACCM just kept on falling further behind.
That's also part of the Civ being the Romans for Liereyy, right? Because they just kind of get free economy.
Exactly.
For ACCM, he has to work for his eco.
He's got to, put in his punch card. Got to work that 9-to-5 job.
He does.
Right, well, I'm going to get some more coffee as it seems like we are taking a beat before the second game. That was still at least a compelling game of AoE 2 to watch, so, that's all we can ask for. Every single game, just watch a good game of AoE.
Yep. Yeah, and recently, I'm just looking at Mem's stream. Recently, Liereyy, outside of Wandering Warriors Cup, Liereyy had been pretty dominant against ACCM recently, and also all time. So this is, I think, a very difficult matchup for ACCM. But it is a best of 9, so lots of chances for ACCM to pick up wins. Missed the first game. Did Liereyy win it convincingly? ACCM put up enough of a fight before Liereyy won it convincingly, I'd say. It wasn't just the free and easy win that we might be seeing. So it gives me some hope that ACCM will put up some fight. And Pacific Islands will be the next map. All right. I think we'll keep... Liereyy picked green. I think I'll keep him in red. And Pacific Islands, what are we expecting to see for civs? Don't see a particularly compelling Pacific Islands civ from Liereyy, honestly. Could be Saracens.
Maybe he goes Burgundians?
Could be Burgundians, but Burgundians feel like maybe they're the Basmo civ? Maybe Burmese are for Basmo?
Yeah, I think Burmese might be for Basmo.
I mean, ACCM has all the options he could want. He has Malay, Japanese, and Byzantines.
Yeah, he is spoiled for choice when it comes to good civs here for Pacific Islands.
Probably not where you use Japanese because there isn't much fishing, but Malay or Byzantine should both be particularly strong. Liereyy, I don't know, maybe the shoe, as they do get the food wood bonus.
The shoe would be on the other foot at that point, and it would bring it down to ACCM to react.
Unless he's going to use shoe on Isthmus. Maybe he learned something from the other day that he liked.
I mean, Finch was pretty well set up in that game. We'll have to see what they're going to go for. Definitely not rushing in between games, which is perfectly fine for the finals, right? You want to make sure that you have everything ready.
Oh, and Liereyy did pick red. Let's go. Make sure you
did
get
he do
that
in the last
120 minute, or that 1 minute, the 120 second, there you go. A 2 minute spec delay, so that we don't have any restart situations.
Would you say that we would be in a lag-re situation?
No, we'd be in a nilly re situation because we need the spec delay.
Ooh, look at this one, T-West.
Shu versus Byzantines. I mean, on Pacific Islands, I would certainly think Byzantines would be the better civ than the Shu.
I totally agree. And not just because I'm always biased for the old civs against the new civs, but it just feels like they're going to be, they being Byzantines here, so consistent throughout all stages of the game, whereas Shu need to win very fast.
But kind of everything you want for a hybrid map other than an eco bonus is what the Byzantines have. The good monk push, extra HP on the buildings, faster firing fire ships, cheap imp. The Shu, I mean, a good eco bonus with the food they collect while chopping wood. Other than that, I mean, they have Luchuans. I guess those are OP.
Yep. They sure are. And the Shu ones do fire a bunch of extra arrows, so they're a little bit better against regular ship.
Yeah, but Byzantines can go for the Hulk plus fire combination, where you put the fires behind the Hulks like Nikov had been doing, and then you have something that beats pure Hulk, and also something that probably beats galleys if you can use the fires properly.
Although it's a little sad that Byzantines don't get fully upgraded Hulks because they miss Blast Furnace, so they don't have the full navy anymore.
Oh, that is sad. Well, they also miss fire upgrades, right? They miss the
They
incendiaries
miss just
tech?
the incendiaries.
Yeah, they have Greek fire, so incendiary, which is fire ships go boom when they're destroyed. So since Greek fire gives range, it's kind of less useful for them, but... Look, was game one close? Game one was decent, I think.
Yes.
I don't know if I'd call it close.
All right, it is Pacific Islands here, guys. In game number 2, ACCM will be literally T-West's dream. The Cyan Byzantines to the east, and to the west as the Red Shoe, it will be Liereyy.
Oh, and you know what happened? If you look at ACCM's base, you see I put medium water on those back ponds, so you can't fish boom. Liereyy actually has beach terrain connecting his island to the edge of the map, so he actually could fish boom in his corner if you walled it off. Probably wouldn't do that, and it is a very small area anyway, but... Oh, maybe you could also dock block with the rock. Go for the rock dock block, and then have a big safe
the rock
area.
dock block.
I don't know if you can sail around between the edge of the map and that rock.
I have no idea.
that would be
I don't
amazing
think it's
if you did.
remotely efficient if you don't have the fish there to begin with.
I think it actually is, because the fish are so sparse on this map that you're not going to open for a dock in the back, but you could forego fighting on the water, have your eco on the land, and go for the back fish boom, and not worry about doing farms. And honestly, if you have a dock by the rock, no one's going to try to push in through there. They're just going to look at that, and you can hide the fish in the back.
That is true. It is at least a possibility. Although we'll have to see if Liereyy actually considers it. You definitely still want to take these deep fish right in front of your base, at least to start, though. And that is exactly what Lierey's doing.
Yeah. And out of all the players who would go for a crazy dock block fish boom strat, Liereyy is probably the least likely.
No, that one is not found on the hamster wheel.
If this were Viper, though, then we'd have our masterpiece senses tingling. But this is Liereyy.
No, Liereyy is just going to win the game straight up, if he is to win at all. Right now, fishing ships coming out for each player, and at the very least, Shu will have the better economy. So, once again, we're in a situation where ACCM has the Civ that have the better compositions, or the better composition militarily, on both land and water, but Shu have the eco lead, and we saw what Liereyy does with an eco lead in the last game.
Yep. Also, the fletching line upgrades being cheaper at the blacksmith is nice for the Shu if they go galleys.
Yes, definitely. I mean, Shu are a decent enough water Civ, for sure.
Yeah. Viper might use that. Nope, he can't use this pond in the back, because that is medium water. I have hacks that mean if the water is detached from the middle, then it is medium water, so you can't just fish boom back there.
That's sneaky, sneaky T-West.
Yep. And the problem is the hacks don't stop the beach terrain from... Because you can sail back there, but you could also wall off the beach terrain.
Very true. But now, Loom at the same time for both players, and I imagine Feudal Age will be on the way. Once again, Liereyy having to build one extra villager after getting Loom, so not like the perfect build, but I mean, it's still fine, obviously.
Look at that lumber camp from Liereyy. The peak efficiency he has, completely surrounded with trees that are only one tile away.
It's a pretty darn feels good man lumber camp, and you can see he's already ahead by around 100 resources collected. Feudal Age is on the way, 20 villagers on wood, and Liereyy likely going to be transporting over to one of the central islands. I mean, sometimes this map, it's like one island is obviously closer to one player and then the other for the other player. This feels like they're pretty equidistant to both of the central islands.
I don't know. I mean, if ACCM went all the way to the western side of his island, he could basically do 2 docks and make a one-tile passage. That's pretty close.
Yeah, we almost have a creation of Adam thing going on. Just trying to reach out with the little arm there on the ACCM island, trying to make it to God here.
Well, I mean, ACCM's done even better. He's given Doubt a belly rub, so he doesn't need that painting of him.
Nope. Well, Scout Cavalry is here for Liereyy, so he sees exactly what his opponent is up to, and knowing this, Liereyy is still going to be dropping his lumber camp here on the southern island, so both players could be starting to engage in some sort of land play.
Yep.
Meanwhile, ACCM is just building a fire ship, getting double bid axe, nothing too crazy there, and still just focused on the water.
Yep, and both of them will be scouting the same island. They both know they've landed here with lumber camps. Notably, neither player is just going for the Mangrove Shallows lumber camp, where you don't have to fight on land. And if it is Shu versus Byzantines, you're thinking probably archers versus skirms, I think. The Shu are good archer civ. Unless it's war chariots, but those are only in the castle age.
Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem, at least for a little while yet. Meanwhile, Liereyy does have 2 docks. One dock is in the middle, and it will be Hulk production, anticipating the fireship play from the Byzantines. And although the Byzantine fireships are very nice, they still die super hard to Hulks. So we are going to need to see something else, at least here, for ACCM.
And Liereyy just kind of tracking.
Yes, I do think so.
And Hulk versus Fire, and that's not the fight you want to take with just Fires. You need Hulks in front.
Or galleys behind. One of the two.
I think actually Hulks in front is better, because then it's Hulk versus Hulk and the other Hulks can't reach the Fires. And the Fires do the most DPS to Hulks out of anything.
No, galleys still deal way more damage to Hulks.
Do they?
But with all the low... Yeah. Especially as the numbers scale up a bit.
Even the Byzantine Fires?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. 1 Pierce Armor is not much at all against 6 attack.
Oh, that's true.
Anyway, archery range coming on in here for ACCM. Barracks just now on the way here for Liereyy. Neither player is really thinking about Castle Age anytime soon. 5 to 4 fishing ships, so a very slight lead there for Liereyy. And still around 10% resources more for our red player.
Yeah, that's the true eco, but it's kind of strange that ACCM is maybe not really having much navy. It feels like, yeah, he maybe defend with fishing ships in the dock, but he's relying on that dock quite a bit here. If he didn't have that dock, then Liereyy would be pushing him.
Yeah, and now we have that mixture of Fires plus Hulks, and ACCM is going for the galleys.
Alright, so he is doing galley plus fire, and I think this is the most standard composition, as you were saying, that people go for galley plus fire, and they try to avoid the Hulks. I don't know if Hulk plus fire is actually a better composition.
I am pretty sure it's not, because the issue is galleys kill Hulks so fast that it's more difficult to keep the Hulks alive, even if they're fighting fire ships, than vice versa. Anyway, fishing ships are going to try and flee to the docks, and they will at least be safe in the short run. But as you're saying, Liereyy is still the one who's keeping his opponent's eco idle.
Yep, and Res collected 600 more so far for Liereyy. And if it is just a water map and you're not really doing anything on the land where the Byzantines would get a discount, then that eco is really going to start to come into play because the Byzantines aren't making up the difference in the res collected.
Yeah, and right now it just feels like ACCM is slowly but steadily getting overwhelmed on the water once again. We're looking at 10 warships right now to 4. And that's just not something that ACCM could even consider dealing with, and that's because ACCM hasn't been able to afford anything. He does walk in here to the base of Liereyy, but the skirmishers are right there on standby.
Yep, and Skirm's OP. They'll stop the archer raid. ACCM was hoping he could do some damage on land, but Vils will kill the scout even as one Skirm goes down. Also, ACCM used a rhino as part of his walls. I've never seen that, and I wouldn't recommend it, but he's got a rhino between the range and the house that's just been standing there for a while.
Oh, yeah, there it is. That's pretty funny. I mean, right now, it's just a numbers thing. The KD is very similar, but Liereyy just has so much more stuff, it feels like ACCM is almost dead already.
Yep, and here's the KD again, ACCM losing some fishing ships.
Yeah. And it's like, where did ACCM even go wrong this game? Liereyy was simply able to outproduce him.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like the opening with the ships was just ACCM going forward with only fires and running into hulks, and not having a combination of ships, so he loses an early fight. He falls back to the dock, has to garrison the fishing ships, and is still behind in numbers. And Liereyy never let him come back after that early mistake.
Yeah. It is also a 2 dock to 3 situation, but it's not like... Like, Liereyy was able to go for defensive range and also skirmishers, which should be a bit harder to afford at this stage of the game than the archers. So it's like Lierey's able to do literally everything he wants, right? He's able to outproduce his opponent and also defend on the land and also get ahead in eco for Castle Age. It's just advantage upon advantage upon advantage for Liereyy on every front.
Well, that's the thing about the shoe. They basically get free skirms in the water maps, because the food that you collect from the wood you're chopping, and you're chopping a lot of wood for your navy, you just put into the skirms. And Lierey's about to go up. Look at all the food he has, and he hasn't even used the market.
Yeah, it's just actually getting crazy at this point. More of everything collected except gold. I mean, we're looking at, what, 600 more food for Liereyy this game? That is absolutely crazy at a game like this. Like, that is one of the best determiners of who is going to win a game. Oh, that's like an aggressive water or hybrid map.
Yeah, I mean, Liereyy didn't even do a blacksmith when he won the water. There's the blacksmith so he can go up. His delay in Castle Age was waiting for the second building, not waiting for the food to come in.
Yep. I have no eco bonus. Yes, but you shouldn't be continuing to fall further and further behind. There should be a pretty static resource advantage for Liereyy that is in general not snowballing. But this is just really getting out of hand because he also sniped the fishing ships and Lierey's also had much better macro. You can see an idle TC time much less.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Byzantines do have an eco bonus in their discount, but that doesn't apply to anything on the water. They would have the cheaper skirms and cheaper spears, but that's not the type of fight we've been having on land. Their advantage on water has been their fires.
Because it doesn't give you any more resources unless you're doing something specific.
Yep, but their advantage usually is the fires on water. But the initial engagements have snowballed too. It doesn't matter if ACCM has a bonus on the ships now, he's just behind. And he's up to the Castle Age and only 30 seconds behind. So he's definitely not out of the game yet. This will still come down to fights on land here. But both players adding in a stable. Byzantines, however, going to go probably Camel plus Elite Skirm. Versus, what does Liereyy do against that? Just skirm himself?
Goes for a few Haegwon Cav plus his own Elite Skirms and then just kills him. I mean, ACCM's losing even more stuff over here.
Yeah, now the skirm numbers are going to start to snowball for Liereyy too, as he even starts walling the island more.
Yeah, I mean, this just feels like such a luxurious position for Liereyy, where it's like he doesn't have to do anything risky, because he's just like, the base AoE gameplay is him continuing to get further ahead.
There's ACCM up to the Castle Age, with the workshop coming forward. And there's a Huiguang Cav for Liereyy.
20 pop lead right now here for Liereyy. That is really, really sick. Monastery having to be built in exchange of a siege workshop of his own, as ACCM is just not in a position to apply pressure. And I think ACCM is like, okay, well, Lierey's doing well on the water. I need to, make up for that water advantage that Liereyy has and try and push on the land where he's investing less. But Liereyy, because he has so many more resources and has been taking good fights, is able to invest both more on the water and on the land and take good fights on both.
And skirms will hit the knight, whittle down the HP. Without bloodlines, you lose some of the HP advantage you'd have against the Huiguang Cav, but I guess the Shu at least don't have bloodlines themselves.
Yeah, so that's kind of a moot point. Mangonel is out. Now, Liereyy actually slightly mispositioned his army, and that will lead to a dead Mangonel, thus kill one more skirmisher for the road. None of this really should matter in the grand scheme of things, but I mean, it's a little inefficient.
And ACCM has to be careful with this monk, and he keeps it in the monastery for now. Could try to pick up that relic, but Liereyy is monks too.
Conversions right there. Yep, that's an easy conversion for Liereyy.
That was an insta on the knight, and here comes the ram for Liereyy. ACCM wants a second TC on the northern island because he's getting pushed off the southern island, and he's gonna transport. It's a Dunkirk time more than the ACCM. Gonna head probably to the northern island, back home. He might run into fires. Oh, he might run into fires.
Up. Up. How these trades go. Haegwon Cav trades slightly better versus Knights, even with all other upgrades even. While being very slightly worse against ranged units, but it's pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, 4 melee armor is a lot of armor. And ACCM needs 2 conversions here. Has to get his knight back. Oh, he gets both. Okay, that'll keep him alive.
Honestly, that was pretty lucky for ACCM, but Liereyy also a little out of position. Will lose the ram, but he does snipe the monastery, and now Liereyy is just going to be on the hunt for those monks, and they will inevitably die.
Yeah, he knows the monks are out of monk juice, and he'll... Oh, Byzantine healing. He will take both of them down.
Liereyy was also able to pick up husbandry, so he's able to dictate fights quite easily. Again, Lierey's positioning has been not perfect this game. He's going to end up getting swamped right there by the cavalry units.
And the tiger.
That Haguan cav gets stuck and killed.
A tiger chasing the Huiguan cav, saying, Liereyy, you gotta make tiger cav.
But I am not the tiger cav, Civ! Too bad.
You know, that would be a sick bonus for the tiger cav. Completely random and useless, but tigers don't attack them.
Oh, yeah. They treat them as one of their own. No, Lierey's just getting more eco upgrades. He's going to continue to further that advantage. And, I mean, again, this is just... It feels like it's getting so out of hand at the moment. Yeah, I'm the Midwestern person. T-West is the East Coaster.
Yep. I've lived in the Midwest before, but not for a while.
Yes, you have.
I
You
know
have that
all...
Midwestern friendliness about you.
I have all of the pain of that central time zone. So Liereyy chasing ACCM to the northern island. He'll be adding a TC2. Has a nice golden woodline position there. More villas being transported too. And ACCM, at least he's not killed in the south. He still has his production buildings. But, oh, okay, he's going to transport. Liereyy will see this. There's no way he denies that TC, is there?
I don't think... yeah, he doesn't even see it. No line of sight. Where do I live? I live in the Chicago area.
Yep, the third largest metropolitan area in the United States.
Indeed it is. It is the second city, but it became the second city before LA became huge after World War II, and Hollywood took off. Chicago, indeed.
Oh, war chariots.
Right.
With war chariots. That shouldn't be good in this situation, right? Like, knights should kill them?
Nope. Like, it's legit a bad unit in this situation. I don't think it matters because Lierey's so far ahead, but in a game where the resources are closer, this is definitely not a winning move.
Yeah, they do go down, but at the same time, ACCM lost his army, but it was just camels for the most part. And there is a castle now for Liereyy. And it could be white feather guards from him on the northern island. ACCM with 9 on stone, so maybe he could do a castle of his own. And Lierey's resources are actually getting him rather close to Imp.
Yeah, and this is where, you know, it's like the real time is more important than the strategy, is because Liereyy is so far ahead in resources and has been far ahead since really the 10-minute mark is when Liereyy took off. It just doesn't really matter what he does or what ACCM tries to do because Lierey's simply going to have so much more of literally anything. I mean, it's like the macro, the micro, hitting all those unit production cycles and taking, you know, smart engagements. Whereas the strategy is figuring out what you want to go for, where you want to expand on the map, what unit compositions you want to go for, etc.
And landing now on ACCM's home island, and he has no military there whatsoever. Doing a castle in the middle, but that will be against Liereyy, who is up. And Liereyy, who can then do traction trebs and potentially even Luchuan. I don't know if they'd range the castle. It is pretty far inland.
Yeah, they don't quite have the range of cannon galleons. Mangonel coming in here defensively. I don't know, T-West. Byzantines, if they're behind in resources by 6,000 and are also slower to Imperial Age, I feel like the odds aren't very good.
No, but I mean, this is a game where, yeah, okay. Even if the Byzantines are slightly behind, they can still make comebacks with imp timings. But slightly behind would be, say, ACCM's maybe a minute faster still and only 30 seconds behind, and then maybe behind by 2,000 to 3,000 resources. And then you're making an Imperial Age Byzantine transition where they should absolutely wreck the shoe on a water map, but have not been able to be in a position where the imp will be of maximal benefit to him.
Yeah, it's just one of those situations where the scale is simply too great. Lierey's advantage, villager-wise, resources-wise, just far too much. And then look at that idle TC time. Again, Liereyy, sub 2 minutes idle TC time, ACCM at over 8 minutes. That really does matter in a situation like this.
And the White Feather Guards are cute. I hope we see a Cataphract. Cataphract versus White Feather Guards would be great.
White Feather Guards don't deal enough bonus damage to punch through the Cataphract anti-cav armor, so they're actually very, very good against the White Feather Guards. But it doesn't matter, though. Like, none of this actually matters. The game was over at the 10-minute mark. But, you know, we need something to talk about.
Yeah, some traction trebs for Liereyy. And what's the shoe bonus? They move faster, right?
Yep. And they're the only ones that get siege engineers. So they, in effect, can get +1 range over the other two.
Ooh, okay, and more importantly, more bonus damage against buildings.
Yes, but it's still not as good as Sitting Tiger for the Wu. Wu still do the most bonus damage versus buildings.
Oh, ACCM one-shot the Castle Foundation. Please. Oh.
No.
He had to go for it. Oh, almost. He was in range. He needed the APM for it, which is something he does not have against Liereyy.
And that's really been a very consistent issue so far in the series. Liereyy this game 40-ish more APM than his opponent.
And we do have a Cataphract. We do have a Cataphract now for ACCM. And it will kill a White Feather Guard. That's what I've been waiting for all game. Cataphract versus White Feather Guard.
Oh, and that conversion comes into... Honestly, this could absolutely be a Doubt Castle. But as we saw in the last game, a Doubt Castle, when you're so far ahead, doesn't even matter.
Oh, Lierey's about to get a couple of Cataphracts if he gets these conversions. Yes, he has 2 Cataphracts now for the shoe.
And he snipes the Mangonel. I mean, it's really the true representation of I am ahead in AoE 2 is when you have a Doubt Castle and are still irrevocably far ahead.
Liereyy deletes 2 loaded transports and still wins this. He deletes 2 loaded transports and basically still is... That just ties the population.
Yeah. Not even close. Liereyy will be pushing away his opponent here on both the land. I guess he's not really with the presence on the water, but I mean, he has so many traction trebs out already that even the Byzantines are going to struggle to keep the castle alive against all these units.
That is 6 traction trebs. Liereyy will deploy them atop the hill and have the high ground. As not even the Byzantine castle can withstand Obi-Wan.
Nope. Simply not possible.
Oh, and especially not the trebs.
Why is the treb not attacking?
How does that treb have 3 HP left?
Well, because the traction treb deals the 50 damage. 1 melee armor, so... Yeah. But
I mean, how did the shots not hit enough? That treb is just, like, sitting there. I feel like it should have been destroyed a long time ago.
Oh, yeah. You know, Elite White Feather Guard in. Sure, why not? We will have ACCM. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. It's just way too much. And this is what I was really worried, and I think everybody was worried the series would look like.
Yeah, that's one of those games where, like, when you just look at the military graph, mid-feudal, Liereyy then pulls ahead 19 to 12 in military, where he takes some small advantage early on, continues pressuring, and ACCM can't hold up to that pressure. And the small advantage just grows and grows and grows over time. Oh, Ducks, you changed your color. What is this? Like,
AoE 2 or ACCM can play a perfect game of AoE 2 in terms of decision making and planning, but if you can't keep up with your opponent's mechanics, you really have no chance.
That Shu
Plays so
over
little.
Byzantines.
He is extremely talented.
And he also prepares, right? He doesn't play ladder games, but he prepares. And
Yes, but even Lierey's preparation is going to be significantly less than anybody who does this full time.
and it's crazy just how good he is in those early feudal age engagements. There's no one even close to him. Okay, so next we have ACCM Liereyy and Gune in the lobby.
Oh, that was Lierey's #1 home map, interestingly. Can I run ads? I don't manually run ads. I have pre-rolls turned off, and so the ads just play when they play.
Hey, you can still do them manually, and it changes when they play.
I mean, I can still do it manually, but then I don't play ads more frequently enough.
So if you're ACCM,
And I need to make at least enough to cover my student loan repayments a month.
So if you are ACCM, and you see Liereyy, you've lost your first 2 games, what do you even go for? I feel like Basmo is the map where ACCM would have the best shot at picking up a win.
Yeah, that does seem pretty accurate. Crownwood as well, just being such a straight-up map, also feels like an opportunity there. But it will be Mirkwood.
Mirkwood. I feel as much as, yeah, maybe the Nomad map should be a good one for ACCM. Mirkwood also
it's gonna
comes...
be a Chinese mirror, and I would say the
Yeah.
mirrors almost always favor Liereyy.
Yeah, it'll be the Chinese mirror. And Chinese on Nomad, with the 9-vil start, means since you have so many vils, you collect food fast enough to produce the villager once the TC's up. That is definitely not the right viewer count, because I think Mem's stream itself has more than that.
Yeah, that feels inaccurate.
That is very inaccurate, because right now I see Hera with almost 5k, Mem with 3.5k, some random guy named Sing Sing, and then us with like 600.
I don't think they're covering the tournament. I think they're playing for Hera's invitational thing.
No, Sing Sing has Hera's webcam, so he's watching Hera's point of view.
Ah, okay.
I feel that Sebastian's kind of in the same setup against Liereyy that everyone else is, that he struggles to deal against Lierey's APM in early game execution.
Yeah, pretty much. Would have a chance? I don't really think Sebastian would fare any better.
Alright, so Chinese mirror, and is this A or S tier? This is S tier.
This is literally the second biggest tournament of the year after Red Bull.
Well, in terms of prize money.
In terms of prize money, yeah.
Yeah.
And more prize pool?
But that's also spread out differently.
Yeah, that's spread out across
right?
3 leagues.
But I thought, like, in terms of the finals, right? The prize pool for the finalist is the highest outside of Res Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll have...
Anyway, guys, it is going to be a Chinese mirror here
Yep.
on Mirkwood, decently far away starting TC locations, and with all of the Nomad maps, Chinese are the best civ on a 9-vil start because you can build the dock right away with 3 of your villagers and immediately start gathering from the fish.
Yep, and because you have the fish, by the time the TC goes up, even if you do loom first, you'll be able to have 0 idle time, as you then can queue vills right away.
And you still get the extra 3 villagers once the TC goes up, so they are the best Nomad civ on a 9-vil start. If this was a 3-vil start map, then Chinese would be much, much less good.
Yep, and there's the loom from ACCM as he gets his TC up ever so slightly faster, loom from Liereyy. But Liereyy is also luring in a Rhino right away, and they'll be able to get vills pumping out very smoothly. And also with the TC on wood, they'll get fishing ships pumping smoothly. And also the Chinese TC, with all the extra population space it provides, now means that the Chinese don't need houses at the start, and you can delay them too to get your fish going.
Yeah, it's just made Chinese a lot better. I mean, still not as good as the days back when you just started with 6 villagers and everyone else started with 3.
Yeah.
Not that good.
So
Did we enjoy
what we've
Hidden
seen... Did you enjoy the
Yeah,
Hidden
I mean, I
Cup?
liked it. But I think it's a tournament that outgrew its fun. I feel like Hidden Cup works a lot better if players are able to sort of let loose and have fun, as opposed to being like a huge prize pool tournament that people train super hard and we have to remove some of the hidden aspect of it just for competitive integrity.
Yeah, and I think that it also is a bit too easy to guess the players if you really are paying attention to it. Because last time I think there was like a poll and like all the pro players who guessed the players basically got every single one right.
Yeah, last edition, it felt like everybody was able to guess the players by the end.
Paradox's farm theory. Yeah, now we have auto farm though. That's what's hard because he was
but
out
you can
fast.
still do process of elimination.
There'd be a lot of new
On
players
the
in Hidden Cup.
radio. Yeah, I mean, it's just AoE's in a different spot now than it was back when Hidden Cup was at its peak. And I think T90 is very cautious about hosting Hidden Cup because he would only want to host it if it's like going to be such a huge spectacle.
Yeah, right. And I think the original purpose was because Viper just won everything, and we're kind of past that stage now, where it's Hera wins everything. But yeah, I don't feel like we're at the like he shows up to the finals and memes stage. That kind of would make Hidden Cup fun. It's more just like very practiced meta gameplay. All right, so I think some of the fun of guessing who was against Viper in the finals is a bit different when it's Hera. Like the play styles are so different.
I mean, it's because when Hera wins, it's just from, it's like a machine, right? He just grinds you down, very well prepared, very well executed. And it's not like, oh, there's going to be maybe people trying something different because they don't know they're up against Hera. Because Hera will just win even harder if people try, just playing a much more passive game against him.
So more fishing ships out for Liereyy. This is probably the most fish boomy of all the maps we have. Which I guess maybe that makes sense because it's Nomad and you have such a large Dark Age. But this map is pretty much always a huge fish boom, and you end up getting a bit of gold from the oysters too, so you can skip mining camps and just fish boom.
Yeah, it's definitely very helpful there, and Chinese as a civ also want to play sort of a very boomy defensive game. So all of that will contribute to this basically looking like this every single time, especially if we do end up getting a Chinese mirror, which is, of course, both players knew that when Chinese weren't banned that they would both be drafting them in the first 2.
Yeah, so with the Chinese mirror, what's the unit composition you go for nowadays? Because they do have Fire Lancers that move faster. On the water, they will eventually have dragon ships. And on land, they still have Halb, Cavalier, Arb, and Chukonu, and especially Bombard Towers as options.
I feel like the games always end before that. It feels like the best option for Chinese is usually Cav Archers.
That's fair enough in the year 2026. They don't get Parthian, but other than that, they get fully upgraded heavy Cav Archers. And the difficulty of researching all of the techs you need for Cav Archers is mitigated a bit by the Chinese eco bonus of techs that are cheaper. Especially when you're going heavy Cav Archer, Embracer, Chemistry in the Imperial Age, those are all cheaper.
Although not as cheap as they used to be. The tech discount feels very minor now.
That's true, because they were given a bunch of other stuff too, like the extra housing space on the TC. That maybe I'm not actually a fan of that. I miss the days when you'd like halfway build a house and you had to get a bit creative with the start.
Yeah, I mean they wanted to make the Chinese start easier for players. That's clearly what they were going for.
I think that's pretty silly. I think it's good to have civs that are hard to play.
And I think it's more interesting if the civ like has sort of necessary a downside to the early game, and it's not like a matter of, okay, you made the Chinese start easier, but that just means that pro players will just get a perfect start every single time with Chinese.
Yeah, because that's what happens now, and especially on Nomad. The fact that the fact you don't need to build the houses is also just straight up you're saving wood and saving build time at the start, so you're even farther ahead. It's not like it's just making it easier for people. It means that the pro players get farther ahead than they already were.
Yeah, Chinese feels like one of the only civs with AoE 2 flavor. Have you seen our good friend the Fire Lancer?
Yeah, that's why I don't like the Fire Lancer change. I think it changes the civ too much for 1v1s on a lot of maps where they don't have the camels as an option. It felt like the camels kind of played into the civ, had a very flexible tech tree, but they weren't super powerful in any one aspect. And then the Fire Lancers kind of flipped that on its head, where now there are probably maps, like maybe African Clearing, where you'd still prefer camels, but for the most part, Fire Lancers are just a straight-up stronger unit.
I think that's just the fact that Fire Lancers themselves are too good and too easy to afford.
Yeah. I'm still not entirely sure what the role of the Fire Lancer is supposed to be. Because, you know, like the Camel has a clear anti-cav role, the same as the Pikeman.
Well, the Fire Lancers are a hybrid between the Swordsman line and the Pikeman line. Where,
yeah, but the Chinese get both of those lines.
They do, so it's just like another option, and the one that you get a little bit of a flavorful bonus for. The issue is that you never really want to go for Swordsman anyway most of the time, as the Fire Lancers are just straight up better. And even if your opponent's going Fire Lancers themselves, like in a Chinese mirror, you just want to go for your own Fire Lancers as opposed to attacking into the Swordsman. Yeah,
so I do wonder if Chukonu still are the option, like, or the main option here? Because ACCM is on stone pretty heavily right now. Liereyy is too. Where's his stone mine? There it is. So it does look like it'll be castles plus Chukonus for both of them. And without Bombard
I do think that
Cannon...
Chukonu are still the best unit in the matchup, for sure.
Okay, yeah, because they do have heavy rocket carts now, which changes things around. Because now you actually have a unit that counters the Chukonus, and without Bombard Cannon, you don't really have a counter to the heavy rocket cart. Other than, I mean, Rocketry Scorpions also are a thing, too. And Rocketry Heavy Rocket Carts, which is a mouthful to say, also is a counter to Chukonus, and then it's a weird thing that the counter is not Bombard Cannon, but Bombard Towers to those as the Chinese, which we might not see in a 1v1 like we do in a team game.
Yep. And then we have... Yeah, with Rocketry, the Chinese rocket carts are actually very, very good. They deal a ton of damage, but you still miss out on that range. So it does feel, you know, like a reasonable trade-off. Both players here with some outposts in the middle. Liereyy going to be building a castle kind of in between the two players. He has an idea of where his opponent is, and it will be ACCM doing something very similar, I'm sure.
Yeah, he is just up now, and doesn't really have a great hill for a castle, so it'll just be on level ground in the middle. So ACCM's Fishboom around the bottom, both players just kind of fighting with hulks, but not really getting to their fish because they're so far apart. And Liereyy maybe with a few more Hulk numbers around the east, but ACCM in total, 16 to 11. Just waiting for his medium upgrade.
Yeah, it does need his reinforcements to come in. And honestly, this is the one game that Liereyy has simply had a worse execution than ACCM has. Both players are getting a castle down. They're both basically doing the same thing, but ACCM is actually doing it better, which is certainly a bit surprising considering it's, Liereyy versus ACCM. But I think that just goes to show the comfort and experience that ACCM will always have on these more atypical start maps.
Yep. And there's gill nets for ACCM. And it feels like this is ACCM slightly ahead, right? 1k res collected ahead, has the extra fishing ship. No one's really destroyed fish with the Hulks. They're just kind of stalemating around.
Yeah.
But now it comes down to Chuko News and Micro on land, where it's Liereyy who actually has the timing advantage, getting the castle up and starting the Chuko New production.
He does indeed, and ACCM's advantage is in wood collected. I always say, wood collected advantage doesn't usually mean all that much. It's Liereyy who's ahead in food and gold and stone, and that is going to give him a faster Imperial Age time.
Is Liereyy just going to go straight 1 TC Imp?
Oh yeah, I'm pretty confident that's going to be the case. 1 TC Imp, go for the traps.
Yeah, I mean, that does make sense in the way the map is gone. Yeah, that's how you use your fishing ships. You spend the food on Imp, and then you just treb down ACCM's castle, and if Chuko Nu is the dominant unit in the matchup, then you stop the Chuko Nu production.
Yeah. And the thing is, though, for Liereyy, his own eco will certainly suffer, as ACCM should continue to win water here. Yeah, 7 more Hulks still. And Liereyy going to be able to click up in just a moment, so he's going to need to go kill with this fast Imp timing, which he can totally do.
Yep. And if he has a good number of Chuko Nus out, and he gets Imp and clicks Bracer, is there anything the Chinese really do against that if they're still in the Castle Age?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think this is just Imp for Chuko Nu can dominate. And there indeed is the 1 TC Imp from Liereyy. And he has could even go for stone for a second castle if he wants to. It's important for him that he does get Fletching and Bodkin on the way up. But the castles are so close that Lierey's starting castle should protect the Trebs. One thing about the Chuko Nu, though, if Trebs get slightly out of position, they shoot enough arrows they can pick off Trebs.
Indeed.
But that relies on Liereyy making
like
mistakes in the positioning.
I also really like that ACCM's adding in at least a couple fire ships, especially since he knows he has the Hulk number advantage, as they're going to be much, much better taking down the docks. But then Liereyy himself is also adding in these Chuko Nu to help pick away at the Hulks. And because Hulks are apparently made of paper mache, they die very hard to like literally any amount of arrows.
Yes, they do. And ACCM, look at those resources. He's maybe thinking Imp 2, but actually, no, he's going to do a second TC. And at this point, I don't think with the timing difference, ACCM can afford to go Imp. I think this would have to be a full Castle Age defense for him.
I think that should just not work, right?
I don't know. I mean, you have so much food from 18 fishing ships still. Maybe there is some way he could go full Castle Age Knights or Fire Lancers and destroy Trebs and start raiding the economy. But I think that all depends on Liereyy having areas that aren't walled or Chuko Nus that are out of position. Because Bracer Chuko Nus should slaughter anything from the Castle Age. Unless there's an overwhelming numbers advantage, which on these ecos, I mean, ACCM has a good eco, but he might not be there. And it looks like he's going to do gold shaft mining and think about Imp, but that's going to be much slower than Liereyy, who's Imp already, and ACCM hasn't clicked.
Yeah, and with ballistics especially, it feels like Liereyy will always be taking a good fight. And, I mean, although they're not super close to each other... Oh, and ACCM's even getting Imp at the closer TC. That said, Liereyy himself isn't even affording a single Treb yet. Could be thinking about maybe getting heavy warships first, although that's not really that much of an advantage in a Hulk mirror.
Oh, the Chuko Nu is going to destroy some fishing ships here. I mean, they should destroy the Hulks, too. Oh, yeah.
So stupid.
Especially with Bracer now.
Yeah.
And Liereyy maybe with a good chance now to push ACCM's fish. Actually get the push he wants by using the Chuko Nus. And this is what the lack of demo these days does. It means that your archer units on shallows are much stronger. that they're not worried about suddenly tanking a demo ship shot and losing all of the archers at once.
Yeah, at this point, ACCM's been starting to invest much less in water. Conscription even coming in for Liereyy. That is very greedy, and he's actually still not even bothering with any amount of trebuchets. This does feel incorrect.
They removed demos from the game. They just nerfed them so no one ever makes them anymore.
Yeah.
They got hit with a triple nerf of more expensive, worse stats, and now require an upgrade separate from other ships. The triple nerf essentially removes them from the game.
And the
Not in
damage nerf
theory,
is
but in
especially
practice.
huge because for a ship whose damage radiates from a center point that also never deals full damage in the first place.
So Chuko news for ACCM, but has he held long enough? I mean, Liereyy, like you said, he couldn't afford trebs earlier. He hasn't done a single treb. Which, oh, you know what Liereyy never did? He didn't scout ACCM's castle.
But he knows he has chooks. Or chucks, as we call
He
them.
knows that. That's true. I mean, he has seen the Chuko news, but that is so. If he knew the castle was there, which he does now, I mean, that's immediate. You treb war that. But now ACCM's up to imp, and he's going to win the treb war.
ACCM's doing.
He's going to have 2 castle trebs. All right. So here we are. We kind of envisioned that of Liereyy gets imp, has the trebs, and wins the treb war. But it's also kind of hard to get a feel for what the eco is when we're just watching him. And now ACCM with a 3k res collected lead, and in a good position to do Bracer and win a treb war, because he immediately, the trebs are going to be popping for him.
And as a wise man once said, once those trebs be poppin', those castles be droppin'.
A wise Zero Empire is saying.
Indeed.
How's it? We can have
Trebbing will
mirror.
continue
First 2
until
picks are in
morale
parallel. First 2 picks are in parallel, Mountain Goat. So we have Chinese, and then it wasn't the second pick. Could have been the same for the second pick. We could have 2 mirrors, but it was just the Chinese first.
Yeah, just opted for Malay versus Wei, which despite the rhyming nature of them, are not the same civ.
Now it's time for Liereyy to dodge Chuko new arrows with ballistics. That is some micro if he can do that.
Chemistry now coming in. I honestly can't help but feel that Liereyy is not experienced in this exact sort of situation. Because it feels like there have been quite a few mistakes made in terms of strategy, where the build wasn't quite as clean early on, which is, again, something we always expect from Liereyy. The decision-making wasn't quite as good at ACCM, who is prepared and is having good decision-making, looking to be in a great spot to not make this a sweep, which makes, I think, literally everybody watching happy. Except
I think
Liereyy.
so, too. Well,
Everybody not named Liereyy.
Here are the Chuko news, and they're going to have a big fight of Chuko news under the castles maybe soon, but ACCM even investing into the armor upgrades first. Let's see, we have chemistry for Liereyy, not in for ACCM yet, just finishing it.
Oh, big counterattack from Liereyy, though. That's always something that can win you a game.
It is. I mean, Liereyy does have a Vil lead now. That is true. ACCM only Palisade Wall didn't have stone walls, and even the shallows you can walk around. So now he has some Chuko news in his base that can cause some idle time. But
True. And Liereyy still has more Chuko Nu overall. He also has Thumb Ring, which is super nice to have for the Chuko Nu.
it is very nice. He also doesn't have any Chuko new production now. He has a 3-vil castle coming up. And then just one
he also
castle
has
in the
a
back
castle in his
versus...
base that's producing Chuko Nu.
That's true, I didn't see that. He has, though, it'll be against 3 castles for ACCM. And trebs that can go for TCs. And if they can go for the castle, that'd be sick. ACCM, how does this fight go? And the one way ACCM loses this game is if he loses the big fight of Chuko News. And
Oh,
the
this
trebs...
is, I think, a huge mistake from ACCM. He doesn't recognize how many Chuko Nu his opponent has.
He's also not stacking us. But you know what? They're both kind of trading numbers equally.
Yeah, but now Lierey's going to have the Chuko Nu numbers advantage. Oh, the Trebs help out!
No, the trebs help out. No, Lierey's, I mean, yeah, it's 17 to 13, but ACCM had the armor in that fight, and that kind of made up for the thumb ring difference, right? So thumb ring for Liereyy, but armor for ACCM. Does ACCM have a range yet? He doesn't. He does need the range. 'Cause that would be Barrack's range for the upgrade for him.
Treb's continuing to treb away, but Liereyy is rebuilding those castles, and that is what he needs. That's all about the Chuko Nu numbers at this point. Liereyy with 6 more right now, and because he's been able to harass his opponent's eco so much, Well, I mean, ACCM, it says he's ahead in resource, but I feel like it's mostly wood. No, that's actually a lot of everything. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, his eco is so much stronger because he didn't go for the fast imp. The fast imp for Liereyy was... It is surprising to see someone fast imp and then not immediately go trebs. Because that's the biggest advantage you get, the trebs. But it was just like, everything he did with his Imperial Age, he could have also stayed in the Castle Age and also done.
Exactly. Like, Bracer's very good, but it's not usually worth spending all of the time and energy to get to Imperial Age quickly for.
Yeah, especially in the mirrored unit matchup, where if you get Bracer and your opponent doesn't, they're just going to flee and not going to fight you. And the trebs are what would force a fight.
Now, Liereyy has been doing very well with his counterattack with the Chukonu, and he's still producing... He's almost 2-to-1 Chukonu numbers advantage at the moment. He still has no trebuchets, though. He's going to lose, I think, some Chukonu here.
Yeah, under the castle.
And he should get eventually cleaned up over there to the east as well, as Thumbring is in, so ACCM actually has a slight upgrade advantage, which does matter a lot with those extra arrows from the Chukonu, because they deal 3 damage.
Look at Liereyy dodging. So ACCM now has cleaned his base. Might need more Chukonu production still. Maybe he'll need another castle, which he could do. I think there's a good hill to the south among all of his houses where he could get a castle that protects golds and stones.
Still, Liereyy grabbing leather archer armor, and sometimes life is as simple as you have more units than your opponent, and that is right now the dynamic between these two players, and I think that I'm not confident that ACCM is going to win this then the slightest at TUS. Look at the difference here!
ACCM needs to use the trebs to destroy Chukonu, but that was not a good fight for ACCM. That was a horrible fight for ACCM. And all the Chukonus are destroyed.
Trebs immediately. Oh my goodness.
And Chukonus destroy trebs very quickly, especially ones that are packed. That's one treb that goes down. And now it's ACCM who's on the defensive, and if there's one thing that Liereyy can do to come back, it's take fights like that, and then also 3-to-3 castle Chukonu production, so Liereyy should have the advantage in Chukonu numbers now.
Yeah, this might be enough to turn the game right on its head. And Liereyy won that because he had very significantly better micro and slightly more numbers.
I think it was more the numbers. That was like 35 to 25 at the start. And with those numbers, I mean, yeah, he microed better, but there was also a numbers thing.
Oh, Trebuchet does survive. That is huge. Nowhere near enough kills there to repair, at least in the long run. Although, trying to snipe the Trebuchet, a little unlucky with those shots, though.
Yeah, ACCM wanted the hill for that fight, but didn't judge the numbers properly. Oh, just in time. Liereyy with the final shot on the Treb. That would have been enough Vils to repair against one Treb, but now ACCM's Chukonu production significantly curtailed as he does a watchtower.
That feels woefully insufficient.
It does.
3 trebuchets here, and I'm not entirely sure what you're doing with as ACCM at this point. Yeah, his score still looks good, but I don't really see a win condition for him right now. If he's behind in Treb numbers, he's not going to keep the castle alive forever, nor does he have a good means of ever sniping his opponent's trebuchets.
It feels like score is water at this point.
Yeah. Masonry's definitely not going to be enough, as much as I love the upgrade.
Well, I mean, he would need to win a Treb fight. He would need to destroy this Treb right here with the next volley, and this has just come down to luck. Do your shots hit? No, they don't. One of them does.
Lierey's also going to have the hill. Liereyy even wins the treble fight. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, now ACCM, he's constantly repairing castles. So he has 75 eco units, 66 Vils, but if he puts 15 on a castle to repair them and spend stone, that's like minus 25 Vils right there.
Yeah. And neither player will ever be able to afford Elite Chukonu. It's, I think, the most expensive Elite upgrade now. It's really ridiculous. No idea why.
No, is it? Isn't it even, like, not that great of an upgrade?
Well, now it gives you +2 attack. It gives you the old rocketry effect.
Ah, okay, so it's a better upgrade.
Yeah, so it's a better upgrade, but also much more expensive.
ACCM trying to recover Chukonu numbers. He still has an overall population lead, but That is the fact he has Warhulks and fishing ships still alive.
Yeah, I just don't think that really matters all that much in this situation. He is still mining
my
stone.
gosh.
Liereyy isn't mining stone whatsoever, but the fact that he had enough to get 3 castles, absolutely huge for him.
Oh, look at the micro, the dance moves from Lierey's Chukonu. And that's how he's winning the fight. It's the good old CBA trick of you have one unit at the front and you're dancing, and all the units that auto-fire miss their shots. You can maybe counter that by shift queuing, but that does mean your units kind of walk forward a bit more and are a bit more exposed.
I mean, this just feels like ACCM isn't going to be able to do a whole lot anymore. I mean, if both players are making Chukonu, and Liereyy is starting with more Chukonu, and he has the Treb advantage, feels like ACCM kind of threw this game. Yeah, Liereyy built 4 castles in total. It is a best of 9, because... Yay.
We need to see. Well, I mean, if it were only a best of 7, it'd be over too quickly, even with ACCM. And that's what happened at Hidden Cup last time.
I would much rather see it end quickly than slowly. Onager, again, both players' ecos are absolutely stretched to the limit at the moment.
But that happened to us at Hidden Cup last time. We had a meetup, and Hera won so fast that the pizza didn't even arrive at the venue. 5 HP left on
also,
that.
I'd rather
trip.
go home early in that situation. Wait, why is Liereyy backing off?
I don't know. I mean, oh, he wanted to destroy the watchtower with Chukonus. That's silly. And also, you can do it.
I mean, yeah,
what?
like, who cares?
Yeah, but now he's just taking a fight. Well, this is actually, I think, really nice, because now he has this big open field where there are no castles to protect ACCM, and the Chukonu fight is going to be, Liereyy needs to use all of his Chukonus, but right in the middle of nowhere, where it's just Chukonu versus Chukonu and no castle fire. So Liereyy can turn, destroy this castle, ACCM desperate to repair, but not going to be in time. And yeah, nice move. ACCM had his eco set up and his Vil set up to repair the southern castle, so Liereyy just went to the northern one and took a much better fight, and that watchtower was kind of useless.
I mean, he wins either way, to be fair. Now ACCM is going to try and switch into skirmishers. He doesn't have the eco for that. He has 10 bills on food, and now this game is super over.
Okay, well, I mean, that's what happens in the mirror matchup, particularly against Liereyy. It was one bad fight. ACCM lost his Chukonu numbers, and then he never could recover. And Liereyy, once he lost his early castles, was able to rebuild them despite being down in eco. And it was all about the military count, which now ACCM cannot recover with only 1 castle.
No. Like, Liereyy will legit hit 200 population with 100 Chukonu.
And how expensive is heavy rocket cart? That's similar to Onager, right? It's like
it's 800 wood, 400 gold, undiscounted for the Chinese, of course.
Gold. Oh yeah, actually that's much cheaper because it doesn't cost food.
Yep.
Yeah.
Maybe consider it, but against Liereyy...
I mean, the tricky thing about the rocket carts is that Chukonus also destroy rocket carts because of the number of arrows they shoot. I don't know how that would go, actually. It's an interesting idea. I'm not sure in practice how well... I mean, because if you don't have elite Chukonu and it's just normal Chukonus against heavy rocket carts, that in theory should be heavy rocket carts should win that, right? It's just harder on your eco to get to.
Yeah. If ACCM had the better eco still, then I think the skirmisher switch would be a lot more interesting, but he doesn't. And so Liereyy just scooching back for a split second here.
Yeah, and I mean, it was Liereyy who had the Chukonu numbers. He was able to raid with them, and also able to fight ACCM in multiple locations at once. Again, it's the multitasking, and that also comes back to the decision from Liereyy not to go for the Trebs early on, that he was able to get more Chukonu numbers. So maybe not going for the Trebs, as weird as it seemed, still means in the long run he has the better Chukonu army.
Well, I also think part of it's the macro, is that Liereyy just was always producing Chukonu, whereas it wasn't quite constant for ACCM. can't match Liereyy Micro in a fair fight. I mean, it's just like, then how do you win a game of AoE 2 like that?
And now skirms from ACCM. Well, he'll lose a ton of Chuko news while he goes skirms, and the skirms won't help out against the trips.
Yeah. Oh, boy. I mean, it felt like in this game and the first game, there were really good opportunities for ACCM, but he just can't quite keep up with Liereyy. And look at that difference in Chuko Nu made 229 to 134.
Yeah, he could never get the production, and that's the weird thing, because it felt like the production is what he should have had by having the slower imp with more castles at the start. You can see in the military graph where it feels like also some of the military for ACCM is water. There was one fight where Liereyy had an advantage, ACCM falls down, and then never catches up again.
Because you're both doing the same thing, but Liereyy has an advantage in doing so. And again, 109 APM to 65.
And that's with eco much higher for ACCM the whole time, but could never get the numbers he needed.
I'm the opposite of a hype caster. I get absolutely hyped when there's something to get excited about. I feel like people mistake being a hype caster for casters who lie to viewers. Was ACCM's #1 home map, so we'll have to see what is next here. Liereyy 2 games away from his first S-tier win since Red Bull Wallow 4, I believe. Just good to make this not a sweep. He was in a good position.
He was in a very good position.
All right, looks like Osmo is next.
All right, let's go. Clown map, good map.
Oh, yes.
And what is Basmo then? Malay against Burgundians? Or Burmese? Ooh, I think Burmese would be sick.
I do think Burmese would be sick, and I feel like this is a map that Liereyy would never want to use one of his top picks on.
Yeah. Are there any games that come to mind, Ornlu, for you as highlight games throughout the tournament, other than the two, maybe the Kilimanjaro games between Lewis and Hera and Lewis and Liereyy?
Yeah, those were good. I would say the burger game.
Burger game, memorable for quality. As where Rainbow just asked me some questions of what games I thought of. I told him that the Andy Vinch game on Shorelines with the Thericidai, I thought that was a good one early on.
That was definitely a good one.
Sato Classic Pro on Lowland, that was a great one.
Which one was that?
That was where the resources were bugged, and I accidentally didn't subtract 90 food like I should have. But that was where,
yeah, that game. Yeah, that game was fantastic.
Game. Yeah, then there was the Classic Pro Harry game on Crownwood I thought was great.
Yes.
Those are my 3 thoughts. Do you have any more thoughts? I'm trying to give them some suggestions. I think they're going to do some fan voting.
I have never been the best at remembering specific games.
Andy Vinch BF? I'm forgetting that. I might have not seen all of that one if that was the first set.
No, Burmese Burgundians?
MBL Lewis? I'm forgetting that one. I just remember Lewis won, and he felt much more prepared for the hybrid maps.
Yeah, that was MBL winning Marshwood, and then Lewis winning 3 in a row. Oh, that's when he won with 2 phosphorus in a row.
And it will indeed be Burgundians Malay on Basmo.
So yeah, this is actually a little atypical for Liereyy, because he usually, if it's a map he doesn't like as much, or, you know, and not like a regular open map or a hybrid/water map, then usually he just uses a low priority pick on it. But this time, perhaps because he has a lead, feeling pretty good.
I was kind of expecting Burmese here for monks, but I guess that really isn't Lierey's main playstyle.
Yeah.
Alright, so Basmo will have ACCM as the Cyan Malay, and Liereyy as the Red Burgundians. Ooh. Okay, Ornlu. Should we swap the sides? I don't know. I guess the ACCM's kind of more to the west than... Because even though his TC is east of Lierey's TC.
Oh yeah, it's, I think it's the first item for a player is like the one that's furthest to the west will get the left side, and the other one will get the right side.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the TC spots, but anyway, this is Basmo. Thanks to Marintho and Rapture for making the map. It was part of the map contest for Warlords 4. And we will have a second base for each player. Each player has 7 tiles of stone. They have to chop through a tree to get to it. And those 7 tiles of stone are the only tiles of stone on the map. No other stones. But there are, other than that, a normal arena-like map with some gold. Gold is around the edges. There's a hill and wood and hunt in the middle. So kind of similar to Stranded in the fact there's a hill in the middle, but you don't really gain much by controlling the hill other than map position. You don't gain resources.
Some hunt is nice, but yeah, it's not really that big of a deal. Also, very importantly, the stone walls around the wood area are on ice. So if they are destroyed, they cannot be rebuilt, nor can you wall immediately behind them.
I think you can wall behind them with palace, like walls, just not buildings.
Yes, sorry, that's right.
Yeah, you can't rewall directly on the ice terrain. There are different types of ice, and it's really confusing that there are different types of ice in the game.
And that goes back to AOC, though.
Yeah, that does go back to AOC. There's icy shore, there's ice navigable, and just icy, basically rock replacement ice.
Anyway, we do have double bid-axe in here for Liereyy, as one would expect. And I gotta say, Malay Burgundian, certainly 2 of the best closed map civs. That said, if we're playing like a more low eco style, I feel like Malay are gonna do pretty well.
If you're in a low eco style, then it's really hard to stop Karambits. If you're in a high eco situation, if you're late game going Burgundian hand cannoneers, then you slaughter Karambits. The low eco style to Karambits are honestly one of the best eco or unique units for that low eco style. You can get a lot of them,
Don't
and
worry.
because
Viper
they're so
said
cheap,
that
they counter
Karambits aren't
monks.
very good, so, you know.
Karambits are great.
Yeah, I don't know. Viper's crazy. I think Viper's too Rage Forest pilled right now.
Oh, maybe. Maybe.
Well,
so
Bloodless will be coming in for ACCM on 21 pop, so nice and quick for the Malay. I think on a map like Bosmo, which can be very aggressive for a closed map, you want to always go up quick with Malay.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, you can feudal boom with the Malay. I think it's not as good as a straight castle boom, but the fact that you can then defend a tower rush very easily versus getting killed by a tower rush if you're staying in Dark Age too long makes a huge difference for them. And it will be a tower rush as ACCM heads to the right.
So much safer.
Yeah, well, King of the Desert, maybe we could have Antarctica as the desert for next KOTD and include ice terrain.
I think that would make a lot of people very unhappy with the visuals of only having ice maps.
So there's feudal. I mean, Malay are feudal so fast, ACCM isn't even in position to trust yet.
But 24 pop from Liereyy. This is pretty fast, especially for the Burgundians. Now, I'm sure Liereyy has it all worked out, so he's going to be able to... Actually, I don't think he'll be able to afford a fast castle, unless he sells the stone.
So there is double bid axe from ACCM. Liereyy will head in and keep chopping some wood.
And in comes the tower now for ACCM.
Yeah, but I mean, Lierey's still Dark Age, so he can't tower rush or counter tower immediately. But it took so long to get that tower up for ACCM.
Can he just punch it? Just send the 7 vills over and attack?
Do you really want to send 7 vills, though? I mean, that's your only wood right now. And if you're sending 7 vills to punch it, you're not going to be able to afford the market in Blacksmith to FC. But maybe he could.
He would have had the wood otherwise, but he built a barracks. So, yeah, wouldn't have had the resources then. And indeed, there is, as TOS was saying, that one tile you can build behind. So well done there, making sure that you're not in the position where you can just get towered behind your wood line, which we see oftentimes on this map.
Yeah, because that's when you walk around the edges and do towers in those little nooks and crannies in the wood line. Here, ACCM would have to break through another tile of wall in order to do that.
Yep. So there's good little movement there from Liereyy. And now archers to be garrisoned to the tower. And this is basically the exact same thing that you would see if this was Arena from ACCM. Liereyy, meanwhile, still just trying to go for the fast castle into scout play. But clicking up a lot sooner than I think you would normally like to. I think just to try and play it safe, which is putting him in good stead versus the tower rush. But Burgundians want to click up on like 26 pop on most settings.
Yeah, and ACCM will go for that Vinch-styled tower rush. And, well, Liereyy can wall, but he needs to make sure the vills don't take too many arrows, and looks like he'll get out just in time to save the vill. So nicely done Trush defense there with the wall. That's, I think, if you pull it off successfully without losing the vill, the best way to defend against the Trush. Just do one tile of stone wall behind where they're breaking through and make them break through again.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's the fewest amount of resources you have to spend, and it buys you the most amount of time. That's almost always what you want to go for if you can. And Liereyy has been able to find a way up to the castle age. So very, very good for him. Great defense thus far. That's where I was saying that the much quicker uptime is going to put him in good stead.
Yeah, you can wall behind on the ice terrain. You just can't rebuild where the wall is. And this ice is one you can't do. You can't do actual buildings there, but you can do walls on it.
And look at this. ACCM going to abandon this position and now try and go to the other side. Now, scouts are coming in from Liereyy. No fletching in yet for the tower or archers. Ah, there's fletching. Three scouts and counting right now, though, for Liereyy.
Yep, and this can be a very monk-heavy map, too. So getting scouts out already prepares you to deal with a monk rush.
Fletching, huge difference there against the villagers' house there from when Liereyy was pushing in deer in the Dark Age. This is why players will lure the deer through the gate instead. That's what ACCM did. Little bit, not lazy, but just being like, it's easier to do this, and hopefully this won't bite me in the butt.
Oh, maybe it will bite him. As he is up to the castle age, though, and now in a position where he's going to do light cav, and probably won't even need to bother with a workshop to fend off the tower. Now, it depends if ACCM walls it, though.
Yeah, Liereyy having enough food just barely to do this, and part of the reason is that he never mined any stone, which means that Liereyy was able to spend his resources, or spend his villager time gathering other resources, enabling him to go for this much more economic and better military approach, and the villagers are coming forward here to start punching down the tower. That said, you do need to be a bit careful if you are Liereyy. He does have the scouts now in a good spot, so yeah, he's fine. I don't know about you, TOS, but if this were me, my light cab would take like 5,000 damage from the tower instead of 0.
I know, Renlu. I know.
Tragic. Gonna try and walk forward here with the archers, but yeah, the light cab are simply going to be able to get there a little too quickly. They're gonna start to punch down the one watchtower here.
Oh, let's go.
Not really reacting to that.
Oh, that Vill's pretty strong.
The tower goes down.
I mean, Liereyy does need to repair that tower, I think.
He does.
What's this light cab doing from Liereyy? He's just running around the back of his base in a circle.
Hey, don't judge it. It's getting its steps in.
Oh, okay. I went all the way to the end and then got killed by the tower.
Well, he got his steps in. He was done. He's like, I have achieved my purpose.
Yeah, and ACCM just walks in with the archers now. What is Liereyy doing? ACCM needs to delete his own walls so we can walk in. He's got a Vil there. Yeah, Liereyy. This is Titanic from Liereyy.
Yeah, this is like really bad from Liereyy, actually.
He's gonna lose all those Vils. There's nothing he can do.
And I think that, you know, if we're getting into a situation where, say it's 4-2, and we're going into game 7, and, you know, Liereyy has his turn, you know, 1 game away from winning the tournament, ACCM's probably kicking himself for the 2 games thus far he wouldn't have been able to close out.
Oh, I mean, I don't know about that Skakusa game, but definitely that Mirkwood game.
Yeah, Skakusa was definitely a tricky spot either way, but yeah, Mirkwood absolutely one that ACCM could have won.
Yeah, and now as ACCM walls, Liereyy doesn't have any stone access anymore. Liereyy is completely off of stone. ACCM with 2 villas could start mining Lierey's stone. And yeah, ACCM's down, but he's about to click up. That'll be a fast up timing as the melee. He has a huge Vil lead. Lierey's gonna TC the middle.
Like straight up 50% Vil lead right now here for ACCM. He's gonna click up to Castle Age. He's gonna have 9 villagers on stone. And as we are saying, much to the chagrin of Viper, Karambits are a really freaking good unit, especially on these low eco settings.
They are. And monks will start picking up relics for Liereyy. Burgundian's a very good monk civ, especially in the Castle Age, but they lack heresy. So no Theocracy and Imp, but other than that, they have great monks. However, ACCM does have heresy as the melee. No fervor though, but atonement monks can also be an option for him. He's on stone. So where does he drop the castle though? The one thing that he can't do is drop a castle on that TC in the middle of the map with all the light cav out. So probably does have to be a castle at his home base.
Yeah, that seems likely. Mix in maybe a few spearmen with the Karambits too. Liereyy will eventually catch back up in villagers, but ACCM has to know he's well ahead in economy at this point. And as we know, ACCM, even though he's in a rough spot right now, we know he has the mental fortitude to still... He's not playing panicked, right? ACCM absolutely was planning on doing this all along. And is still in a really nice spot in this game.
Yep, and there he'll do the castle at the second base. So he might want to go mine a bit more stone to do more TCs afterwards, but we'll get his castle up and still keeping Liereyy off of stone. So if Liereyy wants a 3rd TC, he has to buy it at the market. He's out of stone right now, basically. Only 22 stone, so can't afford a tower, a TC, a castle, or anything more than 4 more tiles of stone walls.
Fires is coming in, 2nd TC as well for ACCM. However, Lierey's already on 4 relics. And Burgundian relics are absolutely insane.
They are. So, I mean, that's like, right now, probably an extra 10 Vils for Liereyy.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it's getting nerfed in the next patch, but as we all know, when the devs say they're going to change something, they mean, like, we're going to change it. We're going to do a smaller change than you want, and also 3 months later than you want.
Yep. And also in the middle of something else.
Well, to be fair, there's, like, never a good time to patch the game.
I mean, between events?
Yeah, but
Right?
the time it, like, you have to be much more, like, on the fly, I think, about when they can actually patch stuff. I don't think they're able to plan that far in advance. Unless it would take even longer to patch the game, which I really don't think we want.
I think planning is something we want, though.
Well, we all have hopes and dreams.
So what do you think ACCM's plan is now? Because, yeah, he's ahead in the fact that he's gotten up, controls the stone, and has the Karambits. But what he does not have is a huge insurmountable eco lead, right? It just feels like he's in a good spot, 1k res collected ahead. But this is going to be a big push from Liereyy. Pushing into a castle, though. The monks can't push the castle. And maybe what ACCM
knew.
Maybe what ACCM just needs is a 2nd castle at home, and then he stops a monk push, and he's fine.
Yeah, and he's not too far away from another castle. He's also building an extra TC to the south. The villagers are nicely quick-walled in as well. Fervor here for Liereyy, and of course 11 monks is a lot of monks. Monks, not the best unit in the world versus Karambits.
No, but they do get a conversion. One conversion.
5
Maybe
relics now for Liereyy.
And maybe Liereyy just tries to get back to his stone.
I mean, the relics are literally what's keeping Liereyy in the game right now, and because it's currently 1-to-1 gold to, or food to gold for the Burgundian relics, we can look at the relic gold collected and see that Lierey's gained as much food as well. So it's literally 1,400 extra resources at this point for Liereyy, just for relics.
All conversions come in at the right time, and the Karambits will be killed. They don't get a single monk there. And now without the Karambits, the Light Cav can push the tower, take out the archers.
My goodness, Diva.
And then ACCM has to tower. Has to tower this stone just to keep the Vils alive. So that could be the beginning of the snowball for Liereyy. I mean, right now, if ACCM had 20 Karambits, he could take a fight and kill all the monks. If he doesn't have enough Karambits anymore, he only has 11. Or he has more in the... Wait, he has 20, he has more in the castle. Oh, he's gonna siege tower Karambits. Let's go.
That's what I was...
Siege tower.
That's what I was...
That's how you break conversions, the siege tower. Remember, it can't be converted from range anymore, so even if you do have redemption, it doesn't really matter. Oh, he's not going to fight the monks? He's not going to go siege tower Karambits to fight monks? He's going to go normal Karambits to fight monks, try to distract Liereyy, and then while he's taking that fight, he's going to siege tower into Lierey's base.
Why is he retreating? I feel like you had to commit there, and
no,
now
he just needs
we're
to
getting
distract.
Even more Karambits. 7 Karambits, but... there you go, and Liereyy immediately reacts to it without a care in the world.
And does ACCM, he doesn't have arson, right? Imagine he had arson and could destroy the monasteries.
Well, yeah, no attack upgrades at the moment whatsoever. Another castle coming in here defensively, but the food eco is really not that great, and Lierey's monk control has been absolutely stellar.
Yep. And, I mean, ACCM, I don't think he's making the right decisions with Karambits here. I think he's made a couple of weird ones, and now the Light Cav can come back and destroy all the Karambits inside of Lierey's base.
Yeah, wheelbarrow coming in now as well. I mean, this is just not good fighting at all here from ACCM.
Yeah, and oh, the Karambits are inside of ACCM's base now. How'd they get there?
They literally walked in.
Oh, they literally walked in. Alright, so ACCM raided by his own Karambits.
And again, look at the difference in idle TC time, guys. 6 minutes and counting quickly for ACCM. Liereyy, 1:39.
Yep, and that's ACCM with that extra TC too, so a couple of idle vills in the berries. But he's only gotten 1 relic. Yeah, Lierey's doing more damage with Karambits than ACCM is. And I honestly, I was thinking, okay, ACCM goes Siege Tower Karambit, and then deals with the monks? But he tried to raid, accomplished nothing with the raid, lost more Karambits. And now, again, he's 16 Karambits. Imagine if he just wasn't fighting and then had 30 Karambits right now.
That would certainly be a huge... oh my goodness, now we're downloading RAM.
Downloading RAM. Let's hope that the internet connection holds up. Don't want to have a lag during the RAM download.
Nope. Monk's going to be trying to go for some annoying conversions here.
Yeah, and Lierey's going to get stone back.
Yep. And he's going to click up to Imp. Oh my goodness. Lierey's ahead in villagers now. This is just so crazy. He's going to be ahead in resources too.
Yeah, the decision-making for ACCM this game has been a lot of decisions that none of them have worked.
Yeah. I mean, the Light Cav are fully upgraded right now. Karambits are still missing a lot of upgrades.
Yeah, the Light Cav should win this fight.
Yep.
Let's see. Maybe not. Maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not.
Okay, and what is the... Where's the... Or this is the Imp TC. This is the Imp TC. There's a chance. There's a chance ACCM breaks in and rams it. But Liereyy will react with more walls.
I think Lierey's fine. I'm like, sort of sure Liereyy is fine.
Oh, there's an opening. That is open. ACCM can go in if he wants to.
Where are the reinforcements coming in? Where are the light cab? You have 9 light cab. They are now charging across the map. They have no blacksmith upgrades, however. And now you have nothing to kill knights. And of course, now he's Burgundians, he's making cavaliers, it is that simple, yada yada yada. And now, this is going to be looking really, really tough, I think, for ACCM.
Ram pathing a bit questionable. And ACCM again losing everything.
This is terrible.
It honestly feels strange that the KD is as close as it is.
Yeah. Liereyy actually still ahead in res destroyed, though. I mean, a lot of vills have gone down.
And I mean... Oh no, castle on the right, 3 mangonels. This is the doubt castle or the... Oh no. All 10 vills there destroyed in 2 mangonel volleys. There's a cavalier out there to defend them. And things are completely falling apart for ACCM. Lierey's gonna go up 4-0 here as he is in the Imperial Age. He's up in vills, and there's the GG, as ACCM calls it. And Liereyy 4-0, looking 1 game away from bringing out the brooms and sweeping ACCM.
So the thing is, the default game of AoE is Liereyy winning by a fair margin. So ACCM needs to have the absolute perfect decision-making to try and beat that, because he simply can't compete with Liereyy mechanically. So as soon and if ACCM makes like 1 mistake, he'll just die.
And in that game, he very much did die.
And he very much made a major mistake. He made several consecutive mistakes.
He made several mistakes, not necessarily all like one after the other. But I mean, the key was that Liereyy had the light cav on the map, and that he, no matter what ACCM did, Liereyy both scouted it and was able to react to it. Well, like you end up in the situation where the castle's at home, so your karambits have to journey to wherever they go, and if you make a wrong mistake, then light cav pick off the karambits.
Yeah.
And that happened a couple of times, and then all of a sudden you don't have the overwhelming numbers you need to fight monks. Because that's pretty much the most numbers-dependent matchup when you're fighting monks. Either you have numbers to overwhelm them, kind of tank a couple conversions until they run out of their faith, or you don't, and then you kind of get to this continual setup of, oh, I don't have enough units against monks. Now I lose the fight again, and oh, I don't have enough units again. And that's kind of what happened with the karambits in the mid-game, where he could never engage the monks.
Yeah. And the light cav were extremely effective. And it's like the eco was never as good as it should have been for ACCM, with like, what, 8 kills in Feudal Age?
Yeah, well, as my YouTube chat says, time for the reverse sweep.
That
Time
would
for
make
the reverse
this immediately
sweep.
one of the best finals in the history of AoE 2, so I would take that.
I would make it probably the best finals ever if we get a reverse sweep.
Yeah. And a best of 9, absolutely.
And thank you, Rudy, for the Prime sub.
Highwaymen preying on helpless travelers. What has become of our homeland?
Cavs in 7, I don't what's more likely, the Cavs reverse sweep or ACCM reverse sweeps?
What is more likely? That is a good question. Oh my gosh, I mean, there's never been a reverse sweep in an NBA playoff set. So there have been reverse sweeps in ACCM. I mean, I think they might both have probability 0. I mean, I suppose that there is a possibility that, like, someone on the Knicks gets injured, like, Brunson and Carl Anthony Towns fall down on each other and break each other's legs, and then there's some possibility there, right? I don't think ACCM is going to rupture his Achilles in the next hour or so.
If anyone would be a victim of reverse sweep in the NBA, it would be the Knicks. You're a Knicks guy, right? Not a Nets guy?
No, I'm from Jersey. I'm a Nets fan.
Oh,
they're
really?
horrible.
Oh, that's right, because they used to be in Jersey. That's right.
Yep, and they were in Jersey with the name, even though they played in the same basic area as the Jets and the Giants.
So, like, they played in the New York suburbs?
Well, they played in the outskirts of NYC, Jersey area, in the swamp is the Meadowlands.
Yes.
And then they played in Newark for a bit. But that was
They
more
should
the
play
transition.
Trenton, man.
The
heartbeat of New Jersey.
Yeah, then they'd really have a rivalry with the 76ers.
Yep. All right, looks like it will be Cenotes, guys. That could be the last map of Warlords 5. This feels like an excellent opportunity for the Vietnamese versus Khmer, or Wei.
Japanese for fishing the oysters.
Wouldn't you rather just play them on Isthmus?
Yes, but I mean, you got to get there, Ornu.
Yeah, that's true.
You got to get to there.
Very, very true.
And it'll be Wei Hindustanis. All right, so the Hindustanis against the Wei. The Wei, they have like 4 unique Cav units: the Xianbei Raiders, the Huiguang Cav, the Tiger Cav, and their hero unit, all of which should be counted by Hindustani camels. Am I right about that?
I mean, in theory.
In theory. In theory,
I mean,
is this
Huiguang Cav have
ACCM's...
10 melee armor with full upgrades for the Wei, but Hindustani camels should still be too good.
Yeah, I mean, they do bonus damage. The melee armor doesn't matter.
I mean, 10 melee armor is a lot of melee armor.
Yeah, but am I in theory saying this is maybe the best civ advantage ACCM has? Probably not, because the Wei are just insane with their eco.
Yeah.
Is the hero unit good? See, the hero units are the type of thing that I think the developers realized they would be horribly unpopular, so made them kind of so weak that they're useless.
Yep.
And I mean, there's kind of a lot of stuff like that in AoE 2 right now. The Flemish Revolution, the vestigial appendages of ideas that don't really belong. Like the Champy.
Yeah. Well, the Champy are getting buffed. It's just it's taking them forever to do it.
Yeah, it's been a while. I don't know if they have like budget issues that they don't have development resources for patches, but it's been a long time since we've had a patch.
I don't like. It felt like for a while we were getting a patch every couple months. But I feel like the devs are splitting a lot of their time across the different AoE titles.
I mean, there's no more AoE 3 work, right? That's less time to be split.
But they also do
my game
AoE 4
crashed.
when they didn't do AoE 4 before. So it feels like splitting stuff between AOM, AoE 4, and AoE 2 is a lot.
Oh, my game crashed, Ordner.
Ah, unfortunate.
Did your game crash?
Mine is good to go still.
All right.
So I will power on, and hopefully you can rejoin us in just a moment. We'll have ACCM back against the wall. He will be the Cyan Hindustanis to the west, and to the east in the red as the Wei, it will be Liereyy. So if Liereyy is to win the tournament, it would be with the civilization that I think has the best win rate in all of the tournament.
Picked all the time and winning all the time, the Wei.
And picked on a huge variety of maps.
Yep. So we're into AoE 2 again. Warlords Grand Final is the name of the lobby. They named it properly. Oh my gosh, what is this?
Appropriate for the occasion. Hindustani, yep, it's going to be time for the camel to shine. Of course, you do have helms as the Wei, so it's not like you're completely dead in the water versus camels, but although the Hindustanis have a good eco, like it is a good economy. It's not way good.
It is a good economy, but it is not in the same class as the extra vil per eco bonus that the Wei have. Hindustanis have cheaper vils, sure, but that's been changed back and forth many times over the years to the point where it was made balanced as a bonus. The extra vils for the Wei have not been made balanced as a bonus.
Yeah. Their Hindustanis have gone through enough iterating that they feel like a good civ. I mean, I still think they could probably use a Shiitake be even a little bit more expensive, but other than that, Hindustanis, good, strong, balanced civ with obvious strengths and weaknesses.
Now, also, Liereyy, he's going for the front pond, not going for the back pond, going for the very top one. In terms of ponds on the map, I think this actually spawned fairly balanced. ACCM kind of has two to the bottom left. The one at the bottom of the map's a bit closer to Liereyy. They each have kind of a safe corner pond. Maybe the northernmost pond kind of a bit better for ACCM, but I think all in all, the ponds are kind of even.
Yeah, I think that, worries about the ponds not generating properly on this map need not be worried because this is the last time you need this map to work properly.
That's true. I don't have to worry about this map ever again until someone wants to use it again.
In which case, that's future you problem.
Yeah. Future problems. So loom for ACCM, 20 vils, so I guess that's a loom for going if you want to go fast feudal. But we saw ACCM versus Viper on this map where feudal absolutely did not work. And for the most part, this map I think has been fast castle.
Yeah, it's easy enough to wall, and you're incentivized enough to go for the fishing eco that it just feels like it makes the most sense to go for an FC in most situations. That said, what I really hope ACCM doesn't do is go for the castle drop Gulam play. I feel like Hindustanis are going to match up so well as the game progresses that I'd just much rather see him play a more economic style.
Yeah, well, I guess Castle Drop Gulam isn't what you're doing if you're going fast feudal. Yeah, Dux, you're welcome to use the map. You are more than welcome to use it. Because after this, it won't be my problem. You can fix it. You can fix it, you can use it, whatever you want, because it's a base DE map.
I mean, isn't your version very similar to the base DE version now?
I mean, I took the base DE version, and I changed it slightly. Oh, we have a Vil. Vil in the middle, no loom for Liereyy. Is he going to wall in the scout and run away? ACCM's going to get a Vil kill here. There are shallows, and he will finish the Vil. Nicely done. And how much HP do you need to win Feudal versus Dark Age? Because if ACCM has a good hit when he gets uphill in Feudal, maybe he could still win the scout fight. The timing advantage will be huge for him. I don't like those couple of hits he just took in the Dark Age.
It's 6 more hits versus, I think... Okay, yeah, it's 5 more hits. Yeah, I think that this is still good for...
Yeah, I think Liereyy needed to just run in a... Or ACCM needed to just run away and not take those exchanges in the Dark Age. And yeah, he can get away now because it is a faster scout, but he has much less of an advantage than he should have.
A little unfortunate there, but excellent micro from Liereyy, as we would expect. And we'll have a stable and quick archery range behind this. So Viper tried something like this. It was woefully ineffective.
Yep.
And now ACCM is going to try it.
And ACCM will see that Liereyy is completely walled. I guess the only downside for Liereyy is he went for 2 forward pawns. But in another way of thinking, Liereyy will have taken the resources from those pawns by the time he's attacked, and then could just go for the back pond. Oh, the oysters. This is kind of a weird thing. They spawned on the hill. Bills can take them.
I noticed that earlier. Little goofy looking, but it's fine.
Yeah, thanks, DE. Yeah, bugged map, time to restart. Oh, ACCM, second scout kills Lierey's scout. So Liereyy sees what ACCM's doing now. ACCM can come forward.
And it's actually going to be Liereyy going on over to stone, so he wants those tiger cav. And of course, you do have that extra bonus damage for your scout cavalry. Not quite as good as men-at-arms, but almost as good.
Yeah, Hindustani cav break through palisades faster than you're used to. Liereyy will wall that. Vils
But
can
this
mine
is
that
the-
and drop off at docks, and I think fishing ships can reach that because this is beach terrain and not
Yeah.
rock terrain.
Yeah, I don't think that's an issue. Yeah, able to start using that Hindustani advantage. Liereyy, though, look at this. What is Liereyy doing, actually? He's
Doing
not
fishing lines.
close to Castle Age.
I mean, it's weird not to be up because he does have 6 fishing ships in his eco and quite a few farms, but at the very least, those pineapple bush berry reskins at the front of Liereyy's base will have to be abandoned due to the archers. There's fletching. And maybe Hindustani simply are a better civ than Vietnamese are for applying this pressure with that scouts bonus.
Yeah, and that could be the case. Also, ACCM's build was very clean. I think Viper's build wasn't really the best either.
Yep. And also going for scouts synergizes a bit better with the fish you have than going for archers, perhaps.
Yeah. Well, referencing the game of Viper versus ACCM, what was it, just yesterday?
Long ago.
Or 2 days ago. Yeah. Fast
Okay.
I mean, like, if Liereyy was going for a proper fast castles, he would have clicked up by now.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit of an uncomfortable spot for him. He's built a barracks, even though he really didn't want to. And he doesn't have either of the buildings he needs to click up anyway.
Yeah, and part of that is Liereyy going for a stone, which slowed down the eco instead of maybe adding a couple more farms for food or going heavier on gold to buy his way up. Now he's going for a tower, so ACCM certainly applying pressure. Scouts could probably break through that house again.
ACCM also was able to pick up horse collar, so his own farming eco is going to start to look quite nice. He is still only on the 1 dock, though, so it is going to be, well, I mean, I guess he's got the forward dock
no.
as well, but...
He's got 2 docks on, though. He's got a forward dock.
Yeah, but they're not making fishing chips from that one. That's the point.
Welcome,
and then
Rodrigo.
Holly,
The tournament awaits,
subscribing to
only
T West with the
arrival to
Prime.
begin.
Thank you so much, Holly. The
Yep, thank
T
you for the
West
Prime.
Pro Mega Giga Elite.
Alright, now he's quick walls from Liereyy. But low HP, scouts can break, And he walls behind. But tower exposed. Double towers from Liereyy, so putting that stone to good use that he's on. Triple towers from Liereyy.
Honestly, I don't love this play from him. I mean, it just feels like he is necessarily making things so much harder on himself than he really needs to. That's going to be another dead villager over there, unless there's some really, really weird pathfinding stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, look at how ineffective the archer is going to be now with 3 towers.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 3 towers would be the Lord of the Rings media only Amazon could make. Oh, another
And they
dock
still
from
don't have the rights
ACCM.
to the Silmarillion.
Forward dock. So ACCM docking all of Liereyy's pawns. He's amassing hulks and fires in 1 dock. So he should win that water, I think. Let's see how he goes. He'll destroy the fish at least.
At least 1. And the
Okay,
rest
he-
collected are even.
He will lose that.
Guys, Liereyy still has neither of the buildings he needs to click up. Okay, sorry, just finished the blacksmith.
Yeah, there's the range. And
ACCM's
he
up
will be
faster
up.
than the guy going past castle.
Alright, so first time we've seen it where Liereyy had a horribly worse build than you'd expect of him.
Yeah.
Hasn't always been perfect. There were a couple times where we saw him queuing a Vil after Loom, but this is the first time the build straight up did not work out.
Yeah. I'm sure Liereyy had something else in mind. I mean, I'm sure that it's just something that worked in practice that did not work in actual gameplay. Yes, he is going to clean up all those units there, but the important thing for ACCM is that he is on his way up to the Castle Age. And my question to you, Mr. T West, what do you want to see ACCM do now?
I kind of just want to see him kind of boom and go camels, I think.
Yeah? I totally agree. ACCM's a little bit ahead in resources. Liereyy is not really set up to do a whole lot. 1 archery range Qianbei Raider is not that scary. And it looks like maybe he wants to go for the Tiger Cav, but Tiger Cav should be awful against Hindustani camels.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you're thinking, right? Qianbei Raiders, Tiger Cav, Huiguang Cav. The 3 unique or regional or replacement units that the Wei have. They're strong units. All should, in some ways, have a weakness to the Hindustani camels. Maybe the Shinbei Raiders are the best, as if you micro them perfectly and avoid fights, then you can avoid the bonus attack of the camels, and camels are still kind of weak to pierce attacks. But of all the civs to counter Wei, Hindustanis have to be up there.
For sure, and at the very least, we will be starting with some relevant cavalry upgrades, getting bloodlines now, and making a camel. 1 TC being added in, so it looks like ACCM is going for the approach that I think we both wanted here, which is that more boomy, camel-y playstyle.
Yep, and Liereyy, of course, does have 1 skirmisher to harass the TC, but it's only a skirm with fletching, so shouldn't harass too much. I think ACCM does need to wall the rest of his map at the north to make sure that Shinbei Raiders don't just run in, and he is working on the walls.
And he's also going to be TCing the stone there, which I also like. And because ACCM saw his opponent go so heavily onto stone, he has to imagine that Lierey's going to be going for a castle and some Tiger Cav. But Lierey's on 1 TC. He isn't adding in any extras just quite yet, and he might even try a fast dim.
I mean, it worked for him on Mirkwood.
It perhaps shouldn't have worked for him on Mirkwood, but it did. And as always, Hulk's dying to ranged units.
Even skirms. Skirms to tank the fishing ship arrows from the dock and destroy the Hulk. Oh my gosh, docks are so silly.
That's AoE in 2026 T West. Skirmishers tanking dock fire to snipe the enemy warships.
That Hulk is stuck, isn't it? It is becalmed upon that tile of beach behind the dock.
I don't think you can be becalmed on land.
Isn't that the only place where you're becalmed on land? You need water that you can't sail on.
You're becalmed on the open ocean if there isn't any wind powering your sails.
Oh, I mean, doesn't matter how much wind there is on land, you're not going to sail anywhere.
In which case, the calm or lack thereof is not something that matters. Oh boy, camels here, they don't have any blacksmith upgrades. Tiger Cav just have the +1 defense, and you have the Shenbeis there as well. But Tiger Cav, not super easy to afford on 1 TC like this. Second stable that is a 2 here for ACCM.
That is a big army, though, for Liereyy.
Mm-hmm.
And we kind of saw this in... I mean, we kind of saw this in game 1, right? Where it was Liereyy just getting the Knight and Cav Archer play to force fights, and ACCM's Monk Micro wasn't there. Maybe you were thinking of the same type of composition here. If ACCM makes a bad decision, leaves the skirms behind, doesn't have enough camels, and focuses too much on the boom without camels, then he might take a bad fight.
Yeah, Liereyy still has 8 fishing ships, so he's doing just fine as far as that goes. He's also now to the south, and that's been critical in keeping Liereyy competitive economically. Yeah, ACCM's a little bit ahead, but not that much. It's still just the 1 range for the skirmishers, now 2 stables for the camels. Still need to see more upgrades, though, but even with the discount for Hindustanis, you can't get everything all at once.
So some healing, I like the healing, more monks for ACCM. He's gonna need to have good monk micro against the Tiger Cav no matter what.
Yeah, certainly no question about that. Liereyy, though, is picking up relic number 1, and that's one of the ways that Liereyy has been able to get an economic advantage throughout this entire series. 3rd TC coming in for Liereyy, too, so Liereyy saying, you know what? It doesn't matter. My macro is simply too good, even if you're in a better setup. Already, only a quarter the idle TC time of ACCM.
Yep, and with the Wei, your eco upgrades keep you competitive in the Vil count, and there are still a good number of eco upgrades remaining for Liereyy.
Camels just with the +1 defense, and I mean, those Tiger Cav are scary units, man. Wheelbarrow coming in too. I don't know. It's like it was such a good start early on for ACCM, but Lierey's just clawing his way back into it with sheer mechanics.
And well, that's the way eco being, if not the best eco upgrade in the game right now, at the top tier of eco upgrades. And right now it's pure camel, but only one stable or two stable camels, or a third just being added. And military count 31 to 26. Liereyy has stone, and he wants to drop a castle on that hill outside of ACCM's base.
Yeah, the university was added a little while ago, but no ballistics just yet. And I don't know, T-West. I think this could be looking pretty tricky for ACCM. Liereyy's army is just so much better. Skirmishers are sniping the monks.
But there go the camels. Could ACCM just sell wood, buy stone, and do a counter castle? But Liereyy's going to take this fight, and he might take the set if he wins this fight, as even if he loses the fight, the castle still goes up. And there were not enough camels there for ACCM. He was adding a fourth TC at the moment. He maybe needed more camels. He still has some army. He's going to pull his vills to fight, and he has to stop this castle. This has to be a doubt castle from Liereyy. But he still has 9 vills, and he still has a bigger army with the Shinbei Raiders.
Yeah. +2 defense is now in. The castle's crossed that 2/3 threshold, and now Liereyy's reinforcements are coming in, but maybe the villager numbers are getting low enough. I don't actually think this is the case, but I'm pretending otherwise to maintain dramatic tension.
Well, it's down to 6 vills. Some of them are low on HP. Lierey's gonna wall one of the vills in, so now ACCM has no way to stop that vill unless he gets another monk, and the castle will go up. And I think this is it.
Yep. I just don't think that ACCM can quite keep up with Liereyy's mechanics. I think that, you know, if this was Sebastian or Sito or another one of those guys who are really, really good mechanically but not quite Liereyy level, ACCM wins at least 3 of these games so far.
Yeah. But that's not the case. This is the case that even if ACCM gets a lead, or even if Liereyy makes mistakes, he's been able to come back, and it feels like he's had not just the perfect mechanics, but the perfect decision making. That whenever he makes a decision, it ends up being the right one because of how well he executes.
Exactly. So it's like there's so much more leeway when, even if something looks slightly suboptimal, if you just play it perfectly, then, you know, it becomes optimal all at once.
And now Tiger Cav chasing the camels.
You're now grabbing Thumb Ring. I mean, again, the res collected are even when it feels like there should be no business of having even resources. But yeah, +2 defense.
That's the way.
Getting more. Yeah.
And it feels like ACCM was making the counter unit, but it was the read on the game sense that Liereyy recognized he had a moment where he could go forward, and ACCM didn't respond with more military, he responded with a TC. And that let Liereyy get this insane map position.
And taken a completely dominating fight. Now, the game isn't actually over yet. The populations are still very comparable. It's 3-3 relics. The last one is in the far south of the map. But the composition's also more diverse here for Liereyy. And he's going to be getting a faster Imperial Age time. T-West, how is this even possible?
And now the main weakness that the Shinbei Raiders would have, that they take the bonus damage from the camels, is basically negated by the castles, because they can just camp underneath the castle where the camels don't want to fight.
Also, Shinbei Raiders hard counter skirmishers when Liereyy micros them.
Well, so do unupgraded Feudal Age archers, probably.
Yeah. Pretty crazy. Liereyy, I think, making the wrong production building there. Not really the end of the world. And of course, the Hindustani player here going to try and go for a counterattack. The issue with this is that camels are not inherently a very good attacking unit. And that's why Hindustanis want to be defensive in general, but you just can't take a fight at home right now.
Yeah, and I mean, even if you counterattack, there's a castle and a pretty much perfectly defended eco because the towers that were made in feudal are still there.
Yep. And now Lierey's still keeping most of his army alive, which is exactly what he needs. I mean, ACCM is up to Imp, too. It's like 40-ish seconds slower. But Lierey's still getting further ahead in economy, which, again, is pretty mind-boggling to me.
And I mean, it felt like Liereyy made some mistakes this game, and that ACCM also did a decent job of punishing him for them. But the nature of the map, when it's the semi-open map just so far apart, means Liereyy had room to recover. And it felt like if they had both played the same strategy, Liereyy going all in army to counter ACCM, or ACCM going all in camels to counter Lierey's army from the start, then Liereyy doesn't get that castle up. But that was just one little poor decision for ACCM, and Liereyy had the timing advantage to take advantage of it.
I mean, it wasn't even I think, inherently bad decision to go for the economy. I mean, we both liked it at the time. I think it was, the case of it was just a little too much in economy, and Liereyy saw that opening and then immediately pounced there with his significantly better army at the time. Right,
but it was a fourth TC for ACCM versus Liereyy, who's still on 3. And it was the decision to go for the TC rather than continuing on an extra stable earlier that I think cost him. I mean, he did have 2 stables early, but it might have needed to be a 3rd stable early, or more monks, or something just so that he didn't lose that hill. Liereyy saw that hill right from the start, and now Elite Tiger Cav will be researched atop that hill.
But here's the thing, is that in going for the 4th TC, there should be an economic advantage for ACCM, because he's had more villagers longer. And it's literally the opposite, and Lierey's ahead in eco as well. So that's like the, having your cake and eating it too moment for Liereyy and his macro. That said, the upgrades weren't there in until right now, but now they're in and everything's gonna die.
There's Elite Tiger Cav, Heavy Camel for ACCM. But kind of the downside of the Camel line is that if you want Imp Camel, you have to wait for Heavy Camel and then wait for Imp Camel. And they are very slow upgrades. Elite Tiger Cav just comes in, and Shinbei Raiders don't even need an upgrade.
Nope. They are already good to go. Yes, Liereyy does not have Bloodlines or Husbandry, but that hasn't mattered thus far. That said, Heavy Camels are a harder counter to regular cavalry units in Imperial Age than they are in Castle Age. And if there's one thing the Wei are really bad at, it is pushing buildings. So this doesn't feel hopeless for ACCM, even though we just saw him lose 4 games in a row. Like, in theory, this should still be winnable.
This feels like if this were Hera, and Hera had prepared in ACCM's position, he'd find a way to win this against Liereyy somehow.
Yes. But then there would be a third of the idle TC time, and then Hera would be, instead of being behind by 3,000 resources, probably ahead by 6,000 resources.
Well, now we have some Tiger Cav raiding, but they're immediately chased by camels. ACCM also has to worry about gold control now, because the gold does run out on this map pretty quickly. It's because you have extra oysters, so we don't have much extra gold. Lierey's taking one of those extra golds.
That's a really good fight for our Hindustani's players. Again, in theory, this is literally the best time for the Imp Camels to shine.
Right. And do you think... I mean, ACCM has a huge pop lead still. And now he's there, maybe.
Decent chance. You're going to try and switch into maybe some halves, but you already have decent skirmisher numbers and upgrades, and of course Hindustanis don't care if they, like, oh no, we have to add in hand cannoneers as Hindustanis? What a tragedy.
Yeah, I mean, ACCM, he's down in resources, but not down so far to the point where he's lost all of his vills. They're still working. And he did manage to get a defensive castle at home, so that'll protect the farms and give him a spot to trip down that forward castle.
Alright, and there we...
This might finally be a unit composition where ACCM can win late games. The scores are getting closer.
They are, and this is where ACCM is going to shine, right? It is all about the late game decision-making, sort of how do you prioritize the techs you want to research, where do you expand on the map, where do you place your castles, all of that late game back and forth that ACCM is so good at, and is what has enabled him to get to this spot in the first place here in the grand finals. Castle goes down. Albs are on the way, but missing that last armor upgrade for the Wei is quite unfortunate.
Or the ACCM is losing like 10 vills to a TC from Liereyy as he tried to take a gold.
Oh my god.
He was
That's actually 18.
He lost 18 vills? Oh, ACCM, not like that. He's going to dock to take the oysters.
on 340 HP. Oh my god.
And he needs to repair, but he's repairing. Treb was sniped by the traction trebs, and that's what makes traction trebs so good. They counter trebs. They're like bombard cannon that counter trebs.
Yep.
But Liereyy did lose the castle at his home base, and that would open him up to a lot of raiding. And what do you raid with now? There's Grand Trunk Road for the gold income for ACCM as he loses his monastery.
Why is ACCM with his trebs all by their poor little lonesome? Okay, just bringing them back to a better position. Gonna actually try and harass the villagers with the camels. Missing handcart's actually a huge issue from ACCM at this stage.
Especially since he has so many farms.
Yeah, and he's making 2 food units, so every reason to really want to have that upgrade. That said, once this castle goes down, and I think it should go down. Yes, Liereyy still with no bloodlines or husbandry. These tiger calves, which are performing very well, should be literally even better.
Alright, but now Halbs come against Shiitake hand cannoneers. ACCM could lose the trebs even if he packs and tries to run. The Halbs are really threatening him.
Yep.
And that forward castle stays up.
It sure does. And that means tiger calf production can continue. Liereyy mining plenty of stone, so he is actually with another castle here at the back. There's Shiitake on the way. Handcart's also in finally, but now it feels like Lierey's getting right back to what he needs, and the gold is really starting to become an issue here for ACCM.
Yeah, so what happens on this map if we start going to a trash war? What civ do we favor then? I mean, ACCM actually could fish for oysters, but there isn't too much gold even on the oysters. He needs to go to that bottom left dock. Herbal medicine?
Oh boy, 1 trebuchet does not feel sufficient here. We're going to have ACCM try and secure that 1,800 gold that's left to the north. And yet it feels like Liereyy has been able to get all the time he needs. And once again, we're looking at what should be basically even economy probably at this stage to Liereyy getting ahead by almost 6,000 resources and counting.
Yeah. And now if you're ACCM, you got some tough decisions to make about how you spend your gold because you're running out. And what is the plan? Do you go for maybe the long-term trash war and try to go Hussar Blast Furnace? Do you go Imp Camel and just try to win a fight against the Halbs? Do you spend it all on hand cannoneers? But then maybe die to Tiger Cav?
Liereyy with another castle. I mean, Liereyy more of every single resource at the moment.
Yeah,
Blast Furnace is going to be a big one, though, for the camels. I mean, this castle's in such a great position here for Liereyy. Mingguang armor is also as well, of course.
Yeah, there's Mingguang armor. And the way they do have Hussars, which in a trash war probably are good Hussar versus Hussar against the Hindustanis.
Oh, they beat every other Hussar in a straight-up fight.
Here come more camels. Can ACCM defend the trebs? He's going to try to wall in front of them. He has a castle in the fight. If he's uphill in the fight, then he's leaving the trebs exposed.
Yeah, and now I think the Tiger Cav can simply roll around to the right to get to the trebuchets. The camels are all stuck.
The camels are kind of fighting Halbs?
Fight.
This is an okay fight for ACCM. He has numbers there. The camels are getting around. Liereyy will have reinforcements, but reinforcements will just pile over the corpses on that hill as ACCM takes the score lead, has to defend his treb somehow still, and has to deal with all of Lierey's reinforcements, but that was finally a good fight for him, and he will take down one and almost a second TC. And Liereyy right back up to getting army population.
Yeah, that felt like Liereyy should have just gone to the right with his Tiger Cav, let the Halbs engage at the front, and then snipe the trebuchets, and then just pop back with his Tiger Cav.
So now we have Imp Campbell for ACCM.
And now Light Cav raids coming in as well. 6 relics for Liereyy, though, guys. He has done a very good job with that all series long, and that's going to continue, at least in the immediate future.
He took the forward relics from ACCM, but they are in a somewhat forward monastery. So maybe there's a chance ACCM gets them back, but the 6 relics, 7 relics now. That is a ton of gold. That's like having an extra 15 to 20 vils.
Yeah, it's actually insane there for Liereyy, and now the Tiger Cav, they powered themselves up so much. They're such a snowballing unit. Gonna try and hop through the castle, but now the castle is under heavy threat from the traction trebuchets. The trebuchet for ACCM is gonna go down. Imp Camel just about in. But he's only got 13 left, T-West.
The fight came before Imp Camel. ACCM still struggling a bit on gold. And this feels like maybe Liereyy just starting to power his way through the fight with the Halbs.
There are no villagers nearby to try and repair the castle. Okay, some are coming in from the side, but are they going to be here in time as Lierey's continuing to fling more units to the front line? It's hand cannon plus Imp Camel. We have ACCM trying to reinforce from all directions at once, and of course traction trebs are absolutely garbage at actually sniping buildings. So this might be giving ACCM the time he needs.
I think he's done it, but I think ACCM, he has a lot of gold on the oysters on that bottom left pond, and I think he needs to go fishing ships there, and he has the gold at the top. So he has around 2,000 gold still, so his army composition of Imp Camel and Halb still can work. But Liereyy just needs to hold a bit longer and let the relics kick in now. With 7 relics, it is hard to lose a game when you have 7 relics. And ACCM is kind of on a timer to push while Liereyy still is only at 150 pop. And maybe right now could struggle to reinforce.
Yep. Tiger, by the way, still no bloodlines. Like, Liereyy could easily win this game for getting bloodlines and husbandry the entire time against
That's true.
his opponent.
Oh, no bloodlines and husbandry. ACCM at least has both of them. The last upgrade I think ACCM probably would want would be then Hussar for raids.
Yeah, for sure.
Which is a lot of gold that would eat into the gold units that he has, and Hussar also are against the fact that Liereyy already has Halbs out.
I don't know, TOS. I feel like ACCM really is struggling to take fights that are efficient enough.
Yeah, I think so too. And all the fights he takes are against the trash unit.
If the positions were reversed, I feel like Liereyy would have just completely crushed all the fights at this point with his army composition.
Yeah, I mean, we're saying that when he does have a 450 to 338 KD, it's like he's winning the fight still, but he's not like overwhelmingly winning them and then following up, which is weird when Liereyy only has 130 pop. I mean, Lierey's at 105 vills. There are some raids. ACCM is pulling ahead in score and rating. It just feels so weird that he can't completely clear Lierey's army off of the field. Lierey's still managing to reinforce.
He is. The Tiger Cav are still coming in. They are expensive. They're 80 gold a pop, so a little bit more expensive than a knight.
Yep.
More hand cannons with Chautauqua are on the way. You are missing ring archer armor, which is definitely something you want to have.
Yeah, that's true. ACCM is lacking siege now. The trebs he had earlier were picked off. And, I mean, he could go bombard cannon with siege engineers. 1 or 2 of them could even help out against the traction trebs.
Unfortunately for ACCM, he is actually losing a fair few hand cannons to the traction trebs of his opponent.
Yeah, that's the thing about the trebs. They're useful against units so much that it changes the fight, where your hand cannons aren't safe in the back. They're slowly being destroyed by the traction trebs.
I actually just realized there's a gold to the far south of the map that actually is being controlled by ACCM if he can send the vills over, which I think he might be trying to do.
Scout it. Liereyy didn't scout that gold. ACCM did. ACCM has a gold. Oh, that could change a lot. That could also just mean the game lasts longer until the relic gold wins it for Liereyy. But
it's also quite possible.
ACCM, so I think ACCM now definitely needs to go for the Hussar upgrade as the gold's running out. You don't want to be raiding only with light cap.
And that's exactly what he's doing. All right, traction treb is sniped by the hand cannoneers. Ring archer armor, also something you need to prioritize for sure.
Yeah, well, Liereyy had been mining the oysters on that hill with the vills at the dock, and that'll get raided. Lierey's searching for gold, remembering he had the oysters.
ACCM trying to gather actually a little bit of extra stone right there as Hussar is in. What is the wood control situation going to be for Liereyy? I feel like he's going to run low relatively soon, at least.
That's a good point, because ACCM has stables in the south, so Liereyy had a couple lumber camps down there. He won't be able to take it.
Oh, and he's out going to be fishing the oysters in the western pond.
Yeah, so I think this is looking better for ACCM now. He's doing fishing lines. ACCM, he remembered that he had oysters in the pond to the west. Yes, you're right, and he can make fishing ships there.
Oh, and those shiitake hand cannons are so insane.
Yes, they are.
Oh, he does snipe the last traction treb. All right, that's another win there for ACCM.
It's a unit with enough pierce attack to overcome high pierce armor units for the most part.
Yeah. Man, it's amazing how Shiitake went from just like a mediocre impact to literally one of the best in the game.
It's amazing.
He just increased its value by 1.
Where are the normal trebs? No normal trebs yet.
Nope.
ACCM being extra careful with his camels too to heal them with herbal medicine.
Yeah, I mean, you love to see that. And he is taking the Southern Gold as well. So now there's more time for ACCM to try and win this game before the relics do for Liereyy. And he's also trying to pressure the Monastery. Liereyy doing a good job of defending that, of course. There is a Trebuchet on the way. But now we have Skirmishers coming in. And that means that the Tiger Cav are going to represent a smaller percentage of Lierey's army.
Yes, but also skirms threaten hand cannoneers. The good thing about the Shiitake hand cannoneers is that they outrange the skirms, and they also do enough damage that they kill the skirms too.
Yeah, it is a big difference. By the way, the bonus damage you get for Hindustanis for your scouts is actually the standard building bonus damage, so it is not blocked by masonry. I didn't know if you knew that, but that's a nice one.
Because there are 2 building armors, one that includes all buildings including the Wonder, and one that doesn't include the Wonder.
Yeah.
And it makes it very confusing.
It does.
Also, not having, that's a good point, not having the last armor for the Tiger Cav makes the hand cannoneers even stronger.
Oh boy, ACCM has a bit of a score lead. And now he's actually going to start sieging the castle to the north, kind of like what Liereyy himself did on that Mirkwood game, just seeing where his opponent's army is not located. It's not like Liereyy has a ton of stone himself with which to repair. He still has the 7 relics, though. Also keep in mind, there are no guilds for the way, whereas Grand Trunk Road gives you better guilds now.
Yeah, better guilds.
Not Saracen good, but the next best thing.
Yep. Also, apologies, chat. I'm out of snoozes for the ads, so Twitch will play an ad.
Yeah. Boy.
So, Hussars can probably just run to the east and raid. I don't know if they're doing too much in this fight with all the halbs. And that's the question of how to use your army, right? Do you fight the skirms and try to dance with them, or do you raid? And ACCM may be thinking, I want to raid as I see that castle about to go down.
Yeah, and I think you also want the Hussars kind of on standby in case the Vils try to rush to repair the castle. Oh, but Liereyy here to the north trying to gather wood. I think ACCM really smartly playing that wood denial game at this stage. He's still here to the south, which I love.
Yeah, now ACCM, he realizes Liereyy doesn't really have wood. Right, all those imp camels just need to raid that wood line in the south, and then Lierey's out of wood.
It's a little triggering. And yes, ACCM,
that castle
ACCM
go down.
Is taking the southern gold. That castle falls. Liereyy is down to 2. I mean, so is ACCM, but still. Castle full of hand cannons.
Oh no, that castle will shoot so many arrows.
Yeah, I know. 17 arrows. Or actually 18 arrows, because it's always this number, +1.
Can ACCM win this? I think he will, as long as he realizes he can raid this wood line at the south. Maybe that halb from Liereyy will actually attract the camels. And actually it would be huge if Liereyy would scout that ACCM's on that gold, but he's 1 tile away from seeing it. So he doesn't know to raid there. ACCM even going to do a tower.
How many towers does ACCM have? 1?
He's built guard tower to defend the gold horn though. Guard tower to defend the gold.
Go.
I wouldn't even mind ACCM just doing a couple of house walls in that gold to keep it safe.
Yeah, actually, or stone walls, that works too.
And now ACCM, ACCM I think also needs to realize where the monasteries are for Liereyy. Because with the map control he has, he could probably swing by and destroy that one monastery kind of to the southwest.
Especially with your Hussars.
Yeah, right, because the Hindustani, the Cav still is mobile enough that it can use the +2 attack versus buildings.
Mm-hmm.
Extra nice for the Hindustani Cav in these raids.
I mean, Ghulams as well, which, to be fair, Ghulams are amazing versus anything that is not the Tiger Cavalry, so...
Yeah, that's true. Against the halbs especially. And you know what? As much as ACCM's killing Vils, Liereyy is now 92 Vils, but 92 military. And these Hussars could even try to destroy the watchtowers now, since they're just normal watchtowers.
Yeah, I mean, it's really not that big of a deal. Hussar's still finding some value at the back, and Lierey's going to be really, really struggling for wood control. Ooh, I love that guard tower with the Vils here. Unfortunately, no arrow slits to ask for the Hindustanis.
More importantly, though,
love it.
The Treb. Wow, I didn't realize the monastery was that close. He should have Trebbed that a long time ago. But
He was actually trying, but Liereyy, like, this is literally the center of Lierey's reinforcement points, which, you know, he wasn't quite able
yeah,
to
it
do
was
it.
rough. But the
Oh
Treb's
my
done
god,
his
he's getting
job.
bloodlines. Liereyy
He's
is going to be so
realized.
triggered with himself.
I know, that's a slam fletching moment, right? Where he's
Yeah.
taking all these fights with Tiger Cav for the past probably 40 minutes of game time and hasn't had bloodlines. And he's got to be thinking,
Yeah.
if I had bloodlines, maybe I would have won those fights. He's
I actually
raiding
think he would have
now.
won those fights.
I mean, yeah, this might have been bloodlines preventing the 5-game sweep.
Yeah.
But that's the type of thing I feel like we see from Liereyy occasionally when you get to late game and he doesn't realize he's missing some crucial tech.
Yeah, that does happen occasionally. Yeah,
Or
Hindustani builds are easily replaceable.
Yeah. Or something like he's so good at not using the market, he doesn't realize he needs to build a market to go up, and he doesn't have the sell, and he's a minute later to imp sometimes.
Yep. I mean, honestly, incredible game here. Super well fought on both sides.
Yep.
Another TC coming in here from ACCM. Gonna clean up those units. And although Liereyy still has 3 relics to 0, ACCM, again, has better guilds, and he keeps his gold units alive much more easily. He's got 19 Shiitake hand cannoneers, and then the rest is just all going to go into trash units, whereas Liereyy actually just has no gold units to play with.
Yep, but now it's just hand cannoneer Hussar against Skirm Halb. And ACCM has stonewalled the Vils in the south to keep them safe with the guard tower. That's the way to
Oh, the
do
Fire
it.
Galley going after the traction trip. Go get it!
Won't burn it fast enough.
Oh. I mean, ACCM did lose a ton of Vils right there. I mean, he's lost 90, killed 243. Liereyy is on 60 villagers, and back up to 5 relics.
Yep. But this is where the Vils are cheaper for ACCM. He can add them back.
Yeah.
That's where the Hindustani bonus still continues being an eco bonus. Liereyy could do crop rotation if he wants one more Vil, but that's not going to matter too much.
Oh, and look at this, T-West. Hussar's going after the town center.
Let's go. Let's do it. After the dock,
Liereyy
Hussar's
tapped
destroying
out.
buildings, and ACCM gets a win. He's not swept.
Oh.
Oh, that
Honestly,
was
fantastic game of AoE 2.
That was rough. And it felt like Liereyy almost had it at so many points and still might have had it if he had had bloodlines. GG, well bloodlined indeed. And you look at that, you get 932 to 675 KD. Probably a bit better if the Tiger Cav have 20 extra hit points. But at the end of the day, the unit composition was kind of what the Hindustanis wanted, but not quite with the eco to back it up in early imp. And over time, even with 7 relics, it still was the better units, even amplified by the lack of bloodlines. Look at that 5,000 more relic gold for Liereyy.
Yeah, that was
Oof.
crazy.
That was crazy. And reverse sweep time, gotta start with a single game.
That's what I always say.
Alright,
That was a lot of
ACCM.
fun, though. Like, that was just a good, epic back-and-forth game of AoE 2.
Yep, and he's out of home maps, where that was a win with the Hindustanis and a loss with the Way. Well, Liereyy has used his top 3 civs. Are we ready? 6 more hours for the 5-4? Let's go. Alright, I'm going to take a very quick break, Ornlu, and then we'll get the next game, which will be Lierey's pick.
It will indeed. The first time Liereyy will have the map to pick himself, so we'll have to see what he chooses to go for. It is going to be Crownwood or Isthmus, and remember guys, Game 8 will be on Cliffbound, and Game 9 will be on Crossroads. Cliffbound being the least picked map in the tournament, which is a shame because I think it's a great map, and then Crossroads being the most picked map of the tournament, which is a shame because it's a hybrid map. Amazing how that works out. Oh, let's give ACCM his hard-earned point. Parade in a party wall, isn't that lovely? All right, it will be Crownwood next, so Liereyy immediately going to be going to the most standard Arabia-esque map. But as we saw, I mean, Cenotes is pretty darn similar to that. Here it is, Mojo. Yeah, but that means ACCM will have won an S-tier tournament, which is awesome. Oh, the Piper 9, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome to the Wolf Pack and enjoy the beauty, glory, and majesty of Orn the Wolf and friends. No, like I said, if Liereyy does get reverse swept, I think this would be the single best finals in the history of AoE 2. The only one that, like, in my mind, finals haven't been topped since Hidden Cup 2, where Viper reverse swept the max. This, I think, would be even more exciting.
Was that a reverse sweep? I thought it was like a 3-1 situation.
Maybe. It was close to a reverse sweep.
We have had reverse sweeps in finals, but they have been maybe best of fives. I remember Viper I think you reverse swept Liereyy at the Escape Euro Cup, and also did reverse sweep Yo at the Maldives LAN in 2015. Yep. So we have had reverse sweeps, but those were just 3 games in a row.
All right, guys, it is time for Crownwood.
Oh, no, it's not, Ornlu, it's not time. I failed to download match content.
Well, I'm in the game. Liereyy will be the red Khmer here to the northeast of the map, and every reverse sweep starts with a single win. It will be ACCM in the Cyan as the Ketons to the southwest. Of course, Lierey's still the overwhelming favorite in every single game. But, I mean, I would say that this could easily be a 2-3 moment, at least, if ACCM closes out the Bosmo game
Is your
or
game
the
working?
Mirkwood game.
Oh my gosh, my game's not working.
Oh, no.
Let me restart.
Well, Liereyy not going to the lumber camp with more than 2 villagers. Of course, always very far away from the TC on this map. And Keton's going to be one of the better civs out there for any sort of open map as our Khmer.
Trading Burger King points for a sub.
If only.
We need a Burger King sponsorship for the next Warlords. Or for Masters of Seasons.
That's only fair.
Alright, so third attempt to join the game, Ornlu. Wish me luck.
Oh boy. Well, ACCM as Ketons. What do you think of the matchup, T-West? Ketons and Khmer.
Didn't Liereyy have a comment on this matchup when he played against Lewis earlier?
I thought that was Magyars versus Khmer.
Might have been. Let me catch up to real time. It's where the tricky thing always comes from the Khmer. Do you skip the barracks or not? And if you're not skipping the barracks, then you don't have a great eco bonus because you're kind of delaying farms for a bit. Or you're going straight for farms, but we have the mill already, so it's not going to be the Tato skip the mill build.
Yeah, I don't even like that build, to be honest.
You don't like
still
it?
Take the free food. Especially with uptimes being so much faster than they were back when Tato did that a bit more often.
Tato didn't reverse sweep in Red Bull, but he did have a pretty good comeback, I think. Was that a reverse sweep?
4-2.
I know Viper came back from down quite a bit to beat Liereyy before. I mean, the best finals might just be Red Bull 3 because it was Doubt who beat Liereyy.
That's true. But I think that's just because of it being Doubt.
Well, I mean, Doubt makes everything better, doesn't he?
That's quite true. But not, yeah, that was just a quarterfinal match, I believe. I'm a hater. I'm a professional hater. Yeah, Doubt Liereyy absolutely up there. Although I actually didn't watch the finals, to be honest, so I just heard it's very good.
It was also Empire Wars, so...
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we are up to feudal for both these players. I don't see a barracks from Liereyy. And I don't see a gold mine, so it looks like this will just be standard scouts because we have a bit of lag. And there's the stable. Both 19 pop or 19 vil ups, 20 pop.
Oh,
and who's gonna win this?
Supreme?
One more hit.
Liereyy OP.
And Liereyy, of course.
No question ever. Stable will be coming in, though, and of course, the downside of the Khmer is that you don't have those spearmen if you are a Liereyy. He's got the houses to have the villagers jump in, and this is always what you need to do as Khmer in this sort of situation. You either need to be full-walled or get a quick archery range. Now, you're not going to be full-walled on this map, so the archery range is obviously going to be the play of choice.
Wait, you don't think you're going to be full-walled on the map with the unwallable rock terrain?
I know, it's surprising. Also, pasteurization coming in now for ACCM. Gonna be nice and healthy.
You mean... Wait, is it pasteurization first or domestication?
Pluralism.
Pastoralism, yeah.
The pasteurization is making milk safe to drink. All right, scouts just running around with each other. The spearmen not here as a part of the fight just yet, and Liereyy going to immediately follow this up with the archers. And now it's going to be a matter of can you sustain the scout production, because the cows are going to last you a little while longer as Liereyy. But ACCM starting to get his own pastures now, still has the forage bushes, and it feels like he will be a bit better set up in the near future.
Yeah, he needs to be careful about those scouts getting in, though. He's not fully walled yet, and might want to take a fight soon, but also wants to go for foraging. And if you're going full scouts as ACCM, and you're doing foraging but lacking bloodlines, you're not going to want to let Liereyy get to too many archers. But ACCM staying on only 4 scouts and not adding more. Not going for a range.
That's the Hera Liereyy thing right there. I feel like almost every other player in the world would take at least 1 hit from that spearman. And whereas Liereyy and Hera normally doesn't take any hits.
ACCM picking off an archer, but that's a horrible fight for him.
Oh my goodness.
That's not a micro or APM thing. That's just decision making. That's just, you should not fight that archer there. You got overly tempted by the forward archer.
ACCM also starting to accrue some idle time. He does have some pastures coming in, bloodlines coming in nice and quick here for Liereyy. And you've got 8 scouts at the moment. That is not insignificant. Now, the defensive tower will keep those lumberjacks safe for now, and the full walls are otherwise in. But as you were mentioning, without bloodlines, the extended feudal age feels much less good versus Khmer than it otherwise would.
Yeah, but that also depends on archer numbers. If you have a lot of scouts, you're fighting scout versus scout, then that's one thing. But here, we don't really have a lot of scouts for ACCM. He stopped production for a while.
The chicken coop, T-West.
Okay, he gets in. Well, is that actually going to be doing too much? He does have the double foraging right now, but the Vills are able to defend. The scouts are too low on HP. Oh, they have to kill each other.
Everything will end up dying.
This is hard for ACCM to wall now.
Second stable.
Liereyy wasn't allowed to get bloodlines until 1 hour into the set. No, he delayed it so much last game that he could research it earlier this game.
Yeah.
Okay,
he had his
stables.
bloodlines points built up.
Liereyy somehow doesn't scout that stable. Now he does.
It's
so
fine,
he knows
though.
what he's up
I
against.
do like in general, I like the idea of going double stable against Khmer like this. Be very careful of the overforage, ACCM.
I mean, he could just diagonally do a house right now.
Yes, he can and should. Liereyy waiting here.
Imagine Liereyy just
Don't think he's
waltzes
gonna
right
take any
in.
damage at home. Oh. Alright. Recognizes it there. We'll be able to get like another house or something behind it. And don't wall with an outpost. Nope, walling with an outpost.
Okay, but now Liereyy in a spot where he might be able to break in, but if ACCM can amass enough scouts at home, maybe do the armor upgrade, then he can turn and fight this. Liereyy doing armor himself now.
Here's the thing, though, guys. There is no armor right now for ACCM. And I don't think the scouts are going to be remotely sufficient without it.
I mean, there aren't too many archers added in.
Yeah, but still, like, your opponent's going to have bloodlines and +1 defense. And you don't even have, like, really a scout numbers advantage right now.
Oh yeah, he really does need armor. Or he needs to bring his other scouts back and group them up, but that might even be enough to let Liereyy get a smooth eco up to the castle age if those scouts come back. There's armor. And he's going to wait to group up and get armor and then take one big fight. But he has to spend a lot of idle time repairing the houses. Res collected is pretty similar so far thanks to the strength of the pastures. And
10 seconds now, but as I think you were very accurately stating, the issue is going to be that, I mean, yeah, the archers died. Obviously, you wish they would not, but still, it is going to be a decent fight for Liereyy, and he's just going to click up to Castle Age behind this.
Yep, and now ACCM can't even figure out how to take that fight on the hill. He's kind of out of scouts for fighting. He won't be too far away from the Castle Age himself, but every scout he has to add now to deal with this is delaying the castle time by 80 food.
And Liereyy just going to go right back up to the hill. ACCM can't figure out how to take this engagement.
And
Also
maybe he'll run
significantly
away.
more idle TC time.
Yeah, ACCM also housed, doing a market. And he's not too far away from going up, but needs a bit more gold. And won't have stone to sell since he towered the wood line. And now Liereyy can re-wall the gold, get more vills to it. Click up. And ACCM almost up. Won't be that far behind. He's almost there.
It's still very competitive for the time being as far as this uptime goes. Liereyy not investing into a defensive watchtower, though. He's got the outpost, which is nice and all that, but no watchtower. ACCM needs to be paying attention.
Pull back.
30
He
seconds
wants
lower
to
to Castle
force-
Age.
Wants to force Liereyy to fight. But I don't think he can jump that with the scouts coming over, and neither does he, as he'll run away. And just head over to the top and loop around as Liereyy is fully walled.
Triple stable T-West. This is like how I would
Oh,
play
boy.
this map, just full-on scoots.
Also, in the very south of the map, there's a sign with very inaccurate directions pointing to a market and a smith that doesn't really lead anywhere.
Oh no. Terrible sign maker.
Leading off the edge of the
Anyway,
map.
another stable coming in for Liereyy, so he's going to be going with a much more diverse army composition that ACCM is going to try and swamp with pure numbers. ACCM, yeah, he's ahead in food collected, barely collecting any gold this game, but at the very least, ACCM is going to be doing a good job of keeping Liereyy at home, so he'll be having plenty enough time to get to Castle Age.
How would elephants do now?
You think Lierey's going to go elephants?
I mean, we can hope. We can hope, Warlords. You gotta have some fun with the elephants. But for ACCM, it'll be more scouts. Does he go triple stable step lancers, or will he just stay on light cav? Because he needs to see the army and avoid taking a fight until his upgrades come in. And that'll be
there's
another
a villager
30
she needs to
seconds.
come right back home. She will end up dying, but at the very least, you see what's going on. And now, if you are ACCM, you need to try and delay things. Oh, actually, she survives.
Yeah, you need to delay until light cav. We'll have crossbow and bodkin for Liereyy. And ACCM, he can't take the fight yet. He needs light cav, and he kind of needs iron casting too for the double bonus if he really wants to take the fight. But husbandry, light cav, armor, you gotta click those first. You can't afford not to have armor.
Now, ACCM knows about his opponent having an outpost.
Oh, and Liereyy sees the
Archer will see
workshop
siege workshop.
with the crossbow, so he knows what's coming. Well, ACCM kind
Yeah.
of gonna go all in then. Liereyy with a second TC. And I mean, ACCM needs to find and kill this army now. Armor is on the way, and ACCM has to hope that this is an overwhelmingly good fight for him. But Liereyy will head right back to that hill. Or not, or not. Okay, now ACCM just fights.
No. TUS. Crossbow doing a good job avoiding hits until right now. This is exactly the sort of thing that ACCM is looking for. Actually getting the hits on those crossbowmen, and he should, I think, clean this up.
All depends on micro. Lierey's crossbow micro will be good. The light cav can surround and try to attack from multiple sides. And there he is. Meanwhile, the workshop was not actually denied, and the Vil somehow... What killed that Vil? Oh, that crossbow's behind the
Knights, I
trees.
think.
Crossbow's behind the trees, sniped the Vil. I was like, she died in the middle of nowhere. But no forward
Yes.
monastery. No forward monastery, so kind of hard to use the knights... Or to defend against knights now if you go rocket carts.
Now, Liereyy will be behind in resources for the time being, but he will
Ooh.
catch up very soon thanks to his additional town center. And the Knights are going to come in and immediately snipe the rocket cart. I have no idea what ACCM is thinking with this.
I don't know, you're just thinking let's try to splash Vills, but you're not gonna kill Vills in one hit when you're downhill, so...
No, that's
yeah.
just not good, honestly.
I think you need to stay garrisoned. I mean, one option would have been try to fight Liereyy somewhere else while at the same time going for the rocket cart. But okay, Step Lancers against Knights. No bloodlines, they don't have their second attack. So now Liereyy can still kind of take fights before iron casting.
Yeah, iron casting is essential, though. It's just you need that extra attack. We have a second range coming in for Liereyy, who's going to try and go for Khmer Cav Archers. Because, of course, why not? The Knights, not very well upgraded.
And it's the same thing. When you're lacking bloodlines with a Cav unit, the archers will be all the more effective.
It's true, Husbandry now coming in. And Lierey's defensive setup is so freaking good, though.
Yep, especially with Bodkin on the TCs.
Yeah. Well, he... Oh, yeah, he does have Bodkin. When I was looking at ACCM, I was like, what? Oh, no, never mind. We're good. And it's going to be a Scorpion.
He needs some type of ranged unit to shoot over the walls. Otherwise, Liereyy keeps walling. And ACCM, does he want to fight the Knights? He's taking some hits.
No. Hey, that's such a bad fight for ACCM. What on earth is he doing, T-West?
He's bringing the Scorpion forward, too. He's not microing back with the Step Lancers. The Scorpion there is going to hit some Vills, but not get any kills. And ACCM with some light cav, their numbers are going down a bit. And he still does not have the double iron casting, even on 1 TC.
Snipes a Monk, which is something, I guess, but... It feels like, again, with better micro, I think that this looks so much better, but... Liereyy, does he get that? Oh my god, he does. But he loses another one. It's so hard to tell on the hill like that.
ACCM almost was... And I mean, if he could kill, that is open at the back, 15 Vills, that'd be one thing. Lierey's is only up by 6. There's another Scorpion.
Yeah.
ACCM's downhill, but the Knights are weak. The Knights are weak. ACCM's taking the better fight.
He sure is, T-West.
And the Vills are weak now. The Scorpion could get some actual kills.
Not those fake kills. Actual kills.
Yeah, fake kills don't help.
It's only a 5-bill lead right now for Liereyy, and he, of course, has a lot more idle time, which is giving ACCM, despite his 1 TC, a pretty significant eco lead for the time being. I like the Scorpion play, and of course the Step Lancers are doing their job. Of course, we'd love to see the double iron casting coming in on top of it, but this is still okay enough for now, and of course this results Lierey's only wood income, and he's trying to make Cav Archers. And there's iron casting, T-West.
There it is.
Oh, and he's going to make a run for it.
I think he's going to be safe, though. The Step Lancers have to defend the Scorpions from Knights, and that means he's not going to be in position to stop the Vills from running. And that's going to mean Liereyy still has a 5-Vil lead.
He does have a 5-Vil lead. Eco upgrades are more or less similar. Just one farm upgrade difference. Liereyy now going to have to go to the other wood line, but that one isn't walled in, so it's down to ACCM to recognize that, alright, my opponent has to be trying to gather wood from somewhere.
From somewhere. That's the other wood line. But at this moment, I like how he's splitting up one Step Lancer to try to find that and confirm whether he's over there or not. In the old days, you just Palisade scan and check that the Vills were there.
Yeah, oh, and he's really looking with his Scouterinos, and now he'll also see some reinforcing raiding Cav Archer attempts. And this, I think, is still really good for ACCM, who is not quite ready, I think, to get kicked out of the tournament.
He is not. And here comes some Step Lancers over to try to catch the Cav Archers, and if ACCM has enough army, the Cav Archers have to be split up in multiple places, and ACCM can then try to raid when the numbers aren't there. And he's exactly going over to that other wood line, and he's getting a rocket cart out now, so rocket cart means more pressure on TCs. He's only up by 2 Vills now.
I don't think Liereyy can take this fight very well whatsoever.
No, he can't. He's going to try to wall the wood line in from the Step Lancers, but that's going to be a bit of walling.
All right, gonna be 2 conversions there, I'm pretty darn sure. Yes, the Knights will eventually kill the rocket cart, but so many cavalry units died in the first place, guys, and this is over. This is so over, oh my god.
Oh, and there are those Vills now. They can run, but they will not be caught. They were trying to do a house just to garrison the vills, but they're not even going to have time to finish the house.
Man. It's 29 army to 70 west. The series continues.
It does continue. And Liereyy, who might have won had he had bloodlines, now has to make sure he's mentally in it after dropping now what should have been his best map, I think, against ACCM in Crownwood. Maybe the Civ matchup, maybe the Catans are just way too good.
I think that, honestly, ACCM had a bit of a better approach. I think that the early Castle Age pressure is really good from Ketons, and it was like just enough to defend. And I think that Liereyy kind of splitting his attention between the archers and the knights and the TC was just spreading himself a little bit too thin. I mean, it's very close, right? But
it is.
Yeah.
But Vill's dying on this hill again to some steppies who got in, and now ACCM's up by 20 Vills. He's got scorpions everywhere. Lierey's calling the GG, and ACCM
15% more efficient in economy.
Oh man, and that Mirkwood game just starts to hurt more because it would be 3-3.
Yep.
And what do we have there? 88 to 68 KD. And it was a tricky one for ACCM to figure out. But ultimately, that game, he made the right decisions about when to fight and when not to fight, and how to wall to get up to the Castle Age in time.
Yeah. That's Keaton's over. Come here. I need to take a quick break too, West. I'll be right back.
Go ahead. I feel like he had one bad decision engaging that one to Archer in early feudal, and other than that, did what he needed to do. So we are getting back into the game with ACCM. So let me get an ad between the games, and then we'll get this checked off. So Crownwood lost by Liereyy, and we'll get to Isthmus. So at least we have a 7-game final. So that's a loss for the Khmer, a win for the Khitans, and ACCM still has better civs left in Japanese and Vietnamese. So if we get over to Isthmus, which will be the next game, it'll be Japanese versus Lithuanians, probably. And do we like the Japanese there? Yeah, I wonder if... I mean, Saracens could also be a possibility. Is it that crazy to think Goths could be a possibility? I mean, we're looking at Lierey's civs, and there are 2 more hybrid maps. Where ACCM has Japanese for Isthmus, Tatars for Crossroads if it goes to the final game, or Vietnamese. But then it's what does he do on Cliffbound, where I think Burmese are a clear civ. Burmese or Goths for Liereyy. How good are the Inca on Cliffbound? I think you want to see a civ on Isthmus. Which the Lithuanians could be. Saracens could be. Because the other hybrid map at Game 9 would be Crossroads. I feel that ACCM has better civs for Crossroads and Isthmus, and Liereyy with Goths or Burmese has a better civ for Cliffbound. Hear me out though, what about Japanese on Cliffbound? And then you go Vietnamese here and Tatars on Crossroads. I just have no idea how good the Inca are these days. Yeah, chat, tell me, how good are the Inca? Are they playable? The last pick in the draft, and it will be Isthmus, and it will be Lithuanians Vietnamese. So ACCM taking his home civ, the Vietnamese. Not going to be playing the Japanese. We'll save them. And then we'll have Japanese, Tatars, Inca left over. They're dead last in win rate by like 3%. That's the thing though. Are there special maps where they could shine? They're very ACCM coded. Civ, what is ACCM coded about them? Defensive long games. All right. That's not going to be the case for Cliffbound, though. If there's one map where ACCM can't play that style, it's Cliffbound. Can't drush and they're not good in late game. I mean, Liereyy did go for the triple ban of the last chieftain civs, and the Inca are the closest we've gotten to that. So, if Ornlu is still away, we're just starting on Isthmus, where ACCM will be the Vietnamese to the south, again as the Cyan, Liereyy, the Lithuanians to the north in the red once more. And this map, well, if I can say anything about the map spawn, now that we can see the whales on the mini-map in Capture Age, slightly favoring ACCM. Liereyy would need to go a bit more forward on the left to grab a whale. Where are the whales? There. 3 over here, 3 to the right. And this whale could be a bit more north, maybe, but all in all, still seems pretty fair. Especially if Liereyy goes over here first, where he's pushing the ibexes. What's Lierey's home civ? The Teutons, then. He's Austrian. I think that would cover the area. I don't know where exactly in Austria. Maybe you could make an argument for Bohemians or even kind of Italians regionally being in the area. Do the whales look like relics to players on the minimap? Well, they look like relics to us in Capture Age. They're white dots. In-game, I don't think they're white dots. Wait, let me Alt-Tab. Yeah, in-game, they have a slightly different color than the relics, I think. They're like a watery white. Goths, maybe. So what are we going to have here? Liereyy docked to the right, which is the side closest to the whale, so he's good as far as whaling is concerned. ACCM going to dock kind of between the whales. But second dock will be able to grab a whale no matter what. At the yellowish-ish being the key word. Yeah, kind of hard to tell at a glance, although if you have relics on the water, the only way you'd be able to pick them up is to go back to a version where you could do the teleport bug. So in this matchup, we will have faster moving skirms for the Lithuanians against just the straight up better skirms for the Vietnamese. It's always tricky.
Sorry about that, T-West. I'm back.
All right, so Ornlu, you know what else is back? ACCM, as he has picked his home civ, the Vietnamese.
Oh, he sure has.
Yep, and unlike the two of us, he knows what it's like to have a home civ.
Oh, feels America, man. Although we do get a home civ in AoE 3.
Don't talk about that. The United States should not be a civ in AoE 3.
It doesn't make much sense.
But Lithuanians, what do you think about this matchup? I mean, late shy skirm is usually what the Lithuanians go for in the late game. But Vietnamese should have a better eco. They should have their better skirms than the Lithuanian ones. And then Halb, Elephant, better bombard cannons since they do have siege engineers. I think this is probably a good civ matchup for ACCM, especially since they're far apart and likely to get to that late game situation.
AoE, US shouldn't be an AoE 3 civ because we're actually a little too late for the AoE 3 time frame. Like, we only come in at the very end of it. In which case, we're basically just the British.
They were already there as a revolution anyway. They just kind of shoehorned them in as a gimmick to sell DLC. But yeah, so what do you think of the civ matchup then? Of what do Lithuanians? Am I wrong about this? Are Lithuanians actually favored here? Because you do see them more often as a hybrid civ.
Yeah, I do agree with you there. And I think that Lithuanians always sort of have that aspect to them where it's like, if you just get a bunch of relics, you just win the video game with your overpowered cavalry. That said, if you're not in that situation, Vietnamese are going to be really good in sort of these split map situations. We find a lot on Isthmus because you only have the one channel in which you can attack your opponent. So I think Vietnamese can work out really well there. That said, I think it's going to be really hard to deny Liereyy taking relics.
Yeah, I mean, you basically have 3 relics on your side of the map. So you get +3 basically for free. But 1 in the middle could be contested. And ACCM will see the militia out of the corner of the dock if he's paying attention. And he's walled up at home to prepare for this. To prepare for the men-at-arms, as he's a bit slower to go up.
Yeah, this should be totally fine here for ACCM. Not on gold yet, though, except on the whale with 2 fishing ships. Meanwhile, with both players docking on opposite pawns, Liereyy actually making a hulk here. Not going to do anything in the short run. Same with ACCM, but as it so happens,
Sweet
won't really
Joe,
matter too much one way or the
I
other.
shall avenge thee.
And
Also,
thank you,
Polino,
Polino.
with the
Yep.
sub to T-West.
Thank you for the sub.
And now Men-at-Arms, not doing a whole lot thus far. Archers will be on the way. Liereyy going to need to immediately follow up with skirmishers, which is what he's doing. But, I mean, so far it's a perfectly fine start for either player.
Yeah, and the men-at-arms won't do damage. ACCM will get the archers out. They'll lame an Ibex. But the skirms are so
Wow.
far away that the timing won't be there for an immediate fight against the archers. So ACCM can get his own skirms out.
The Hulks have scouted at this point that they are alone in their own sides of the map. So it's going to be fine here for both
Yep.
players. Going to keep on increasing their fish numbers. We're going to have a stable coming in here for ACCM. So he's going to try and get to that archer plus scout army composition.
Okay,
Should be
okay.
doing just fine here as the Vietnamese.
So that's kind of worrying, though, because archer scout versus men-at-arms skirms. These days, the men-at-arms skirms are much better than they were in the past. Lierey's sending a Vil forward, and if there's one thing ACCM can do now that would be good for him is to scout that villager.
Where is this villager?
On the right.
Am I blind?
You're colorblind.
I am. Oh, okay. No, he's just taking another dock here on the side.
Yeah, he's just doing a dock.
Yeah, ACCM not going to scout that. It's really hard to prevent your opponent from docking somewhere along the coast just because there's so much area to
Oh, the
cover.
leopards. The leopards helping out ACCM. Oh, there they go. Will they get a kill? Oh, the leopards. They could get a skirm. They could get a skirm. It's close. Go, leopard, go.
There you go. Oh, one more? One more for the road?
Oh, no. But, I mean, that does
Tragic.
slow the army down, right? So it gives ACCM a chance to make more skirms himself by the time it comes forward.
He's got 3 scouts in total as well, 8 fishing ships to soon to be 9, so both players certainly going to be flexing those fishing muscles. Get it? Because they can be fishing muscles?
They can be fishing mussels, but there's no oysters on the map.
Well, oysters aren't mussels.
They're the closest we'd have.
Indeed, indeed. All right, Liereyy getting himself fully walled though, and again, I feel like the biggest advantage for Liereyy here is that I don't really think ACCM is going to be able to stop him from picking up relics.
Wait a minute. ACCM could masterpiece this. He could trap that army. That army needs to be walled
Did
in
he just kill
right
the
now.
army? I feel like he just kills the army.
Okay, that too. But this could be a mistake from Liereyy. I thought he was going to harass a lumber camp, but this is way too far. How do the scouts do against the men-at-arms? Fletching is in for ACCM, and he's going to surround and kill this army.
Yeah, beautiful.
Okay, the chef's got something cooking now. Liereyy will be up to the castle age a bit faster, though, because ACCM went for the scouts. But with all the fish he has, ACCM won't be too far behind himself. He has the gold already.
Yeah, do you pick up wheelbarrow before clicking up?
As Vietnamese, it is
Maybe
fast.
I would.
Maybe.
This is the whole thing. It's been a very entertaining series. It's like Liereyy has the edge in so many aspects of AoE 2, but like ACCM is just like finding these ways to win in the last couple games that he wasn't able to do earlier in the series.
Yeah. And, you know, I mean, that does kind of happen in these best of 9s. The longer they go, ACCM probably has more stamina for playing long sets of AoE 2 than Liereyy does, all things considered. As we looked at the stats so far, Liereyy had played 8 hours of games in Warlords. ACCM played 16.
I mean, it's crazy to think that the guy in his, I think, late 30s is having more stamina than the guy who's 24.
It's
and
3
doesn't
a.m.
have
also.
any-
It's 3
Yeah,
a.m.
and
for
it's also super
ACCM.
late at night.
I mean, if this goes on much longer, ACCM might need a pause to go take the kids to school or something. Oh, Liereyy with a dock.
With that. Oh, I love the dock positioning from Liereyy, though. That's pretty brilliant.
Yep, ACCM with the scouts over there wasn't able to find the dock.
Yeah. All right. Haslade just about to be in here for Liereyy. Slight resources cleared right now for ACCM. However, for his part, Liereyy does have more fishing ships, and what he is doing is he's making sure ACCM is not docking his pond. He's got such good vision here along the coast.
Yep. Hulk patrolling back and forth. And it's ACCM's doing almost the exact same thing, but just a few tiles too short.
Yeah. But that's AoE too sometimes, right? You gotta
get every single tile.
If your job is scouting, then you need to scout everything.
Yep. Also a bit different than in the past, where you probably go for one galley and be able to deny a dock. Oh, does he see it? He sees it. He sees it, Ornlu. He's aware of it.
That's huge.
He doesn't. And I mean, the Hulk wouldn't deny it anyway, right? Because it has one range. The Veil can just build the opposite side of the dock. Here he scouts it, so at the very least he can make ships if he wants them. It's only 2 Hulks, so he can do his own Hulks and counter that, or he can just garrison docks, to be honest. That's fine too. He's fished the whale. Both of these players legit could just click imp at any time with the whales and the eco they have.
Yeah, that's the new fishing meta right there for you. Did Liereyy pick up fishing lines? Yes, he did. Did ACCM? I think he did as well. So that's all even. And we'll be right back to the Fire Lancers.
Oh, that's right. Vietnamese have Fire Lancer now. How could I forget that?
It's like literally the best Fire Lancer Civ. Maybe Koreans,
other than Koreans.
One of the two.
Extra HP for the fire. What do Lithuanians do against that? Because they have bonus against Cav, and they are just in general a stronger unit than Halb. They probably hold up against the Liereyy. And ACCM doing what he needs to do, taking the middle control and making sure Liereyy is denied a relic.
Still, I feel like 3 relics should be enough. I mean, I know Fire Lancers and Vietnamese Fire Lancers especially are pretty silly units.
Yeah.
He's got the scout hoovering there to the east. He's got a scout there to the west as well. I mean, ACCM knows what he needs to do. It's just a matter
of
does he actually have the ability to do it? And there's going to be 3 TCs here for Liereyy.
Yeah. Well, I guess this is maybe a question for ACCM. If instead of a workshop he had gone for a monastery, seeing that Liereyy wasn't on scouts, there might have been an option for ACCM to have taken that relic to the top left where his scout is right now.
Oh, and he doesn't see the Scout Cavalry, although he's bringing his skirmishers forward, although I'm pretty sure the Scout Cavalry might just be able to snipe the monk anyway.
Ooh, it'll be close. No.
Nope, I didn't realize he had Bodkin. And Liereyy going to already pick up relic number 1, and it's like, what do you even do against this?
I mean, what do you do against Ram Lancer, though? I mean, Liereyy is just on Skirm. And ACCM has armor now for the Lancers, so they can tank some TC fire for a bit. And Liereyy has no scouting, right? He's going to go forward with the skirms, but ACCM's scouts can maybe see that? He'll spot this coming forward before Liereyy spots him.
On the side.
Elite skirm is just about in.
He doesn't see.
Scouts will force that back. He's going for a Palisade Gate, which is horrible against a ram push. Does ACCM have enough Fire Lancers yet? Can ACCM just kind of dance and hope that Liereyy doesn't see this? No, he's going to see the workshop. He knows what's coming now. 4 rams. Are there enough Lancers?
Yeah, and although Liereyy can pick up relics, he can't really... he doesn't have the eco to actually make the necessary numbers of cavalry to benefit from those. So really, Liereyy is just only able to utilize his skirmishers at this point. He's not even ahead yet in resources, which is a little surprising because he has almost double the fishing ships, but... I mean, nice job there from ACCM, and choo-choo, T-West. Siege Workshop is only just now on its way.
Ram train, and behind this, it's not like this is an all-in push from ACCM. He's going to have 3 TCs. He's ahead in Res Collected.
The skirms can counterattack, but it's not going to be, like, the best
I mean, ACCM's walled, though. And he has triple barracks Fire Lancers to deal with skirms. Yeah, the skirms move faster, but... Oh, Mangonel even. You can get a Mangonel shot if Liereyy is distracted against the Palisade Gate. That'll go down. The Rams then go for the Monastery.
Almost instantly, Liereyy going to try and quickly wall. He's got a Mangonel just now started, and this is still going to be looking pretty scary. ACCM throwing off his opponent here with this play.
Yeah, and charge attack. And I think the next thing ACCM needs to do is just go for the workshop.
Yes.
Oh, do the relics wall, actually?
No way.
Oh, it's
is
only
Liereyy
one
not gonna
relic.
get that in time? He is not. The Mangonel is almost in, but the units are going to be right on top of them anyway. Mangonel is out.
Oh, that was
Gets
a nice shot.
Decent hit, but that's still a lot of Fire Lancers with good upgrades.
That was 2 good Mangonel shots, though. And that's a lot of
Make
monks.
that 3.
Yeah, he got the Mangonel out in time.
Oh, he's going to get it. Knock.
He is.
Oh,
That
the
was
Ungarrison's
beautiful.
there at the last second,
Rams were so
but,
clumped up. And now that the Rams are down, the monks will be effective. And Liereyy has stopped this with skirms and Mangonels. But the push continues as ACCM now going for Mangonels.
Oh, but
force
another
Liereyy to get
Mangonel
redemption.
pops out.
This now comes down to Mangonel Micro. And I mean, this is a lot of idle time for Liereyy too, right? So ACCM will have a smooth economy behind this where he's not harassed.
Oh, Liereyy
Liereyy?
can't... Yeah, okay.
Ooh. Almost. And I mean, ACCM lost the Fire Lancers there because he was under the TC. He didn't really... Or Liereyy didn't really get to a point where he has a unit that can kill Fire Lancers. He's just relying on monks. Oh, the
But monks are
ACCM,
just
don't!
fine.
Oh my Mangonel, you Fire Lancers. Don't do it again, don't do it again.
Here he can afford a castle, though. And here we go. Is ACCM paying attention? That Mangonel's going to get a shot here for sure.
Okay, he clears a Mangonel.
Edge.
That's crucial.
Oh, it
Charge
doesn't
attack.
finish it off.
Gets the second. Okay, he'll... Oh, he doesn't trade.
Oh, wait, repair.
Is
oh
the
my
repair
goodness,
bill?
this is such a razor's edge.
And the Fire Lancers,
redemption
what's
into
their
the monks.
speed? Faster than the monks.
That bill's not. That bill is going to get converted.
Yep, just need Mangonel Laville. Yeah, there's the castle for Liereyy. As Lierey's getting ready to go Imp now, but so far ACCM 1,000 more resources collected, and he has grabbed the relic from the middle of the map. And he's still guarding the relic on the left.
This is my concern, though, TOS, is Lierey's getting himself set up. He's going to click to Imperial Age right now. Eco upgrades are a bit better for ACCM, which is nice for sure. But it feels like we're going to be getting to this point when Liereyy simply has access to Liereyy with multiple relics. But Fire Lancer counterattack's not bad.
And still 30 to... Oh, actually that's a few dead Vills. Okay, but still, Lierey's up to Imp. He has the Vill lead. And that failed push was a lot of resources spent on Rams. Yeah, Liereyy took some damage and had a lot of idle time, but didn't really lose too much.
And of course, excellent micro from Liereyy, as we would expect from him. Cavalry armor coming in, and latest production is starting. And I still am very dubious that any civ is going to stop the latest once they get fully up and running.
And those Fire Lancers that are attacking, I mean, it's nice that they'll get an attack, but Liereyy should be able to clean them up. They're not really going to threaten him too much unless he makes a huge mistake. Does he notice this? Are they just going to kill Vills on the woodline? Oh no, that was a misplay
honestly,
from ACCM.
that could have been even better for ACCM, but obviously, like, you have no idea what your opponent's looking at any given second.
And now there is a forward Mangonel. Kind of where he wants to be, and ACCM still nowhere close to the Imperial Age. Good thing for ACCM, though, since Liereyy did the defensive castle, it's going to be a while before he gets more stone. You don't have much stone on the map, and it's all out on those islands.
Yeah.
Siege Tower. Oh, he clears a Mangonel. Can he get a second?
Here. What? How did he get the shot? Okay, it doesn't really matter, but yeah, it's like, what?
And there's the castle. I mean, he gets the shot off, but since Liereyy has to go back to repair, that'll let ACCM get the castle up. The problem is that Imp timing means that there'll be a Treb War that Liereyy can win, and ACCM's not close to Imp yet, despite being super far ahead in res collected.
It's just because he's not taking good enough fights here against his opponent.
Yep. Can he clear the Mangonel?
Had to, like, he's kept his skirmishers alive so much that he's never really had to replace a ton of them.
Yep.
I mean, that's going all the way back to Feudal Age with those.
Imperial Age
right
for
now,
ACCM.
Liereyy ahead in both gold and stone. ACCM's up, but of course the Treb War is going to be an enormous advantage for Liereyy. Lierey's only got the 1 relic right now, but he should be able to, if he just sends a few units to clean up ACCM stuff, be on 3 very shortly.
Yeah, ACCM up to Imp. He's doing Treadmill Crane. Alright, now Liereyy fishing one of his whales. ACCM still has an entire whale left to take. No one really focusing on the water now. So ACCM still has a bunch of fish. But if he can get up, we have chemistry for Liereyy.
Man, those Liereyy are going to start to go to town. Their upgrades are still fairly unimpressive. So
I mean, they're still dying to skirms.
Time left is ACCM, but the Trebs are coming, and that's going to be 4 in just a moment.
And the awkward thing is it feels like the best units to go for are the trash units right now for ACCM. It's not like he has the eco for elephants. That's 3 Trebs now for Liereyy, winning the Treb war. Oh,
it's not much of a war. We're like a one-sided slaughter of trebuchets with 4 to Zippo.
Could we masterpiece Siege Tower Fire Lancers to snipe Trebs?
No. The late
You don't
would
believe?
just go kill them.
I can't believe. Well, this castle will go down. ACCM trying to buy time to get Imp. And he's got to hope then that Fire Lancer Imperial Skirm, that upgrades come in time and that he can win fights here. Because the Trebs are going to very quickly push forward and maybe even put that relic in reach of Liereyy.
And Imp almost in here for ACCM. That's going to be super huge. Now, you can't quite push the TC yet. And a free conscription, remember, is going to be huge. You get Bracer, Imp Skirm Chemistry all at once. That is exactly what ACCM's doing. He knows what he needs to prioritize. That's for darn sure. That said, the Liereyy upgrades are still pretty mediocre.
And also expensive.
This isn't going to work, D-West. Come on.
Oh, they believe. Believe in the Siege Tower. Look at how low HP all those Liereyy are.
That is actually a lot of low HP Liereyy.
Liereyy needs a monk. And now we have Imp Skirm. I mean, Imp Skirm is going to be an insanely strong unit. We have Elite Fire Lancer clicked. Those Liereyy are very, very weak. The Fire Lancers would win that fight, I think. ACCM just needs to take it. There he goes.
No +4 defense in yet, but this is where that better economy of ACCM can help. Even though his fights have just not been super efficient, he still has good resources.
Yeah, he needs the production now. He's floating a bit of wood and gold. And its chemistry's on the way. There'll be time for cannon soon.
Oh, the Liereyy go down, T-West.
That's what I'm telling you, Ornlu. You gotta trust in the Fire Lancers. They're so much cheaper. Yeah, the monks
I mean,
use their monk
certainly
juice.
are a big help. A couple conversions are huge. 102 HP on an infantry unit. They literally have more HP than AOC Teutonic Knights.
And yeah, the Imp Skirms, they don't have plus, or the Liereyy don't have plus for armor, so the Imp Skirms will massacre them. Maybe trying to do a cannon against Imp Skirm?
I don't know, T-West. The army value is so much higher for Liereyy, and yet the efficiency for Vietnamese is so tough to match. And yes, of
Vietnamese
course,
are strong.
there is no bloodlines then. So far, everyone focused now in the middle, but this buys time for ACCM. He's getting another castle up at the back. And again, that free conscription is just such a huge bonus for Vietnamese.
Yep, that too. Free conscription, Treb's going down, cannon going down. Lierey's losing some expensive units to the Imp Skirms. He tries to dodge, but doesn't work. That Treb tanky, but Skirms will take it down. And this is now ACCM. He's evened the score up. That castle bought him just enough time that he also controls the gold in the middle. And as far as the map is concerned, just a bit lucky for ACCM, the golds are on his side. And ACCM needs to make sure he's walled now. Remember, you can't wall over the rock terrain, and Lierey's going to try to raid along the sides. ACCM will respond properly with walls. Has to worry about the palisades still, but he's walling with all of his vills.
Oh, and look at this. The counterattack. The best raiding unit in the world.
Yes, Liereyy also didn't scout the relic at the back of his base. So he only has 2 relics when he should have 3. He didn't scout that relic.
Oh, that is a blunder. You know you have 3 relics on this map. It's guaranteed.
Yeah, Rainbow didn't call an admin so you know you have 3.
The relics have the T-West stamp of approval. It's just a cyan cataphract giving a thumbs up. But it's real. It's there.
It's okay. Time to make a new emote. Okay, this is tricky now because ACCM, he's got 34 imp skirms, but they're all forward. And if they come back, they should... ACCM wins this fight. Does he win it fast enough to stop the castle?
Oh,
He just needs to focus the hand
Trebuchet's already been
cannoneers.
sniped to West. The other one is getting bombarded.
It is being bombarded. And now if you're ACCM, it's a doubt castle from Liereyy. A doubt castle from Liereyy as ACCM takes the score lead. And now
It was
Fire
canceled.
Lancer Imp Skirm. What do you do against that?
Wow, I mean, this is such an efficient composition for ACCM. His macro is really improving, honestly, throughout this series. Heavy Plow
Yep.
is coming in for Liereyy. I mean, it's still totally winnable for both players. Another counterattack is attempted here by ACCM. Full upgrades on his relevant military units. We're still missing several important ones here for Liereyy. Bloodline's not least of which.
Yep, but now it's a bit of a dodgeball game. ACCM doesn't have siege engineers yet, but that would be better for him in the long run. And it's still... I mean, faster moving skirms doesn't really help against Imp Skirm.
Not especially. Another castle's going to be huge here. And in the big tug-of-war fight in the middle, it's still a very strong army here for Liereyy. I'd love to start seeing both of the players actually transporting over to get the stone on the side, as getting that middle control with castles would just be such a huge advantage. ACCM is actually floating a lot of resources. Siege Engineers is going to be the upgrade of choice now.
That was a huge shot on the skirmishers at the base of the pyramid. Yeah, extra HP Fire Lancer is even hard to kill by the hand cannoneers when you're microing the hand cannoneers away from Imp Skirm so much. And Siege Engineers, one extra range is huge in a Bombard Cannon dodgeball fight. Would love to see ACCM pick up that extra relic that was there. And he's just,
for sure.
nothing stopping him from grabbing 3 relics now, other than APM. And he's going to dive
and
the
to be
cannon
fair,
with
your
Imp
APM
Skirm.
is your most valuable resource at this point as ACCM, as he
That's
really
true.
has to... He really has to be judicious with how exactly and what he's clicking and why against someone like Liereyy. But that is a large group of army, T-West, here in the back of the base of Liereyy.
That is. And Liereyy still doesn't see that relic. ACCM's going to do this. Now, in the pregame talk show, I did make a prediction that was 5-3 for Liereyy winning. And if ACCM takes this game, that might be looking pretty good. Just to pat myself on the back.
Oh, there you go, T-West.
Alright, skirms go down.
Something else worth mentioning, wood control. The islands don't have any wood. That's not even
No.
an option for you.
I mean, Liereyy, he's chopped all the wood on the right. This army in the back is stopping Liereyy from taking wood. Liereyy has 1 wood line now, Arno.
Yeah, it's really not impressive. And ACCM's 2 bombard cannons have 26 kills. His bombard cannon unit control has been absolutely stellar.
And-
And the bombard cannons in the west are getting jumped on by the fire lancers.
Oh, there was a narrow alley they couldn't path through. Nearly helping ACCM here as the Fire Lancers will track down and kill the Bombard Cannon. And that now the Treb can hit the castle, the cannon aren't there. Lierey's dropping in pop far more than ACCM is. The Imp Skirm, the ultimate in raiding units, terrorizing Lierey's economy. Liereyy has a
Another
ton of
solid
cannon.
bombard cannon volley. Liereyy has a ton of cannons moving forward, but he is really, really precariously placed at this point.
And again, no
Decent
siege
shot
engineers
there,
for the
but
cannon.
Yeah, no siege engineers is rough. Nice job sniping the trebuchet. That's certainly the bare minimum of what you needed there for Liereyy. A few more late try coming in, but Liereyy just never able to get those numbers or upgrades.
No. I mean, a few hand cannoneers, is that enough to keep the cannon safe?
I don't think so, T-West.
I don't think so. ACCM still, as you said, could transport out, could do maybe his eco upgrades, 2-man saw and crop rotation, could pick up relics.
Yeah,
There's a lot he
that
could
would all
do,
be
but he's
good.
doing enough.
It is enough. ACCM is doing what he needs to, and that's 3 in a row.
Are we getting a reverse sweep now?
Oh my god.
That's 272 to 238 KD, better for Liereyy, but that doesn't matter against the Vietnamese. And now we need to look into the final 2 maps, which are going to be Cliffbound and Crossroads. As let me check off these civs. But ACCM, he didn't use the Japanese yet. So he will have a loss on Isthmus for Liereyy. That Mirkwood game is really looming large now. So that's a win with the Vietnamese and a loss with the Lithuanians. And ACCM still has the Japanese for Liereyy, who has his bottom 3 Civ picks.
Yeah, but it's still 2 more wins needed. Japanese for Crossroads, no brainer there.
Is it a no-brainer, though? I'm thinking if I'm ACCM, I go Japanese for Cliffbound and Tatars for Crossroads.
That is an idea. Of course, the high ground manipulation, very easy for Tatars on that map. Cav Archer play is very good.
And think about this.
I think the Civ for Cliffbound.
Yeah, I mean, Burmese or Goths for Cliffbound, right? And Japanese should do great against the Goths. And against the Burmese, how do you stop a Rambai Monk? Is it Cav Archer Monk? I think the Japanese have a decent Civ matchup against the Burmese. They'd have faster attacking men-at-arms against the Burmese if they did their extra attack men-at-arms. And then that means Liereyy, I think, has to go Saracens then on Cliffbound, which are kind of awkward in a matchup for the Tatars. And the only other option, I think, would be Inca for Cliffbound and Japanese for Crossroads. And to be honest, I have no idea how good the Inca are right now.
It's so hard to say because Chompies were so good, and then they were seen as so underwhelming, and then, like, okay, they're getting buffed again, but that buff hasn't actually happened yet. And yet, I've still seen Triple Barracks Chompy overrun everything with Incas because of the nice food discount they have, so who knows?
All right, well, we know now because they are launching on Cliffbound, and it will be Burmese for Liereyy against the Inca for ACCM. So reverse sweep time. What do you think, chat? Can ACCM pull this off? Give me a 1 in the chat if you think he can pull it off.
All I know is that there have been so many good games in this finals, and I think a lot of us who were worried that it would just be a Liereyy smackdown as what was their first meeting in this tournament.
We got a 7,8. We got a 7,8. At least it's not a 6,7.
Yeah, that's something at least.
Well, and again, it is that Mirkwood game that felt like he had it in the bag and then took a horrible Chuko Nu fight and it snowballed.
Or the Bosmo game where he killed 8 villagers in Feudal Age.
Yeah, or Liereyy not researching bloodlines.
It hasn't been pretty at times. The only game that's really felt one-sided was the Pacific Islands game. Like, everything else has felt competitive at various points.
Yeah, and also on Twitch.
Thanks for casting the finals with me, T-West. I'm having a lot of fun. Hope
I
you
am
are
too.
I think the viewers are enjoying it.
We're at over 800 viewers on Twitch, where I also have another 200 or so, I think, among us on YouTube. So that's good to be 1K viewers just here.
That is lots of fun. And in 6 seconds, guys, we will be going here into Cliffbound. Can Liereyy pull this off?
Can ACCM pull this off?
Well, if ACCM is to pull this off, it would have to be in the final game, because right now, Lierey's still 1 game away from his first S-tier tournament victory in several years. You'll be the Red Burmese to the southwest and to the northeast in the Cyan as the rarely seen Incas. It's ACCM.
Well, Liereyy banned every single one of the Champy Civs other than the Inca. He banned the DLC Civs, but he didn't ban the remastered Inca. No more do they have Eagles, but they do have Champies. And if ACCM wants to be a champion, he'll have to find a way to win with the Inca. I've typed the wrong Civs in for the players. Hold on. There we go. Now ACCM correctly has that Kamryuk unique unit near his name in the Cyan. But what do the Inca do against a Monk Rush or against a Rambai? Because that's always been a problem for the American Civs. I think they die really hard to a Rambai. And it's hard to stop someone getting a castle from all the Phosphor stuff we've seen.
And honestly, you can't go Chompies in the early game anymore. Like, if this was, pre-Chompy nerf, I think that Incas absolutely can hang with Burmese in the early game, but that's obviously not the case anymore.
Yeah.
And so what do you do if Liereyy Men-at-Arm rushes you? What if Liereyy tries to go for the Phosphor, which of course we've seen plenty on this map with the Burmese? It feels like either way, Leary's going to have a strong matchup.
Because Champy don't resist conversion like Eagles do against Monks.
Yep. So I feel like a low eco style could be really tough for Incas here. No, again, that patch, which was announced like, what, a month and a half ago, is not gone through.
Yeah, I mean, it is nice not to have... It is nice not to have a change during Warlords, but it is also a bit weird to have it announced that far in advance and then not have a change happen.
Yeah, it's quite bizarre, honestly.
Just kind of another reason we wish we kind of had maybe 2 weeks in between events, because then that would give the devs a natural time to drop a patch and have enough time for players to prepare with new stuff. Oh, the outpost! The outpost, Ornlu! He's outpost rushing! ACCM is just saying, I, like MBL, will build an outpost to show I will win.
Unfortunately, Chompy's at best trade evenly versus the Scout Cavalry, so... Does Liereyy know that, though?
He might not. That might be why he bans them. He's sending the Vils. He's going to pull the Scout. I mean, that is great to take a Dark Age fight for the Champy, though, because the Champy doesn't get a boost like the Scout does unless you research Champy Runner.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate, and why the Eagle feels so much stronger than the Chompy does at the moment.
Also, this build from ACCM, 1 settlement and he's up. 1 settlement on wood and gold, and he's doing a barracks. And we all know ACCM practices like almost no one else practices. He has definitely tried Inca on this map before, I guarantee it. And he knows there's something up with them. He knows that with the very last... I mean, this is the last pick in the draft for both players, right? It's not like they think this is their probably ideal pick for this map. We've seen the Burmese be incredible. And now Liereyy with that scout can't threaten the Vil because he doesn't have the HP. And the barracks goes up uncontested. Vil doesn't get a hit, unfortunately.
And the Chompy will see the swordsman. So at the very least, ACCM knows what's going to happen here. Going to quick ball in those villagers. The settlement, of course, being that nice universal drop-off site.
Okay, he took 2 hits from the militia. I was scared for him for a moment. That APM.
Yeah. Definitely don't do that. Archery range is going to come in immediately for our Cyan player, but is Liereyy going to just be able to quickly follow it up as well? He gets double bit axe for free. ACCM not able to get that upgrade just quite yet, and Leary's already ahead in resources by a bit.
Yep, and remember, this is cracked terrain everywhere aside from the grass patch by the TC. Even underneath the trees, it's cracked terrain. So,
oh boy.
If that's why I was thinking Japanese would have been nice. You go Men-at-Arms plus Arson, and you break through walls so quickly.
It is quite nice. That said, I'm a little worried in this one for ACCM T-West. Men-at-Arm upgrade's going to be coming in.
Look at the outposts he has. Oh, yeah, stone discount. Cheaper outposts for the Inca. Oh, what a bonus.
Yes, you do. It's very nifty. But Men-at-Arms are going to be here. They get their extra attack. You have to be paying very close attention as ACCM. Is one Vil going to be enough? I think you might need a second one.
He needs a second. He needs a second.
He needs a second. He really does. If the Men-at-Arms make it in, he might just lose the tournament. Okay. Oh.
That was close. Oh, he's going to stone wall, but he's not in position. Oh, that was horrible. He tried to stone wall, and he wasn't there. And the Men-at-Arms will now kill the Vils. They have to run. He can wall behind this, but he's off of gold. That'll be a second Vil down.
Yep.
And he just needed to repair the 2 Vils at the start there. Leary's not even going to take a poke on the spear. Leary's in Liereyy mode now.
Yes, he is. Skirmisher follow-up here as well. There's only the starting Chompy. And that 2 Vil lead, we've seen it so many times. Even without the villager kills, Leary's already ahead by 200 resources.
Yep, and this is now feeling like a Liereyy game. Men-at-Arms just do something kind of small, and then, ooh, they even hit the archers. Skirms are on their way over, and now I think ACCM just kind of dead.
Yeah, it would be a really unfortunate way for the tournament to end if it is just in a one-sided feudal age slap, but at the moment, Liereyy has an enormous advantage.
Yep, but
and Leary's ahead and is no way of not getting even further ahead in the near future.
Yeah, and now it's just kind of questioning of what did the Inca match up with against the Burmese? Can they actually do anything? Because I don't think so, honestly.
Nope. Leary's microing perfect here as well.
Yeah. I think this was just... I don't know. I don't know because I think Tatars probably have a rough matchup against Saracens if it goes to Crossroads. I think ACCM really needed to go Japanese here. I think that was his best chance to at least force Game 9.
Oh boy. Unfortunate here. 5 villagers behind now is ACCM. Liereyy is in complete cruise control, and there's simply no way for ACCM to even think about crossing the map anytime soon. Just some skirmisher javelins coming back and forth. +6 in the KD right now for Liereyy. Absolutely gigantic. More army coming in. And like, how do you even try and come back compositionally here? You can't go chompies. You don't have the food income for it.
And you can't just go skirms, because then you're just skirm versus skirm, and you're already down in numbers, and also probably down in micro.
And 11 farms already for Liereyy. He is getting that food income rolling at this point. And I do not think there is a way for ACCM to win this game that does not involve him getting to Castle Age faster, but I also don't know if he can
I don't
do
think he can. I mean, maybe it's just tower defense. Hope that Liereyy can't do anything against the towers, but then Liereyy doesn't have to. He can just pull back, go castle faster, and then do whatever he wants. So Rambai, he's Vil fighting an outpost, so that'll take some Vil time at least.
Something, I guess. But at the moment, Liereyy doing just fine, making sure he's full-walled. He knows he is in complete control of this game. He has disrupted his opponent's economy in such a significant way. Fletching now coming in. Lierey's going to be thinking about Castle Age very soon, though. And, I mean, Fletching's going to be nice, and Liereyy does not have that upgrade, so you do get the range advantage, but... I mean, it feels like it would require ACCM to quite heavily out-micro Liereyy in Feudal Age skirm fights, which is...
Yeah.
It feels like kind of a tall task.
I think maybe kill the men-at-arms. It's just the villain resource difference now is huge. Absolutely enormous.
Yeah, 5 seconds idle time for Liereyy, 0 Vils lost. Ooh, popping out there with the skirms.
Yep, that is bad for ACCM. There's fletching for Liereyy. And the only thing wrong for Liereyy is maybe the greed of not doing the market means he's not able to buy himself up. Otherwise, with the market, he'd be up now.
Yeah, not super ideal, but it's all right.
Well, that's unfortunate. That one Vil standing on top of a stone wall, or not repairing enough for ACCM, is kind of ended it for him. That's how it goes against Liereyy, and how efficient Liereyy is, and just how strong the men-at-arms can be.
Yeah, I mean, the men-at-arms rush... I mean, I feel like men-at-arms rushing is so good against Incas in general that even when you open archers, it's not like you can really be faster with archers these days.
Yeah. And do you know if you have like a straight-up fight, kind of, assuming equal micro, which is maybe hard to assume, how would Japanese men-at-arms do against the Burmese ones? Because it's faster attack versus
Japanese men-at-arms
attack.
Still beat all the other men-at-arms, including
yeah,
Burmese.
that's what I would have thought. That's another reason I think Japanese go for this map, because they have good monks to counter Burmese monks. They got cav archers to deal with the Rambai. They had men-at-arms to deal with the early men-at-arms. And just kind of the Inca I don't know what they do. I mean, ACCM has a market. And thanks to Lierey's lack of market early on, he will be up not as fast as he could be. That gives ACCM some chance to reach Castle, and we're still maybe having the hope that ACCM knows something we don't about the Inca. Because I'm struggling to see if he can pull this off anyway.
Man, we need to see, like, the market used, though. And there we go. Castle Age is in. A minute idle TC time versus 10 seconds.
Yep. But,
like,
I mean...
that is...
Not less than 1k res collected at least. That'll probably change as Liereyy has a few more Vils on the way up. What can the Inca do? Is this just going to be skirms? They have cheaper skirms. Is that what ACCM is thinking? Just skirm discount? 15% less food for skirms? And I mean, Burmese, they don't have armor on the skirms. They don't like fighting elite skirm versus elite skirm. Is that the way this goes? The Inca have better skirms and maybe gives ACCM a chance?
I don't know. Remember, this isn't the next patch yet where Incas are getting their discount buffed by 10%.
Oh, wow. That's a huge
Yeah,
discount.
I mean, Incas are going to be so much better next patch, but they actually got nerfed with the release of the last chieftains, and now they have to wait.
Well, not with the
until patch
relief.
comes in before they're buffed
They
again.
got nerfed with the change to champions.
They
got
sure
buffed.
did.
They got buffed with the last chieftains, and then nerfed with the change to champions.
And right now, guys, Liereyy is already 1,100 resources ahead. Castle Age is in. He's going to come in with a forward monastery. And of course, another way Liereyy wins this game is just by collecting all the relics.
Yep, and he knows where they are because he's the Burmese. Not like it's hard to scout on this map, but he'll know where they are. And then Light Cav also for Liereyy, seeing all the skirms. So if ACCM's just going heavy skirm, then Light Cav come in and kill the skirms.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really a whole lot to do at this point if you are ACCM. Liereyy going to be able to go for a more diverse army composition. He's literally doing what his opponent is doing, but more efficiently. That is going to be a dead villager there as well. That insult to injury. Double monastery here for Liereyy and a siege workshop. This is the sort of thing that we were thinking he might go for.
At least we have a clown game.
Another villager sniped. I mean, ACCM's never going to be able to cross the map to West.
No, he's not. But you know what Liereyy doesn't have right now? Bloodlines on the scouts. Doesn't have armor on them. The skirms could still work here. ACCM at least has a tower already.
Nah, this isn't working, man.
You gotta believe we're in the double range skirm production. He's got the skirms.
Gonna try and screw up the skirmishers a little bit with the villagers, but he doesn't have even +1 defense, so they would be taking less damage. And behind this, you're gonna have more monks and mangonels. You're gonna have more light cav. There's literally nothing here that kills light cav. Oh man.
And Liereyy can just dance back and forth behind that wood line. The settlement's so big, ACCM would actually have to split the skirms into 2 groups to catch them, but then each group would lose.
Yeah, it's a rough spot to be in for sure.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing ACCM could have done there was try to wall the skirms off and trap them, but even then, it's against Liereyy micro. Maybe he's gotten a step on him now.
He does. Light cav are coming in, though. I mean, this is literally as good a fight as you could ask for.
Oh yeah, this is a
as
great fight for
ACCM,
him.
But he's 20% behind in terms of resources to West.
Well, he's
gonna lose
ahead.
both archery ranges as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's ahead in skirm numbers, but not for long if he loses the ranges on the cracked terrain again.
I think he wanted to go for quick archers to stop the men-at-arms in their tracks, but the issue with going for an archer defense against men-at-arms is that men-at-arm rushes hit so much faster than they used to that you can go men-at-arms and still have the range units behind at almost the exact same time.
Yeah, and especially on the cracked terrain, too. They're putting so much extra pressure on you. Oh, is there a new rubble for this civ?
Guys.
I'm just noticing that there's large blocks of stone in the rebel. I guess it's unique rebel for the architecture.
For
the Inca, yeah, for ACCM's ranges. Look at that. Oh, they're disappearing. Look quick, look quick.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, as you said, collecting relics is Liereyy. He's got 5 of them. And he's on his way to a 5-3 victory over ACCM.
Indeed. Gets the,
he's not
the kill
walled.
there. ACCM knows it's over. He's got nothing going for him. GG, well played, congrats. As Liereyy will win his first S-tier tournament in several years, and that is certainly a well-earned victory. A little lucky being able to dodge the other top 4 players the entire way, but he's the one who's been consistent, not any of the other ones.
Yeah, that he has. I mean, ACCM did beat Vacation Viper. He beat Sebastian. He made it to the finals. And Liereyy now will once more win an S-tier event. Still looking for his first win at a LAN, but that might come in a little over a month at the Brazilian Dynasty. But for now, that will end it with... I can't even check anything off because I don't have the map there. Wait, it'll be a win on Cliffbound with the Inca losing to the Burmese. ACCM, I'm sure he regrets that Mirkwood game of everything. And then an awkward civ pick If he had gotten Japanese on Crossroads, that would have been an insane final game for him. But that lack of bloodlines from Liereyy in game number 5 maybe extended the set by about 3 games.
Yeah. It really could have been the difference maker, and yet it still gave us a really great finals. So many close and competitive games. It was really just the Pacific Islands game and the last one that felt like a bop. But ACCM put up a great fight, and this is still probably one of, if not his best ever tournament result.
Yep, I mean, the only other one would be where he actually beat Liereyy in the finals of Wandering Warriors Cup, but that wasn't quite the same prize pool.
Yeah, this is a huge tournament.
Yep, so that is a $14,000 first place for ACCM. What is that in Vietnamese currency? I mean 14,000 for Liereyy and 10,000 for ACCM. So 10,000 for ACCM, and Liereyy will be in first place with, that's probably, I don't know what the exchange rate to euros is. It's probably awful right now.
Yeah, it's probably not the best, but oh boy, that was fun. That was an almost 5-hour series. Very, very back and forth.
And then 10,000 USD to Vietnamese. How do I even abbreviate that?
It's Vietnamese dong.
Yeah, dong, but what's the abbreviation? VND. That is 26,358,300 VND.
Yep.
Oh, wait, no, wait, no, I typed 1,000. I meant to type 10,000.
So basically, annual average annual income in Vietnam is like $7,000. So getting $10,000 from this tournament is already, you're making more than average in an entire year.
Yep, that is 263,583,000 Vietnamese dong, according to a quick Google search. That's a big number. Anyway, the remaining players of Inch and Sebastian get $7,000 for 3rd to 4th. 5th to 8th is 4,000, 9th to 12th is 2,500, and 13 to 16 is 1,500.
And that will be Warlords now in the books.
In the books. So I'll just show the brackets once more. I'm sure Memb will be, I gave him a shout out, but he'll be interviewing Liereyy, I'm sure, if you want to see that. I'll take one last look at these brackets, these random brackets that you thought Hera at least would face Liereyy in the quarterfinals, but Lewis beast mode against Hera, who really did not look prepared for that, and as much as he played well, still could not deal with most of what Lewis threw at him.
And it was a fun event. A lot of one-sided series in the later rounds, but the final certainly making up for that, and that was a lot of fun for sure.
That was. The finals were incredible. After ACCM went down, almost made the reverse sweep. At least he made it competitive. That's what you hope for against Hera and Liereyy these days, that people make it competitive at least. And we did at least make it to Game 8, which, once again, I said 5-3. I pulled a prediction out of nowhere this morning, and I was right. So, I don't know. I should get some Mem Bureau in the chat for his chat for that.
That's fair. That's fair. Hera and Yo, probably nobody upset. Yeah, I mean, it's still solid performance for both Sebastian and Vinchester, getting deep in an S-tier tournament. And was a lot of fun. And now it's just what's next?
What's next is going to be USA Cup. I'm going to cast some USA Cup next. Do you know what sets we had today in USA Cup?
No idea.
I'll tell you, because we had some good USA Cup sets. We had Daniel Inc., Emu Masty, and Scotty Bloodless.
Alrighty.
I'm going to see if I can cast 3 sets as Rex.
Well, I am going to head off at this point, so I'll throw the viewers over to you.
Awesome.
Of course, shout out to Mem for organizing Warlords. Was still a lot of fun. And we'll have to see what's going to be going forward.
All right. Well, thanks for the code-cast, Orlin. I'll talk to you later.
Talk to you later, man.
We'll play some team games soon during the week.
Yeah.
All right. See you later.
Bye.
And say goodbye, chat. Ooh, all right, yeah, thanks, Ornlu. So I'm gonna swap over to USA Cup. I'm gonna need a couple minutes of a break in between the view counter. And someone said the view counter was broken. That's because that is only my Twitch. It doesn't count YouTube or shared collabs. So I'll need to do that myself instead of relying on Stream Elements numbers in the future. Anyway, I'm just gonna get some ads out of the way as I try to set up for USA Cup, change my titles all around, and I'll be back in a moment. And thank you, Ornlu, for the raid. Apologies that you're raiding into an ad, but I want to clear the timer. Goodbye, chat. Let me see. Oh, you got a little... Oh, is that like a Duolingo thing? Good job, Twest2. Thank you, thank you. So we're gonna now do some Rex. Daniel versus Inc. USA Cup. Hosted by... Paradox 303 and Ace John at Ace John 65. All right, and we'll set this up. Daniel against Inc. This will be a play all three in the group stage. And then we set up the YouTube title as well. Get these names added to the YouTube description. Also just change the thumbnail. I'll have to remember to change that back when we're done. And change all the logos over. And let's see if we can grab these recs from the USA Cup Discord. Here's the recorded game channel. Do we have one? We should have one, yes. Is T90? Yes, he is playing, yes. He's on vacation now, but hopefully during the week we'll be casting his Rex. Dux will be joining us to cast. Let's see, download these recs. Let me just actually download the recs of all the sets I'm going to cast while I'm here. Masty Emu and Bloodless Scotty. I'm going to save game folder and paste stuff in here. Oh gosh, they didn't rename the recs. Let's hope I get these in the right order. I guess I'll just copy and paste them. Masty Emu. These recs are nicely named. Like Cat and Scotty are named. Lovely. All right, and we have the drafts. We got Daniel on the left, Ink on the right. And I myself will just need a quick break in between. We'll shift stuff over. I'll be right back. Put my BRB banner up, and then we'll get USA Cup started, so stay tuned. Alright, chat. Are you ready for some USA Cup? Let me get rid of BRB. Are you ready for USA Cup? We're gonna have Graveyards as map 1. Again, these games were played earlier, but I don't think anyone casted these. I'm sure people casted Masty Emu. Get your guns and cheeseburgers ready. I mean, cheeseburgers are an important part of AoE 2, as we have all learned from Warlords. So I'll do a bit more casting now. Don't think you can ever be ready for that level of gameplay. Oh, there's AoE 2. I was worried it crashed again. My H version. Why is Capture Age not detecting my AoE 2 version? That is weird. Capture Age is bugging out. Okay. Game 1 on Graveyards. Oh my gosh. Okay, chat. Okay, it's time for USA Cup, and we have a Civ matchup. We have one heck of a Civ matchup. As welcome to Graveyards, and as the Well of Souls is dug into this middle dried up pond graveyard area, we're gonna have Ink to the west as the red Celts against Daniel to the blue, or Daniel to the east as the blue Chinese. To the blue, that is a direction. All right, just for my own sanity, hold on. I need to do one thing, the scoreboard, and I need to put the group stage. It is a play all 3. And I should grab the player elos for the overlay. So, do we have elos here? If I click on the dashboard, USA Cup, can I find these elos? Daniel versus Ink. Right now, Daniel is 2688 and Ink is 2157. So there we go. And we'll continue in the Dark Age. We can speed the Dark Age up a bit. So the Chinese are OP, as we all know. The Celts could go for a Huang Rush here. There's a nice little broken cart on the edge of the map. We casting Emu soon? Yep, Emu Masty will be the next set. It'll be set number 2. It'll be set number 2. So welcome in everyone on Twitch, on YouTube. Glad if you're sticking around after Warlords. Amazing we had such nice viewership for Warlords. That was crazy. I know T90 and Dave are away this weekend, but nice that people stop by here with me and Nornlu to watch. And hopefully it's still good for the tournament overall to have more people casting it. The party boys. And we'll have more houses there for Daniel. Also TL. Does anyone know what TL means yet? Does that mean the league? Because I think Ling Yuan split up into multiple teams. And Daniel will be playing for, I guess, the LYB. If that's what you call it. Because I imagine the A team is going to be Lix, Vivi, and Yo. And Yo's going to have to make sure that Vivi schedules properly. So barracks for Ink. Celts like to drush, pre-mill drush. Remember the days of the drush FC where you'd do the barracks after the mill? So Graveyards has a lot of wood. And I honestly wouldn't be too surprised to see a drush FC here. If you go, but it would be drush FC into a forward mangonel. Certainly a style I think you can pull off as the Celts, if you're not just doing straight FC Huang. So Graveyards has a ton of relics. I guess that just is a theme for Graveyards. We have 14 relics on the map. A lot of them actually kind of in the back of the map for Ink. Daniel not so lucky in his corner that the Graveyard kind of spread around this way. 5 dried up pools filled with relics in the middle. Yeah, letting Daniel get the Chinese definitely is a problem, because they are an insanely good civilization with one of the best economies in the game. Very smooth transitions, but a couple of cattle being stolen by Ink. Daniel didn't pick them up, and Daniel's milling his chickens. And there's Daniel up to feudal. Doing a range immediately. And looking for Ink's scout. Ink is going to be up much slower. And he's going forward with the militia. 4 militia, so we'll go for a man-at-arms rush, but we'll lose the scout in the process. 20 vills, so not like he was up slowly. Didn't really have idle time there. But also, look at that start. 20 seconds, only 20 seconds of idle time for Daniel. With the Chinese, that is crazy. But now, where are those militia going? We'll have full walls from Ink. Full walls from him. Can he get in? Now, no scout to stop walling. Will Daniel be able to wall them out? We'll go normal time here. And will Daniel react to this? He has a chance to react, and he doesn't react in time. And now those speedy Celt men-at-arms are in. They'll get maybe 1 vill. Nope, he's just going to block and get the back vill. But that is annoying. Daniel just lost half of his wood line. And now the men-at-arms can keep hoovering around. They can get atop a hill to attack that palisade. Ooh, okay, hill bonus for men-at-arms against the palisade. That is nice for them. Could even get arson, but Daniel's starting to defend with archers. And we'll have the archers out in time to deal with the men-at-arms. The Celt eco bonus strikes again. The second one, the stealing of the herdables. That's true, Celts stealing cows. That's what the Celts want to be doing. There's a market for Ink, but he does not have the food to go castle age after making men-at-arms. As Daniel will defend with those few archers.
Kid?
And there is a market for Ink.
Kid?
And a blacksmith up for Daniel. And we're a bit of have a housing crisis for Ink because he needs a house. Is doing town watch while pumping out more archers. And Daniel will keep walling up, but kind of hard to wall on this back hill. Problem is there are no follow-up archers for Ink, so he's not forward in time to apply enough pressure over the small walls. And he'll just have to keep hoovering around in the back with the men-at-arms. And Daniel will work to wall up his wood line again from the rear. Make sure both sides are secured.
Kid? Love.
We'll have fletching for Daniel as the men-at-arms get around. A couple of houses go up. And oh, there's a hole! There's a hole! Ink, there's a hole in the wall. There's always a hole, and there goes the gold. I think Ink's dead now. If there's not a hole, he buys 1 round of food and is able to go up. But there is a hole. He has no gold and he has to wall. Aw, Ink. No, not like this. There's fletching. But the men-at-arms are... I mean, they're speedy enough. They're chasing archers, but... that is rough. And you'll wall this up. Maybe he'll get enough archers eventually to clear this, but there goes the uptiming he wanted. Or indeed, hello, Masty. We're gonna cast your games next, Masty. Where did that bunny come from? Ah, that's just one of the hares from the early patch. After they added chickens, they also added hares, which are just reskinned chickens. Okay, Daniel charging the archers with his own archers, but his archers were so low on HP that actually the skirm massacred them. Oh, Ink, how the heck did he lose only 1 or 2 archers there? I thought that was going to be a horrible fight for him, but that's okay. Well, he has another hole he can plug up there. Second range, and he'll be up soon, but not nearly as fast as Daniel, as the bear chases his men-at-arms around. He lost them, but, like, before they got to the hill. What did he lose? Maybe, like, 3 archers he lost. Oh, I thought he was going to lose everything. I thought that's what I should say. I thought he was going to lose absolutely everything. Now, Castle Age for Ink, because he has a good timing advantage over Daniel, and we'll be sending his group of soldiers forward across the map, where maybe they can break through and do some damage. We'll just have a bit of a lull as they're both up to the Castle Age, and Daniel will try to wall in the back.
Kid?
And men-at-arms and everyone come forward. And maybe we'll be able to break through the houses. Correction, Daniel has a good time over ink. Has a good timing over ink. Did I say that wrong? Did I say that wrong? Did I mess? You know, I think it is gonna mess with my mind that Daniel's blue and ink is red. I think usually I see them with colors reversed. But anyway, ink will break through this palisade. And he'll be rooming forward. Defensive university. So the most American thing ever, using the university as part of a wall. And the archer on the hill will keep the men-at-arms away. And forward workshop for ink. Crossbows can hit the gate. Oh, Jeep, blue Jeep. And crossbows will break in here without much issue. The question then for ink is how many defensive crossbows will he have in time? And it looks like the crossbow's gonna get through the palisade. I'll get through and get to the hill. And we have scale barding armor for Daniel and the blacksmith. As ink not able to break through just yet, and by the time he's through, there'll be a TC atop the hill for Daniel. Oh, remember this? When maps had hills that were kind of big, and you could stand on top of them like these crossbows are, and you could build TCs on them? Who wins this? Does Daniel win this? This is gonna be close. And the question of does ink have enough crossbows to stop this is almost a yes, but still a no. As now Daniel can take another fight. Oh my god. Clicking those Celt units and hearing the voice lines just gives me William Wallace vibes. And ink does now have enough, so Daniel can't keep pushing. No ballistics for either one. And he's through. As I was saying, a wonderful big hill atop which you can place a TC. And there's the workshop. Daniel has scouted that with a knight, so going double gold comp in knight and crossbow. KD is not pretty. Daniel out-micering here. Picking off crossbows. There he goes. More crossbows coming in. And a university up for ink. But now a couple of knights come in, and there's no monastery yet to deal with knights. So leather archer armor for ink. He's still booming 1 TC, so we'll fall behind eventually, as Daniel has 2. Daniel up by 10 vills so far. Shouldn't favor ink then against double gold comp. Can't kite Celt Halb as well. I don't think so. I think here it's the comp he needs to snipe off the halbs with crossbows and snipe off mangonels with knights. And the crossbows are so far from the workshop that the knights will destroy the workshop, free the mangonels, and then destroy the mangonels. Ballistics now. Okay, for both players, both of them getting ballistics at their American universities and USA Cup. That's a lot of tuition they gotta pay to get that ballistic, so it better be worth it. Siege push has gone sideways. The siege push has gone nowhere. The siege push has just seen the red color of ink and said, "Oh, that's a stop sign. Can't break the law. Can't go past the stop sign. No going past the red light." And ballistics is in. That changes the micro. Here come a couple of mangonels, but the knights are there to destroy the mangonels. Crossbows are not there to protect them in time. It's one mangonel down. Second mangonel gets a shot off at least, but goes down still. However, this has been a nice fight for ink in the middle. Daniel was concerned, maybe overly so, with destroying the workshop. Mangonels still got taken down. Ink now, pressing forward, monastery in the middle. No one's picked up relics yet, and as we saw earlier, 14 relics on the map. There's a monastery, there's another workshop. So Ink's saying the monk rush never stops, so he'll be able to do a monastery now. More ranges, now up to 5 ranges for Daniel. And since he cleared a few mangonels, he feels pretty happy just going crossbows and making the crossbows go burr. That is true. Chinese universities do have discounted techs. Yeah, double the gold cost of ballistics for us US players, as Masty says. Or as Masty writes, he wrote that, he didn't say it. Unless maybe he did say it. Do you think Masty verbally speaks everything that he writes in the Twitch chat as he's watching? I'll have to ask Emu about that. Absolutely, he does 100%. Maybe he uses speech to text. Maybe that's how he chats in Twitch. Must be tricky to get the :vroom : typed. Oh, okay, there's a bit of a massacre. We had Ink going out to Stone and was not protected. He also reads out loud everything everyone else writes. That's what I have to do. That's the streamer's job. That way you feel like I'm actually reading the chat. Because sometimes you don't have time to read the chat. You gotta read the chat. USA Cup chat is very important. USA Cup ensures that we have some extended VOD past the end of Warlords, so we don't have spoilers. Noted, noted. Says Masty to himself as it appears in the Twitch chat window. And now another TC for Ink, but he's down by 40 vils. Getting chased by a couple of bears. Encountering bears in the wilderness is a very American thing. Happens to me sometimes. There's a hole here. 100% there's a hole there. Oh no, Ink. Well, the Celt's wood bonus betraying him as he chopped a bit too quickly through that forest. And now Daniel will have a nice hill at the back. And has Ink noticed? I think Ink might be microing up here. I don't think he has noticed. Maybe he's noticed now, but Ink is feeling pretty dead at the moment. Oh, well, that's a good rocket cart shot, too. He's feeling very dead on the moment. Both inside his base and out, he's dying. And we're now up to almost a 50 vil lead for Daniel. And there is a GG. Do I know if a 3-1 is enough to secure a top 3 spot in the group stage? I have no idea. I have not seen... I don't even know what the settings are for Silver League. I didn't see it in the handbook. So, I don't know. I'll have to ask Paradox. So, here it's 80 to 42 KD for Daniel. Despite the larger military for the Celts, crossbowmen were not enough. And that is a good Game 1 result for Daniel. So we'll check this off. Game 1 on Graveyards, won by Daniel. It is a play all 3, so we see all 3 regardless of the results. But that's the first picked Chinese against the last picked Celts. So, not the best of Civ matchups, to be fair. Maybe Ink can give us something a bit more interesting in game number 2. Now, they didn't label the Rex, so I had to go by timestamp, and I think this is game number 2. And it will be Socotra, and it'll be Koreans against the Maya. I'll just let the ad finish before I start. Maybe we should go with Onomata Poetically then? And 3, 2, 1. And it's done, and let's go. So, game number 2. Here we have a Socotra. This is a lovely map, Socotra. Daniel immediately has a much better map because his ostriches are to the top right of his TC. Ink's ostriches are right between them. Daniel could even lame them. Could even push them back to his own TC with a scout. So, okay. Rough map for Ink for the start. In terms of the mid-game, at least his golds are kind of to the back, and they're split up a bit. Daniel's kind of the same thing up to the top. That is, yes, I know what that is, Marty Lord. This is the chat where we have vocabulary. And oh, look at this, a double ostrich lame from Daniel. Oh, the beauty of the laming. He's gonna push both of them. And we'll just get that one in to shoot it. Is he gonna give it another push? And Backseater, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. Backseater extraordinaire. We were casting some USA Cup. We casted Warlords earlier. And here we have Daniel, definitely the favorite to win USA Cup. But he's playing against Ink. And we're on Socotra. Hello, Maxi. So we got 3 USA Cup sets we're going to cast today. They're best of 9s, or best of 3s. So we have a total of 9 games. 8 more, including this one. You are ugly adjacent. Okay. I'm not adjacent to her. But I am about 20 minutes away, which is nearby, if not as close as adjacent. And this build for Daniel is idle.
Shot it.
The Eagle will poke at some of these palisades. And Bill from Ink will still wandering around and try to lame some ostriches, but Daniel's taking a third ostrich from Ink. Oh my gosh, the laming here. Oh, this is so ridiculous, but he's stealing the ostrich with his scout, just pushing it back to his TC. And this is USA Cup. There's no mercy shown in USA Cup. It's a tournament game. Daniel's not going to say, I have over 500 more elo, I'll go easy. No, he's layman. This map is fun to watch, but stressful to play. Isn't that true for all maps that are fun to watch? The more, I think there's a strong positive correlation between fun to watch and stressful to play. So welcome in, everyone. And hope you're ready for some more Age of Empires. Because we had a great day of casting. Warlords casting has been great this week. I'm glad we've had a lot of people watching. We are very close. We're at 15,923 followers. We're so close to 16,000. Get a nice round number. Oh, this is a lovely lumber camp for Ink. Look at this. You just go back here in the little lumber camp alcove, send all the vills back there. You played your USA Cup set earlier. Nice. That's a lot of vills chopping the dragon trees. And then up, wonderful T-shaped berries. Ink will mill. And Daniel just gonna mill his berries in the middle of the map. Just, yeah, you might have lamed some of them, but you didn't lame all of them. And he's gonna mill the berries in preference to milling the ostriches, which are decaying pretty quickly after the lame. And Ink does still have a score lead. So Maya versus Koreans. And Ink will idle the TC in an attempt to click up. He does have 2 buildings. So there is another house for him. And there is Feudal Age for Daniel.
Shot it.
And Daniel probably doesn't want to fight the Eagle until Feudal.
Shot it.
They should give it more boars with extra attack. That'd be one way to go about it.
Ashike.
There's a barracks now for Daniel. So a couple of barracks both in the middle.
Shot it.
And that's now feudal age for Daniel.
Ashike. Tabish. Ashike. Shot it. Tabish. Shot it. Ashike.
And we'll just scout find the Vills. There he's up to feudal. And an archery range up for Daniel in the middle. So straight archers versus a spear. And we have a range now. Ink has the wood for it. And just quickly doing a house, because why not? And a blacksmith. What's this build? House blacksmith and spear? Oh, he's gotta go for a tower and wants to tower the berries. But skirms will be out. And the eagle will die. And now the spear should die to the skirm.
Tabish.
And Daniel will counter tower and also send more Vills forward to fight.
Ashike. Tabish.
So Ink now wanting to get the tower up, and if he doesn't get that up, then it's going to be rough for him. So he could have just gone range and kind of played an equal game with skirms. But Koreans, if you get into a tower rush situation, Koreans with the free armor upgrades are a really smooth civ to play. Especially as they get skirms out. And now the Vills from Daniel can just fight that tower, take it down. And this is a big loss for Ink to have so much forward Vill time. Even more than Daniel, I think, because he had to walk forward a bit. And Daniel should be pulling ahead in resources. As the tower being whacked down by Vills still. Oh, hello, Ugly. Welcome to the chat.
Ashike.
Oh, we have the good old repair inside the tower. Mechanic Ink is using. He's gonna go try to rush Daniel's tower with his Vills. Garrison on the tower to hit the skirms. Towers will fight each other. But with the skirms, Daniel's just gonna send everything. His spears, his Vills, everything. Keep his tower up, keep his berries under his control. As Ink's trying to repair.
Ashike. Tabish. Shot it. Ashike. Shot it.
And spear hit by the skirms.
Tabish. Atut.
Ashike.
Vills going down. Skirms come forward, hit the Vills. And there goes the tower from Ink. And now, without that tower, Daniel has a 3 Vill lead. Has the skirm numbers advantage. And this is looking pretty darn rough for Ink at the moment.
Tabish.
Atut.
And Vills running forward. There are weak Vills on the gold mine that the skirms will find. Weak Vills to be found. Other Vills attack the mining camp. And we'll have a house up in the back for Ink.
Tingi.
There goes the mining camp. Daniel could destroy 5 houses. No USA garrison flag mod? Nope. No mods.
Ashike. Atut.
9 Vill start runestone? 9 Vill start runestone? What is that map?
Tabish. Ashike.
Tabish. Shade.
Atut.
It's probably about as vanilla as you can get.
Ashike. Atut.
With avoiding drushes and laming with the 9 Vills.
Tabish.
Shade.
Atut. Ashike. Shade. Atut.
10 Vills come forward, destroy a mining camp, and leave. That's Daniel's game plan, but it's working for him.
Shade. Ashike.
Now, Ink going Eagles, trying to at least. He has some gold where he put a mining camp right next to it. Double barracks Eagles, just against full skirm. I've seen Yo play full skirm against Eagles on this map enough to think that I know skirms can work.
Shot it. Tabish. Ashike.
Ashike.
Now they'll fight the Vills and the berries. And those Vills are very weak. Will the Skirms get a Vill pick? Yes, they will. Alright, 5-1 Eco KD for Daniel as the Skirms keep wandering around. Chased a bit by the Eagles. Skirms will try to hit another Vill.
Tabish. Shot it.
Eagles losing some more HP to the Skirms. Almost dead. Second range for Daniel, and that'll be just for more Skirms. He's gonna go full Skirm. It's gonna be like Doubt when he wanted to make 100,000 Skirms. Byzantines versus Goths. Can work out for him. That's the third range? Oh, that's the third range. Alright, triple range Skirms. Daniel just gonna make Skirms. Ink has to idle the TC. He's doing a market. What's he gonna do from the market? Doesn't have any stone to sell. Had been trushing and repairing the tower earlier. That house, only 100 HP. Wouldn't take too long to go down.
Ashike.
Like 7 or 8 volleys from the Skirms. I mean, you could destroy that house and then try to break in.
Ashike. Tabish.
Daniel opting just to tank some TC fire. Has the free armor on the Skirms, so the TC will be doing 1 damage. And now I'll just group up more Skirms for fighting more Eagles. Oh, who likes Skirms? Do you like Skirmishers, chat? Have we not seen enough Skirms so far today?
Ashike.
Is forging for ink.
Atut.
Ashike. Shot it. Tabish. Shot it.
Skirms hit the Eagles.
Tabish.
And the Eagles all are going down. As Daniel just keeps adding more and more Skirms. Now we're up to 23 Skirms. We got 6 more queued out of 3 ranges. Daniel's gonna have a lot of Skirms. He's gonna force a build a tower to force Ink to send Vills. As the Skirms will pick off more Eagles and Vills. I make many unit when 1 unit Skirm does the job. Well, I mean, it was a curious start when he just went Eagles and Trush without a military building. And Daniel used that to make Skirms and then more Skirms. And there's a GG, as Daniel will go up 2-0 on Socotra, having made lots and lots of Skirms. 22 to 15 KD. Look at that military count for a player who tried to go double barracks Eagles but didn't have the eco for it. So, GG. I do think Skirms could use more min-range. That was my suggestion. Add +1 to it. So Land Madness could be his next map, and it looks like it will be. That was the Maya losing to the Koreans. And they swapped their colors, but I'll keep them as they were. Daniel will be the Jurchens, Ink will be the Franks on Land Madness. Let's make Men-at-Arms even stronger, yep. I'm sure we'll see more interesting maps in Masty versus Emu, right? This is about as standard as we can get from this set. So let me just wait for the ad to end, and then we'll start. And in just a moment, 3, 2, 1. Ad break ended. Your community is back. That means our community is ready for USA Cup. As we have Daniel as the Blue Jurchens to the west, against Ink as the Red Franks to the east. Well, faster berries is nice when you get one forage bush under your TC. You only have 5 berries though, so instead of 6 berries, you still have 6, but one's moved. Admin loss for Masty? What did Masty do for an admin loss? Why are we admin losing Masty? What did he do? Did he patrol stack? Oh wow, that's a nice deer patch. So 1 ibex and 2 deer right next to 4 deer. And Ink will have a very nice deer push. So we can speed up the Dark Age a bit. So how does he deserve it? Masty don't deserve no admin losses. Don't be adminning Masty like that. Ooh, Daniel did just miss his 2 sheep. He's going for the double deer push, though. Or the ibex and deer push. Getting them both in towards that town center of his. Oh, very nicely done. We saw him go for the double ostrich steal last game. Let's see if we can maybe push in another deer. Ooh, still doesn't see the sheep off by a tile. Might never find him now. As you only get 1 boar on the map, so extra important you push in your deer and make use of that berry from the TC. As they do get pushed in, all of them. Did Masty... No, don't admin loss yourself. Oh, quadruple deer push. Let's go, Daniel. All four. Okay. No, he's settling for 2. He's gonna settle for 2. Oh, he lost it. He'll settle for 1. Oh, that started almost amazing. And hello, Emu. Emu being like, I need admin losses from Masty. So, Masty versus Emu will be next. We'll see how that works. Giving Daniel, of all players, land madness graveyards in Socotra. Well, also probably the maps where Ink feels most comfortable himself. But not everyone's a clown and can pick arena. Or a Baltic Fleet captain and can pick water maps. Chat all spamming admin loss for Masty. Oh, chat. What are you doing? Have a strong word with admins? Don't we think that Emu can win games by himself? Do we need to give him admin wins against Masty? Can we admin loss both of them? Now, admin win for Masty. There we go. Arena has been played 0 times in the main event thus far because the map pool does not have enough closed maps, so people ban it. That's a shame. Arena was the best map. So there it'll be a stable Scouts War. Who likes a Scouts War? I think the Inca, or the Jurchens and the Franks, they like Scouts Wars. I almost said the Inca. I have the Inca on my mind from ACCM still. So lots of scouts, we'll just keep on, yeah, I think normal speed now. Jurchen scouts attack faster, Franks have extra HP, y'all know about the Franks, I'm sure. They were played a ton on DE for some reason, years ago. I never really understood why, I never really thought they were all that strong. But I guess the berry collection rate had been nerfed slightly since then. Good evening, Major Blazer. Masty win for admin. Give admins a Masty win? That sounds like you're taking the admins and giving them their own loss. Wouldn't it be fitting for Ink to play Incas? Oh, that's why I almost said Inca. Now I realize why I almost said Inca, because his name's Ink. Oh my gosh, Ink. Not like this. Not like this, Ink. Don't lose the Vills. Oh, it's painful. Ink will get a spear over, but not in time to save the Vill. Gets a poke, but Daniel picks the Vill. Or indeed. And we'll have a few more scouts for Daniel. He might just go full scouts. We'll see how much fun he wants to have this game. Franks don't have camels, so Jurchen's going full scouts. Maybe then the Steppies could be fun. They also won't have many archers to deal with, or great crossbows to deal with the Steppe Lancers. No Thumb Ring, and then no scaling into Imp. So Spear's about to stab each other down here. HP advantage for Daniel, as he'll also have a spear defending his berries against a few more scouts. Oh, but this spear brought friends. Friends to the poke fight. They're gonna poke too. That spear has to turn and run. Frank's looking anemic and underwhelming, back like they were in the AOC days. Well, here's Daniel thinking of raiding. Instead, he's gonna focus and fight a scout. Can't really do too much damage here, as Frank's scouts still do have more HP. Oh, some spears get in on the Vills, and the Vills from Daniel will fight them down. There we go, Vills getting their stabs in. Stabbing those spears. He was facing Frank's pickers into the ladder. Nowadays it's all way pickers. Yeah, the ways have changed.
Café.
Recommended it by newbies as defaults. People need to recommend Huns more. Huns are where it's at. Honestly, it really doesn't matter what civ you play. You just really need to get into the mindset that you're not really learning civs in AoE 2. You're learning strategies. And civs might execute the strategies slightly differently. But you learn scouts with one civ. You've learned the basics of scouts with almost every civ. Start Huns, you never learn to add houses? I don't think that's true. I think you do learn to add houses. I think that's overblown. I think Huns let you concentrate on the important parts of the game. Of kind of more unit control focus and actually playing the game rather than kind of being housed so much. I think they're actually a really good choice. I think getting the rhythm to making houses is something you can pick up later. Because the Magyars are a good one too. They're the good, you don't really have an eco bonus civ. But still can go scouts, and the scouts are cheaper to help make up for it. Yeah, that's the thing. I think that you simplify the house making part, and you have more time to focus on other things, and it frees up that time in your macro cycle to actually look at your army. And that's kind of, I think, the hard thing for a lot of players, that they get so laser focused on the build order or the spreadsheet part that they forget to actually play the game. And okay, big fight here in the middle, as Ink has quite a few spears, but then so does Daniel. Daniel coming forward with them, neither player trying to go for an archery range. Lots of farms for Daniel, lots of farms for Ink. I don't see a second stable, but the longer the scout fight goes on, the better things are, as now we have bloodlines, or the better things are for the Jurchens, as now we have bloodlines for them. Still can do their blacksmith upgrades, and they still attack faster. Huns is the best civ to wall up Arabia. Well, you don't have house walls, you just palisade wall. Yeah, double stable for Ink. Double stable scouts, as I said, no bloodlines, so you have the more HP early on, less HP later on. And I don't really like double stable scouts. I think that Daniel can just mirror it, and then have better scouts. And the only advantage that really was there is the free horse collar. You can open men-at-arms or archers or scouts, and they're all pretty viable. Yep. Yeah, it's pretty standard, and they can do everything. Kind of the same as the Huns, even though maybe the builds are slightly different with the less wood you start with. Okay, that's a lot of spears for Ink. Does not have armor on them, though. So if Daniel has a lot of upgraded scouts, he could even think of jumping them, but no upgrades yet, so not the best idea. Forging for Ink. You learn the game playing Aztecs. Does that make you forget about stables? Learn the game playing Aztecs and then never make anything else. Oh, 2 ranges for Daniel. So he actually is going to click up and then go Cav Archers. So, nothing too surprising there as the Jurchens. They do have good Cav Archers. And Cav Archers usually do pretty well against the Franks. As they scale to Imp, Skirms will miss the final attack and armor upgrades at the Blacksmith. Instant +1 does make them scary a bit before the Men-at-Arms upgrade comes in. That's a good point. Couple of archers now for Daniel, as he's going to counterattack while his woodline is under duress. And he's going to try to get under Ink's TC. Hope that Ink doesn't notice, but Ink does notice. And enough spears here for Daniel that Ink doesn't want to push in with all of his scouts. Oh, but there's a hole. There's always a hole. And Daniel, if he pays attention, can fight that scout. If he pays attention, but he's not paying attention because he has a big fight going on his woodline. He's turning to fight with spears. He's pulling vills to fight. And who's going to win this? I don't know. I don't know if the HP bars help or hinder. There's a lot of red here, and that red is staying alive to the end of the fight. And that red will be Ink's units, as it looks like he cleaned that decently, but doesn't have enough scouts yet to push the rest of the vills. And also will have to deal with some spears still raiding his vills. At the front, Daniel did get cleaned up because he was looking at the other thing. But now that he's up to the castle age, Ink is not up yet, and we'll have a couple of probably cav archers queued soon. So that was a lot of scouts for Ink, and Step Lancer for Daniel. Spear can poke as archers come forward. Scouts go down. All the scouts go down, and now it's cav archer time. And cav archers, you're really happy to be making them as the Jurchens. You don't get Thumbring, but they do attack 25% faster. So there you get exactly the Mongols bonus. Rawr, hello Baron. How are you doing, Baron? Oh, and Bangudi. Rawr, Bangudi. Did y'all play some team games earlier? I'm going to try to play some team games throughout the week, because there's going to be less stuff to cast now that Warlords is done. You were up until 6 a.m. playing team games, if you count that as earlier. Ah, okay. That sounds like a good team game session. The spear can poke, Steppy can Omega poke. They can also step, they can also lance. And here the cav archers will be cleaning the scouts as they try to fight the spears. Scouts, at least from Ink, do have armor, but it is still feudal age scouts now against more and more cav archers from Daniel. Teutons are OP on Cliffbound in 1v1s or team game settings, where the conversion resistance is maybe good against all the monks you might see there. Team games, okay. I guess they can trush too. Tower rushes are probably hard to stop when they destroy towers more quickly. They do sound pretty OP. Or castles for map control. Or crenellations. And there's GG from Ink as his army runs into the cav archers and is cleaned fully by Daniel. And Daniel will win 3-0. So boom, 59 to 41 KD for Daniel. Better eco for him all around, and some better decisions on the scouts, getting to the castle age faster, recognizing the point when he was able to defend himself and click up. And well done. So GG's, and congrats to Daniel. We'll give him a win also on Land Madness with this lovely civ, the Jurchens, over the Franks. So first 3 civs versus the last 3 civs. Interesting civ drafting. But next up, we will have Masty versus Emu. So let me just get Nat out of the way and set that up. And Masty versus Emu. Which side of the scoreboard are y'all going to be on? And we got some drafts here. Oh, Masty's on the left, right? So this will be Masty James against Emu Warrior. GG. Hello, Creepers Leo. And where are we at? Where are we at? I need my overlay. Maps and civs. Alright, so. Do we know how old Masty and Emu are? Masty and Emu, how old are you? in the chat. I do know they're elos though. If that's any compensation. Oh, I actually need to start a game though to set that. Looks like Cross will be game 1. What a standard map for an interesting player matchup. Alright, so just a moment. Let me finish this off. And what do we have here? Okay, elos, that's what I wanted. Emu right now, his elo is 2321. Lovely number, 2321. Masty, his elo is 2245. Yeah, very young, up and coming. USA, future champions. Alright, I need to swap the scoreboard around. There we go, so we'll have Emu Warrior as the purple Dravidians to the west, and Masty James as the yellow Woo to the east. Does Emu still use mass only? No, he has hotkeys. Just used to have fewer hotkeys. Okay, okay. Hotkeys are good. In terms of relics, there is 1 to the side for each player, and then 3 up and down the middle of the map. Civs are wrong at the top. Civs are wrong at the top. They are wrong at the top. Thank you. Got the 2 of you reversed for the civs, because you're reversed in game versus the out of game overlay. So we can speed the Dark Age up a bit. We'll have probably an early dock from these players. They both have a safe corner pond. We'll have, what, 8 deep fish in each of the ponds? Yes. Ooh, wait, 7 fish here. Why are there not 8? Bugged map. Oh, wait, there. All right. Never mind, we're good. Also, look at that, that rocky fish. Leaping up and down on the rocks. Feels like the type of fish that Masty would go fish. What do we have here? Oh, we have, like, some rocky fish for Emu as well. Not quite as rocky, but partially rocky. Alright, always important. The rocks have a bonus to the fish that they cause absolutely no change. How come she's in the USA Cup? Because she is living in the US. She is a resident, and the tournament is open to residents. And if Paradox didn't let her play, he would have been cursed with clacky keyboards haunting his dreams and not letting him sleep for the rest of his days. Rocky fishes are salty? Are they salty? I would imagine Cross has freshwater ponds and not saltwater. Give plus 10% aesthetic. Benguti knows. Benguti is a man of refined taste and knows aesthetic fish when he sees them. Those keyboards are the clackiest. Clacky keyboards at least are better than clicky keyboards. But Thalky keyboards still are the best. Is Cross a classic map? It's a Voobly era map by the Mad Catter. It is not a classic map, but it is a rather old school map at this point. It is, I think, rather basic compared to a lot of the new maps that we have today, but also just a really old and one of the better custom maps we had back on Voobly. Rock fishing is great fun, sketchy as, but great fun. Only way you can legally catch a blue grouper here since it's illegal to spear them since they're dopey. Alright, so barracks for both players. Maybe we see archers, maybe we see men-at-arms. There's a militia for Masty. And do we have any vills going for a sneak? No vill to the south, just a relic. And then around the top, no vill, so no sneak, no shenanigans. And they're up at around the same time, 4 seconds versus 1 second of idle TC. So then Feudal Age just about finished. Scout will get faster, militia will be trained. And we might have men-at-arms versus men-at-arms as Masty's doing his upgrade. Emu bringing his militia back. Ooh, I mean, this could have been an opportunity to wall up fully and send your militia forward, but Emu won't take that plan. He'll just come back here defensively. Make sure the walls go up, do man-at-arms, research double-bit axe. And so far, now Masty heading to the north. He wants to take another pond. We'll see Emu's back here. Emu not moving out yet. That scout is in. Scouting for vills, scouting for kills. And ooh, scout fight, but the vill will join. The vill will join, and Masty has to run. And we'll see. Ooh, maybe there's a hill where we can see some Masty micro. Or another hill in the back. Masty just gonna run the scout around. Don't think he can get out again with all those men-at-arms in the TC there. Ooh, hill time. But Emu will win this fight, even with the hill advantage at the end. Nicely done for Emu. There's fishing lines for Emu in the dock. We'll have another dock at the north for Masty. And he's going for the berries. Walling in his vill. Does he have fishing lines? God, this takes forever to load down. No fishing lines yet for Masty. He's just taking that to Dorado. And now to the south, we have Emu going for a dock. So similar secondary dock timings. Masty's up by a vill. And slightly ahead in eco. Indeed, lubed linears are the best. 100% agreed.
சரி உங்கள் சித்தம் சரி என்ன கட்டளை准备就绪
I assume Masty is fast and aggressive, Emu is smart and strategic.
உங்கள் சித்தம்
Maybe Masty is fast and smart and Emu is aggressive and strategic. So fishermen down by the dock as skirms and men-at-arms keep hoovering around. Condottiero is 80 hit points? I think so. If I recall correctly. There's fletching for Masty. Fletching for the couple of skirms mixed in. More skirms for Emu, and we all know that skirms are the best unit in the game. And the skirm's gonna be skirming. No, the grid hard today. Yeah, we didn't get to do the grid today. Maybe in the future. Skirms are greater than all. Maybe in the future when we do a grid, we'll have to try to guess all civs for each category. Oh, thank you, Memb, for the raid. This is where I point out I was correct in my 5-3 prediction for Liereyy today. Thank you very much for the raid. Hope you all enjoyed Warlords. We're here casting a very intense USA Cup. Yes, but not in the way it was insane. It was absolutely insane. It was looking really good for Liereyy for the first few games, and all of a sudden ACCM turned on beast mode. Hello, welcome everyone, and hope you guys all enjoyed the map. If Liereyy loses game 8, then ACCM still had Japanese left over. Part of me was thinking I didn't really like Tatars against the Saracens, but he might have needed to go Japanese on Cliffbound and still leave Tatars for game 9. I don't know. I don't really like the Inca at this point, ever since they nerfed the Champies. But it was an amazing finals too. Couldn't have really asked for much better. And I'm glad ACCM. If there's one player who doesn't get disheartened if he's down and still puts on a fight, it's got to be ACCM. If he refuses to resign from games, also refuses to lose in the tournament. So, men-at-arms come forward. They'll pressure the skirms. And now Castle Age from Masty. So Masty will be up first, and we have a sneak dock from Emu. So Emu has the western and southern pond, and Emu over here docking Masty's pond. So these two are brothers. I don't know what their setup is like in their own house. If they're playing in the same room or if they have maybe separate rooms. That'd be insane if they're like sitting back and forth next to each other, having their own LAN party.
சரி என்ன கட்டளை
So, Castle Age for Emu, he'll be about 2 minutes behind Masty, and the Skirms come forward over the hill, forcing this back. And, I mean, Dravidians, woo, we could see longswordsmen from both players. That would be sick.
உங்கள் சித்தம்
Yeah, they are brothers.
கட்டளை
They are brothers.
何种命令？什么？准备就绪。何种命令？准备就绪。什么？
Play on their own bed. Imagine they have like a bunk bed, and they're both playing on laptops.
何种命令？什么？
Yeah, twins even.
什么？何种命令？准备就绪。
Alright, so Skirm fight here. A lot of the men-at-arms went down for Emu, and Masty still has the numbers left over. Emu, recognizing he's maybe going to lose the Skirms, will just try to dive and take down Masty's Skirm numbers. Maybe more concerned about the Skirms than he is the longswords. They do play on laptops? We're getting close to it. We're getting close. And Masty's going to do a forward workshop. Alright, so Emu going to be more defensive. Dravidians, if they do not have redemption. We were a better monk civ, but now we have a Hulk for Emu in the back on Masty's starting pond. That'll disrupt the fish a bit, and Masty, since he's going forward, might not notice that immediately. And looks like took him a moment. Doesn't lose a fishing ship, but will be back in the dock doing his own Hulk now. And he is being aggressive. He's adding in a ram. He's going to go for a ram along with the longswordsman. He uses his monitor. Playstyle is genetic. I mean, this can be our double-blind study on how do we change AoE 2 playstyle. Like, we can like feed Masty boar meat, we feed Emu fish, and for like 3 months we track their elo and see who does better. And the winner gets the top bunk.
உங்கள் சித்தம்
Alright, big swordsman fight here. Longsword versus longsword. Emu trying to hide behind his barracks so that we don't see him losing the fight. But we'll keep tracking with these capture age HP bars. As it's double barracks longswords for Emu, but immediately taking a loss. He's trying to wall in his gold, but the Skirms are there to harass. Defensive workshop doing a mangonel. And all the house walls coming up for Emu as best he can. But the longswords will break the houses, and Masty's push is feeling pretty unstoppable at this point. Emu might be stopping the fish, but Masty's stopping the TC. That's a lot of longswords now coming out from the barracks. And Masty still has numbers. Emu desperately getting back out to his gold. The res collected starting to be in Masty's favor. They still have basically the same vill count. And Masty's going to break through the walls and break out so he can save his longswords from the mangonel. Still 2 mangonels on the TC. If Emu has good mangonel micro, might be able to at least trade or stop the push. Blacksmith going down, and the longswords won't push the TC. They'll stand in the back, still worried about the garrison arrows. As the ram will take the house and split on the mangonels. Split on the mangonels. Masty's a master of mangonel micro, better than MBL.
உங்கள் சித்தம் என்ன கட்டளை
That's a claim there. But Mangonel goes down for Emu, which is exactly not what he needed. He needs numbers to stop the Mangonel push. Masty will start picking up relics while he has the map advantage. And we'll have a few repairs on these Mangonels here also from the Vills of Masty. Do the attack armor upgrades do anything in a longsword fight? Yes they do. +1 and then +1. I mean, every attack upgrade you get, it applies over the armor.
何种命令？
Or if you mean for the Jian swordsman. But longsword versus longsword, yeah, the attack upgrades and armor upgrades both matter. Oh, does it change how many hits to kill?
உங்கள் சித்த கட்டளை
Changes the damage at least. That's a good question. So it's, what, 9 versus 1, so that's 8 attacks? I guess it wouldn't change the hit to kill. Hits to kill, because it's 60 HP.
சரி
So that's 7 hits.
உங்கள் சித்தம்
Maybe it doesn't.
உங்கள் சித்தம்
Someone can do the math for us.
உங்கள் சித்தம்
Well, actually it does. If you're like 10 versus 1, you're doing 9 damage. That should be 7 hits to kill instead of 8. And okay, Siege Tower. Siege Tower longswords from Emu. He's doing a Siege Tower, trying to push back the Mangonels. He got one good hit. Can he get another hit? The Siege Tower is down, but he clears 2 Mangonels in 1. He has the longsword numbers maybe to take the fight, but the Scorpions are here from Masty. Masty will Mangonel his own longswords, and looks like Emu will lose the longsword fight. And that is a big cleanup from Masty, who now has an 8 military population lead and the Vil lead. And he's going to be adding in now his 3rd town center. Also, he is still fishing on this lake somehow, even though it is a shorefish. And he can keep pushing the TC. Alright, Masty with the longswords, he'll go for the market, or he'll go around the market. There's a hole there. Still, he wants to get to the gold in the back. Have a few longswords cleaned up, trapped against the forest, and there will be a town center there for Emu. This is what real Age of Empires is supposed to look like. We'll have a couple of palisades up for Emu. Yeah, longsword versus longsword action. And 1 Mangonel cleared. Masty's looking at his longswords, he's not looking at his Mangonels. And that's 2 Mangonels cleared. That's what happens when we get to these like mid 2K games, like 2K2 to 2K3. You're not going to have the same APM as Liereyy. And there's going to be fights where you're not looking where you need to be. And the longswords here will be cleared. And the longswords will go down. It's okay, Emu getting a bit of a clear. Still down in KD, but maybe in a better spot than he would have been a couple minutes ago. Still going full longswords. And a bow saw there for Masty at the lumber camp. We'll have a mining camp at the back on the stone. Low HP scout for Emu in the north, as both players about to run out of fish in their ponds. So they'll need to start doing fish traps. And Masty's still hoovering around with the longswords, but up by over 15 Vils now. No one ever has the same micro as Liereyy. Closest we've probably ever come would be Young Viper. There are some players with really high APMs. Like Stone Please or El Matador, but not quite with the same micro, even with those APMs. Emu needs to bring the Mangonel back. Or not. Okay, longswords take it down. Masty is gonna get his 2nd relic. And Emu has to be careful about losing the market. Emu also could be starved of gold soon. In the back of his base, he has around 2k gold left, just a little more. And would have to move maybe down to the south, as Masty has control of the secondary golds up here in the north, in the middle of the map. And even the golds around that top lake. So the gold situation soon could become dire for Emu. He's doing Town Watch. Still keeping the market there. Even more dire if he loses the market. And just long swords from both. Alright, well, as chat wrote earlier, peak Age of Empire is full longswords. And more reinforcements coming from Emu, more longswords from Masty, having one big fight. Masty, with the upgrades advantage, has the extra armor. I'm retreating to the TC. Ooh, Emu leaving some Vils exposed. Tried to save the longswords, leave the Vils open by the berries. Mangonel coming forward, though. And he's gonna Mangonel his own farm, that Vil happy to dodge. What was Warlords? What a weird... Lots of upsets. Hills, or longswords fighting other longswords. Yep, Mangonel doing some spin moves. And walls up for Emu, trying to keep the longswords out. Can Masty break the palisades fast enough that he can't be walled out? Another market for Emu, as he did finally lose his market to some longswords. Masty still in the back. Emu trying to house wall desperately against the Wu. And Masty does have arson. Still could get iron casting. And doing wheelbarrows. So still not fully upgraded for the longswords for pushing buildings. I wonder what Viper at home versus Liereyy finals looks like. Oh, maybe we'll see something like that then next month for the Brazil Dynasty. It'll be not Viper at home, but both players at LAN. If they do match up, I think that will be a much better matchup for Viper than Empire Wars was. and kind of a non-standard set of maps, which, as much as Liereyy, I think, has a really good practice advantage if he's practicing with Hera, I think the non-standard stuff really suits Viper. So big fight, but on a hill, and Masty will have a hill advantage here, picking off long swords. And what a fight for Masty there, cleared everything. Can pressure the dock, can pressure the TC.
什么？何种命令？准备就绪。
என்ன
The
கட்டளை
long swords will be fighting each other. As I know at least myself, I
何种命令？
did the maps for TTL, then the Brazil dynasties. I traveled for Red Bull, did the maps for Warlords, and I felt exhausted. I'm sure the players are feeling exhausted too to get to the end of that, and, well, maybe ACCM just showing his stamina. Not just in-game, but for surviving tournament after tournament, and still playing well.
准备就绪。
So longsword still hoovering around for Masty.
可
As Emu's fallen behind in res collected, 31.5k to 24.7k. That's one of the interesting things I note on Cross a lot. You can have huge res collected differences, even if the vil differences are only around 10 vils or so.
什么？
The idle time you get from the open map is quite significant, even though if someone has fish, it's, I think, kind of hard to finish them off. But this forward castle might be the nail in the coffin, as Masty comes forward to place a castle right on the hill overlooking these forward farms. And that'll cost a lot of farming space for Emu. We'll check the range circle. Covers a lot of the front of the base.
准备就绪。
And a monk will go for a conversion on the longsword. There's a GG from Emu. And Masty 1-0 will take game 1. It is a play all 3. This is a group stage. And we will have all 3 games played no matter what. So GG from Masty. Won the longsword battle between these two brothers. Beautiful game. Longswords hoovering. Longswords showing us the peak Age of Empires, how it's supposed to be played. Let's give a win for Masty there. What was the KD there? 101 to 92, but you can see the early Castle Age advantage. Just had a couple more longswords, and then boom, large longsword fight. Emu came back, but then lost again, and Masty shot to the moon at the end. So, I'm just gonna get the ad between the games, so they're not during the games. So apologies if you get an ad on Twitch. And let me check off these maps. That was Masty winning on Cross. And for the civs, that was the Woo over the Dravidians. But now, you might be wondering, why are there 5 maps? I thought it was a play all 3. That's because there will be extra maps left over. Extra maps at the end. So game 2 will be on a map called Voyageurs. It was made by Marintho and Welcome to Rapture. They are the same players who made Basmo, if you saw that in Warlords. And it's another fun walled clown map. And let me get the civs. It'll be Persians for Masty, Georgians for Emu, and the map will be Voyageurs. So if you're from the US, this is representing a park in northern Minnesota. It has a very nice autumn theme. So let me also just give one more shout out to Memb. And if you're not already, go give him a follow too. And thank you also for the raid. So here we are on Voyageurs. We'll have Emu Warrior as the purple Georgians to the west, and Masty James as the yellow Persians to the east. In the very northern corner and southern corner of the map will be golds. There are lots of golds spread around the map, but not too much gold in any one tile. You have incredibly strong walls, these fort walls, tall palisades that are even stronger than stone walls. And could we see a... Oh, wait. If Emu holds that gate open, the boar might walk to it. Are these Rex? Yep, these are Rex. Masty and Emu played earlier today during Warlords. We had three USA Cup sets that were played during Warlords, so I'm trying to cast all of them right now so we get them played. Also, you have a lot of foxes. Foxes, of course, give you gold. And players, your enemy has a fortified outpost by the foxes, but there's a very small range, so it doesn't really stop you from taking them if you want to go out and take them early. There's a boar out there you can lure in, and Masty gotta make good use of that sheep to open the gate and bring in the boar. Wooden panels. Yeah, I live inside of a fort wall surrounding me as I cast to keep me safe. So let's see, this is a closed map. Let's speed up the Dark Age a bit. Maybe just appreciate the wonderful usage of the maple trees and the oak trees and the autumn trees all kind of mixed together. I think it's an absolutely beautifully done theme for the map. And Georgians, Persians, a matchup I've seen quite a bit. Two very good economies with the faster working TCs and then the fortified churches. I do like the Persians that they can get to heavy camel plus hand cannoneer. I think that's a bit of a struggle for the Georgians. Who liked it, kind of like we saw in that Wei game against the Hindustanis, that heavy camel hand cannoneer composition. Not quite as good for the Persians, but maybe a better eco for getting there in early imp. Blue terrain in the middle of the map. This is just, I think, leaves masked with water. I think you can walk across that. Not sure, though. And then, oh yeah, also, the fortified tower is very weak. It does 2 damage per arrow, so when you get Loom, you can just go rush it with Vils. And Emu's saying, goodbye, Masty's tower. I will knock you to the ground. Knock you right to the ground. Also on the map, there are a couple of stone islands. You can TC them. You can also dock. There are some shorefish dotted around the islands. Each player has one on their side of the map. So you can dock them too, get some nice fishing. There are also these Gaia horses you can capture and use to scout. We see right now Emu has captured 3 of them. Masty has 0. They're kind of random. Wasn't intended to be like that, but then they were there and they just kept them. They're intended just to be scenery. But then as we started doing show matches, we saw they were more than just scenery. So players have been enjoying scouting with horses now. I think they can auto-scout too. They are Gaia horses that get captured, so the Georgian horse does not actually heal. Is everything moving fast? I just put the wreck on ×2 speed, or ×4 speed. It's just a Dark Age on a closed map. So we can speed the Dark Age up a bit. Masty will go to take some foxes. He'll take him extra speedy. As Feudal Age will come in fast for him, and he'll add in a barracks. And we have seen some players go for scouts on this map. You can kind of play it like Arena, where you go for light cav and map control. And there is Feudal Age for Emu. He will be up. Playing Halb and Hui Guang is good versus HC Imp Camel. Yeah, I don't know what the right unit composition is there. Because it feels like the 3 strongest units that they want to go for, the Imp Camel, or the Wei, have the Tiger Cav, the Hui Guang, and the Shinbei Raiders. All do suffer against Imp Camel. I'm not too sure about Hui Guang versus Imp Camel, because they have a lot of melee armor, but then they still take the bonus damage. Maybe they fare better than Tiger Cav, though, but the Tiger Cav have more HP, so I need to see that a bit more to really get a feel for it. Louis didn't have bloodlines that game, though, so no matter what he did, lacking bloodlines is painful, very painful. Match, this is not live, but you have the Eagles up here. They're 23-21 against 22-45. And they are brothers, so very, very similar in location, too. Hopefully not having much ping. You can see some epic micro here. That's true, he'd get bloodlines if you made stables for Hui Guang. Yeah, that is 100% true. And Castle Age for Masty. Macy's in charge of the ping they get? Is he? Does he manage the internet? And Masty will also be a minute faster to the Castle Age. And he's doing double bit axe too. Squeaky Hair is there. We'll take the fox. Oh, he also missed the hero, you're right. Are we winning at casting today? You're always winning when you're in the chat, Panda. Welcome in. Always winning when we get USA Cup to cast. I heard Varion's their father. So, town center here for Masty, right on the fox and hunt area. It's kind of taking the foxes, though, but I guess he'll get some wood from it. We'll start building his base in a way that lets him advance towards the golds in the north. Emu has a horse there to make sure he knows whether Emu or whether Masty goes for those golds. Emu, a good job with scouting. Masty, without any horses, I guess he kind of needs the scout cav. Extra valuable for him. So Emu going for scouts too. We'll see a quick fortified church on the wood line. The wood line can be kind of tricky to navigate to see if there are holes in it. So churches on it can be nice. Might have been better to do the church maybe a few tiles back and have it on the gold and the TC too. You're kind of spread out for placing churches here. And both players with scouts, bowsaw for Emu. And both players look like they're just going to boom. And those horses on the mini-map. Still kind of distracting. So we'll speed this up just a bit. As they're both just booming away. Let's see, Masty will see the church. Spear will poke down a scout. And another TC for Emu. So he's booming on 3 TCs, so is Masty. Masty slightly ahead in Vils, and as the Persians, should keep that lead. Monk for Emu, trying to pick up relics, should get one in the middle. We're taking a bit of initiative there. There's a Masty market. And I've seen this matchup go both ways. I'm honestly not sure what civ I prefer. I just know that it's really hard to finish off the Georgians early. And if Emu can do a good job of collecting relics, then maybe he could hold for a super long game. Try to win then. Oh, looks like there's a hole in the wall. And Emu does run through with a couple of light cav. As Macy's trying to get fully walled up. Used to watching videos on ×2 speed. And Emu doing a good job collecting more relics. See, I think they're almost finished booming now, but still going hard for the boom. So, wheelbarrow for Emu. And adding more farms, more fortified churches to keep the farms running more efficiently. Still has the gold in his own base, hasn't mined that yet. Going for the forward gold first. He's trying to keep the gold for later in case he needs it. Well, we have the Great Wall of Masty James up across the north of the map, even using a market as part of the wall, as you expect from him. And now pulling ahead by 15 Vils is the Persians. So Persians are a good boom and civ if all you're going to do is boom with them. And Emu could try to grab the last... Let's see, there are 2 relics over here. One up to the north he's not going to grab, but he could be up by 4-1 relics by the end if he's aggressive. And when you see someone full walling the map, you got to think, I can be aggressive against them. Or at least aggressive with map control going for relics. Really helps see War Elephants from Masty this game. It would be a disappointment if we don't. Indeed, I think it would be a disappointment if we don't see the War Elephants. And that is gold mining there from Emu. And let me just check something real quick. All right. And then Heavy Plow, Wheelbarrow, both from Masty. So he's still working on the boom, doing eco upgrades. Emu could use a few more upgrades himself too. Out with a mule cart on the stone, he's grabbing a relic. And Masty now going to TC this island. So that'll make it hard to grab the relic, but Emu still could be up 3-2. And with the fortified churches, even though he's down in eco, those will be more efficient Vils. Or down in build numbers. He's still pretty close in res collected. Yep, and we'll have a Vil kill here. Masty finding a Vil, so that's 1-to-1 Vil KD so far for them. And cart from Masty. Or TC Boom from both. And we have a Knight now, as Emu may be going to start looking for a bit of map control. As I said earlier, still would worry about camels from Masty. Church is in good spots, and Emu is about to click Imp. Masty won't be too far away himself. Ooh, Knights and Scouts just passing. More houses for Emu. And let's see, maybe Masty will go for War Elephants. We'll have a stable up for him. Deleting a spot in his wall for the stable. And starting to go for armor. And starting to produce Knights, so he's not actually going to click up to Imp. Emu is. And with Emu having the churches, will be hard to take map control back from him. He did give up a bit of the middle, but then so did Masty with the walling. That Knight will go down. Persian TC, so they're hard to raid. But maybe this could open a castle drop possibility for Emu on that TC, and then you take Masty off of stone. Those are the only stones on the map, so controlling the islands is crucial. And if you take both of them now, and Emu certainly has one of them, castle them. Oh, there also are stones up and down. Never mind. They're not the only stones on the map, but the rest are in the middle. So Emu castling one area of the map with stones. So stones on the island and up and down the middle of the map. And the Black Bear will help defend the Vils. There is a spear, and the spear will buy enough time for Emu to wall his Vils in, or not, because there's a hole. There's always a hole, and that castle is disrupted by Masty. He will try to body block the Knight with a Vil, and maybe can wall the other Vils to safety? I think that Vil is exposed. Yes. More Scouts over here. 2 Vils are safe. 3 Vils are safe for the castle. There's Imp. And if Emu wants Monospas, he will be a bit delayed. Knight's chasing the horse in the back. That's a bit of a distraction. Another gate and stable there. There is masonry now for Emu from the university. And may still click up to Imp 2 himself, a bit faster for him as he's the Persians. And some Knights get hit by the castle. Another castle in the back. Oh, nice kills on the Scouts. So 2 castles for Emu up and down the middle on the stone. He's trying to control the stone. And, oh, what is this? What is this? Emu in the bottom has stone-walled himself against the edge of the map. Oh, those tiles even will be stone-walled. And Masty will drop a castle there. Okay, now remember, all the gold on the map really is in the corner, as much as it's scattered about. Your main source of gold will be in the corner. Who is the elder? They are twins. I don't know which one is ever so slightly older than the other. Maybe the winner of this set gets to decide it. There's at least a Vil pick on the castle if it does go up. And Emu walling behind this, but he needs more walls still. He's still open. Stone wall in the corner. That's what he's going for. This would be open into here, so he definitely needs more walling still. There's Bloodlines, Chain Barding, and Iron Casting from him. That castle makes it awkward. Double or triple fortified churches as he's starting to get the trebs popping. And Masty will attack the fortified church. And, ooh, Emu, will he wall in time? Will he wall in time? Yes, he will. Nice quick walls. Nice quick walls from Emu. So one more set of upgrades here from Emu. And doing another castle. With the castle of the churches, he should be able to protect his trebs. Castle is so silly if the Persian, the castle, and the TC have the same HP. But the trebs will be popping. 3rd treb on the way. This castle, not enough Vils nearby, I don't think, to repair it, if there are any Vils left. So that should go down. That should be Emu reclaiming a bit of map control. And David, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome into USA Cup. Oh, here come petards, here come petards. Can Emu wall? No, but he can garrison the TC. Oh, the 16th Vil. Oh, he had 15 Vils that fit inside and 1 left over. Now the Knights will probably die to Monospas, as they'll idle the eco for a bit, but now Cavalier versus Monospa under a TC, the Monospas should be able to win this. Even walling to clean this up, imagine the petard destroys that wall as the Vil's building it. And while this is cleaned up in the north, we're going to have Masty making another raid with Cavaliers that Emu stonewalls out. Scores are still neck and neck, and Emu's going to maybe struggle a bit if he loses stone access, as that castle's going up on the stone. Still up and down the middle, we have Emu taking a score lead with his castles, repairing his walls. And he'll send his Monospas back out, where this TC has been, well, essentially useless now. It's taken all of the stone there, and Emu could maybe think about grabbing that final relic. He does see it on the minimap. Go Masty, go, David, a Masty fan. Ably, too. And there's plate prodding armor, the final armor for the Monospas, who do have a ton of melee armor. A couple more Cavaliers looking to raid. Emu maybe sending a bit too much to deal with them, but he can treb the TC. As Elite Monospas on the way. Up there are the Cavaliers. Oh, they're just hiding in the woods. Yeah, 63 on gold. Is that a War Elephant eco? I feel like you need like 60 on gold, 100 on food. We're gonna hope for those pretty purple War Elephants. Or I mean those Persian War Elephants. Actually, I got the civs mixed up for a second. I saw purple. I love when the Persians are purple. It just makes it such a nice color for them. Never mind, it would be yellow War Elephants. All the walling starting to look like a campaign scenario. It almost is, right? You got your base walled in the corner here. Fortified church to speed the gold income, but also convert the Cavaliers, as they're getting a good bit of damage on the wall. Okay, big fight. Elite Monospa is in, and the Trebs are acting maybe as bait for the Cavaliers. One Treb goes down, but the Elite Monospa is the Elite Monospa versus Savar, but 8 melee armor. I think the Elite Monospas win this fight, especially when they're all boosting each other's attack. Not the best start to the fight for Emu. Some of the Monospas run around the forest. He's going to retreat to his own castle. Are we patrol stacking or not? Because I won't do it if you don't. Up to you, sure. I hate it so much, so no. We can do none. 14. Yes, the brothers paused and had a nice discussion during that fight about patrol stacking. And decided not... decided to disengage. Yeah, Mom said no patrol stacking. Isn't patrol stacking illegal? This is America. We can do what we want. Alright, now we have a big fight with the Monospas coming down off the hill. And I think the Monospas should win this. I think they should. Oh, Emu needs a wall there, and he gets the wall. He wants the Monospas to be trapping the Savars. Don't understand what the plan is with these Savars to raid, I think. But this is a good fight from Emu. Remember, Masty could have been going heavy camel this whole time, but chose to go for the Savars. And he will be massacred in this fight in the back of Emu's base. And all of a sudden, that KD is closing. And those were expensive Savars that just got killed. So, score lead now for Emu, as Masty still has a bit of stone. And if he wants War Elephants, we'll need more stone. Just going for more Savars for now. We're watching the two best USA players outside of Daniel. And Monospa versus Savar as the Trebs roll back. And still Masty trying to raid. I mean, there aren't really many vills here. There's a gold still. Oh, he's just getting trapped among the trees again. He's lost in the forest. Savar is saying, we're lost, and the Monospa is saying, found you. And there's a barracks for Masty now, as he's gonna maybe go Halb. And now he's adding in heavy camel. That's what I was thinking he'd go for first, the heavy camels. Emu so far, scores are neck and neck. Hasn't really managed to push. Same Vil count. Res collected pretty darn close too. So architecture, squires, scale mill, bodkin all coming in for Emu. You're a pikeman, though, not halbs yet. That upgrade's on the way. Just about to finish. That is a lot of Manaspas, though. I think Emu can turn and take this fight. Even by the castle. Doing his own halves, but he certainly has the numbers here. How will the Manaspas do against the halves? I think they have enough attack they can eat the halves. And then chase the camels away. Emu will see the barracks, and he'll fall back. He'll fall back for the moment. Bracer for him. Hand cannoneers out too. Georgians can do hand cannoneers themselves. Yeah, the camels will be cost efficient against the Manaspas. That's a lot of barracks for more halbs, and we have more barracks over here. Alright, barracks everywhere for halbs. And that's a lot of trebs up the middle for Masty trying to push the castle. Sees that the Manaspas are maybe out of position. That is 65 Manaspas. And I think they win this fight if they force it. Maybe there'll be a hill for Masty. Who will have the hill? Masty needs the hill. And the Manaspas will be downhill. This could be a good fight for Masty if he has numbers and reinforcements. But I worry the Manaspas might be too strong. The castle will go down to the trebs. And more camels are coming in from the side from Masty. More halbs from the north. But can even push up the middle and get to the trebs. Feels like maybe this is finally the fight Masty needed. He's losing units. Everyone losing units. The Manaspa numbers are thinning. And as the castles are trebbed down, it'll be harder to reproduce. And everyone just kind of loses everything there. They're still pumping reinforcements into the battlefield. The trebs have to run around in circles. But at the end of the day, Masty will be winning the fight. And now could maybe think about pushing into the next castle, but has to be wary of all the halbs that are out. 100 war elephants would counter, sure. And the trebs can come around to the side and hit the castle. Have some more archery ranges up for Masty. He has a lot of gold. He has 3.5k gold. He's making halb. That never feels good. Really want to be Manaspa hand cannoneer, I think. Masty knows the win condition is maybe the gold in the back. Actually, Ebu's is a good thing he has all that gold stockpile, because he's going to be out of gold mining soon. Masty coming forward with map control. And with 4 trebs ready to hit another castle, ready to cut into the Manaspa production again. Halb's just being flooded into the middle of the map. Take Halb CA from Emu? I mean, you're against Savaras. I feel like CA aren't really your favorite option. Treb's going for the castle. Can't help but feel this is starting to feel good for Masty. Exclamation mark USA Cup? Why does that not work? I should have a bot on that does that. Does that have to be capital? It should work. Maybe my bot crashed earlier. Exclamation mark, where is the bot? Let's try this. Oh, the bot's just down. Let me fix that after the game. So, Trebs here, destroy castle, they'll destroy the gate, and then open up a lot of villas for raiding. 32 villas down there for Emu. He's doing guard tower and arson. But this Masty push cannot be stopped. There's no stopping this. We have 6 trebuchets out, halbs attacking the fortified church. And the trebs can maybe go for another castle soon. They're on fire. Maybe the Manaspas can swipe them off if the halbs are out of position. Masty needs to regroup everything, send the hand cannoneers forward, intercept with the Savaras. But is that enough? The halbs aren't there and Emu will pull back. He's not going to dive. If there is a Wikipedia page. And are the trebs going to go for the churches first? Nope, they're just going to run away. And both players still at 200 pop, but the trebs ready to attack the castle. Added archer armor also for Emu. And his castle will fall. Hand Cannoneers out to deal with Halbs. Emu can repair. I mean, he's Georgian's uphill repairing a castle. That'll stand for a while. Maybe, just maybe, he can keep it alive, but he needs to start sniping off Trebs soon. And it's getting closer and closer to going down. Any other Civ, maybe even Byzantines, that castle would have fallen. And it's so close, it finally goes down. And there's enough Hand Cannoneers here to stop the Halbs. Masty getting more and more of a score lead as he keeps coming forward. Halb, Hand Cannoneer, Heavy Cav, the Triple H combo. As the fortified churches are being torn out by the Trebs. And still, if he ever Trebs down here and opens a gate, he can kill tons of vills. Emu may be desperate for gold now. Remember when he had 4K? Now he has 700. And there's the GG. Masty will go up 2-0. Masty doing it. Masty James. Everyone get your Masties in the chat. So 374 to 270 KD for the Persians. If the Persian economy went burr, so did their military. And turns out, Persian Savaras, Halbs, Hand Cannoneer is pretty darn good. Masty winning. Alright, so let's just check that off for Masty. Emu can pick the final map now. And alright, I'm just going to take a quick break and run to the bathroom, and I'll be right back for game number 3. Someone asked what elo they are. They're 2K2 to 2K3-ish. And game 3 will be on... Oh, does Masty pick the map? Because game 3 is on migration. It'll be Italians versus Vikings. So here we are, we'll have Masty to the northwest as the Italians, Emu to the southeast as the Vikings, and the way Masty plays migration is he basically ignores water and goes for land. Let's see if that's what he does this game. Longboats can be very scary, and we'll just speed up the Dark Age on migration, just like we did on the closed map. So USA Cup will be running throughout June. T90 is participating. We'll cast him as soon as he's back from his vacation and plays more games. So boring in 2021 coded. When will we see Goths versus Sicilians? We need more maps then to support Goths versus Sicilians. They have more complete water tech tree than Italians. I mean, complete... I mean, they do have Dromans. I mean, Italians miss heavy demo. Now, this is a pretty darn good water tech tree, if I had to say so. So, I don't think anyone's going to go fast feudal. I think we're just going to see dueling fast castles. I know Masty's someone who's going to focus the middle. They have heavy demo is something that no one actually has these days. I don't think we're ever going to see a heavy demo. Masty's scouting with a fishing ship. He played William Wallace. He remembered that fishing ships are also useful for exploring. And he will head down here and explore what Emu is doing. Is this a good thing to do? Well, you know which direction to send your navy if you want to go navy. Emu looks like he'll do the same. I mean, you got 18, 19 of them. What's one compared to that? As Masty will go to the middle. So maybe go to 2 times speed. And both players up to feudal. Few villas in the middle. And where's Masty gonna go for a lumber camp? All right. They miss dry dock and siege engineers. Oh, they have shipwright too. That's right. Where? In the Battle of Sterling. You can build the dock. And the voiceover tells you. Fishing ships are also useful for exploring. In the last scenario, you can explore the bottom of the map, where it's just a big green area that they assumed you'd never go to, so they didn't bother decorating it. Which is actually pretty silly, because it's not like it's walled off by a forest or anything, it's just there. Gonna see how realistic that actually is. Is that your trip bar base? I know you said you were going on a trip. Are you gonna take a fishing ship out and go exploring? Is there anything interesting you can find? The Battle of Sterling, there are lots of fish you can find. Here's Castle Age and Town Watch. I think you can also transport in behind the walls if you really want to. Oh, you're gonna be in Sterling in 2 weeks? Oh yeah, that's right, you're taking a trip to Scotland. 2 weeks minus a few hours. Our base knows he's done so much admin scheduling. He knows his own travel schedule down to the minute. All right, and there's a nice Hulk destroying a fire. So Masty, as you'd expect, taking the middle. Emu also trying to take the middle, wanting to grab that relic with his monk. And he will grab the villager with the scout. And there's the monk going. He's gonna dance a bit and pick up the relic. Some more docks around the side, as we do have longboats and war hulks now around the top. Emu needs to fight that. It's war hulk against fire. And he will destroy the fires easily. Easily. But there's Imp. Fast Imp from Masty. As he's gonna TC the middle and go fast Imp with the Italians. As I said, Masty has a very... let's just call it, he has a style. He has a style for migration. And Emu will get the relic closer, and ultimately the War Hulks of Emu will dominate the fires of Masty and open up maybe a lane for pushing the fish to the west. As Masty's going to lose all of his fish, but he won't care. He's a man who won't care about losing the fishing ships because he cares about taking the middle. Is it dying to hulks? That's the new style. It might be dying to hulks. I mean, remember, in the past, if you go fires or galleys, you're not just going to be cleaned up as fast as hulks clean fires. Maybe galley instead of fire would have been a bit easier for Masty, but whatever you do, longboats are still pretty darn scary. Longboat Hulk especially, as we have 19 fishing ships still for Emu, 11 for Masty. And Emu can sell food and go up. He can go up whenever he has the buildings. So transport to the middle, and he might not have a second building. Okay, there's his university. Once the university finishes, he'll be good to go up. Sell on the food. And just about ready to drop off resources and go up. He's on stone, so we can do a castle soon. And we will have those cannon galleons as the Vikings. And there's a monk picked off by the scout. And now Emu will try to convert a spear, but that will mean Masty can get the relic. Nope, the spear has to come forward and poke the monk. Emu hasn't grabbed the relic. He's bringing his scout over, but Masty will pick up the relic. So Emu, ooh, he's destroying the transport ship. Masty transported just in time to get another 10 vills to the middle. But Emu could transport and castle drop those vills. Masty soon to have his own castle, but Emu just needs to transport enough vills to have more vills on the castle. That being said, he doesn't have too many vills himself, only 42. I was going to say 20 vills for a castle drop, but that's a good proportion of your eco. And actually, Masty thinking of the castle drop right between the gold and the stone. He'll be castle dropping the monastery, trying to get the relics from Emu. He wants 2 conversions on these vills. And Emu's up to Imp, still with full water control, converting a couple of vills. Condottieri from the Italians. But if Emu does a castle, then he could do Berserks. That's now a 3rd TC, so 3 TCs on the middle for Masty. 1 at home. And stone mining for Emu. He definitely wants a castle drop. He could go Imp again with the resources he has. But Masty immediately prepping trebs. Maybe the castle can't be aggressive. Maybe it has to be back here. Maybe it has to be defensive for Emu. Oh, monk with a relic hopping into TC. Oh, there's a relic down there. It looks like Emu tried to run the relics away. He doesn't have any left. Both those monks died. Did that condottieri that's down here. Slaughtered a few vills too. But Emu now up 42 to 42 vills, 19 fishing ships to 0. And as long as he has fish, maybe he needs a dock down here, but he'll have eco. Fish for him right now equals economy, but those condottieri, if they kill the vills, will they get down there? No, they won't. Emu Imp. And ballistics for him. Oh, that's where the castle drop is. That's where the castle drop is. The transport's around on Masty's starting island. He doesn't want a Treb war in the middle. He's transporting and destroying the starting island. There's lots of gold there for Masty. Oh, now a Treb can pop out, destroy everything here. A couple Berserks, maybe. This is going to be 21 dead vills for Masty. Maybe Masty can get a defensive castle up, but then cannon galleons and Trebs will take it down. Yeah, the Apple Core map. Oh my gosh, this game is amazing. Yeah, Masty in the middle versus Emu on the outside. Maybe we'll have a stalemate. Maybe players should have brought their burgers with them for this game. There's a Treb. Treb can go for the TC. Masty gonna take more of the middle with another TC. Trying to make them far enough inland, I guess, to avoid cannon galleons. Yeah, that's right. It's America. We need burgers for the USA Cup. We need that McDonald's sponsorship. Burger King, or Wendy's, or Five Guys, or In-N-Out, all the burger sponsorships. Alright, and the Treb will take down the TC. Masty will do horse collar, he'll need some farms. Oh, the quick gate. Quick gate for Masty. He'll try to keep the vills alive as long as he can. This is where Emu should Treb the mining camp. And make it so that Masty can't drop off stone. Go for the mining camp, the market, the university. And chemistry now for Emu. Then he can do cannon galleons, and I'm pretty sure cannon galleons can arrange the castle. Vikings do have siege engineers, so they can do elite cannon galleon with siege engineers. And have... I believe that gets up to 16 range now. Yeah, I mean, we already have Hamburger. Hamburger is a classic map. So down goes the Masty market, in come the Emu Berserks. And dead shall be the Masty Vills on the stone mine. Not paying attention to try to run them, but he's got nowhere to run them to. No TC or anything. No transport ship. All they could do is fight back or quick wall. Will he fight back? Masty's a fighter. I think he'll fight back with his Vills. Yeah, there they go. The Berserks heal, so hard to finish them off, but they will kill a Berserk. That's a value. The rest of them will die. Alright, so now 69 to 47. That's 50 to 45 vills, even with Masty booming. Emu gonna land. Outpost will see the castle. So Masty will start moving over his treb. Needs a treb in a spot where it can't be destroyed by cannon galleons. And maybe these vills need to wall themselves in. Vikings can go Arbs, no gunpowder units for them, so the Condottieri won't be the best of a counter unit. And this castle should go up nice. Wall on from Emu to save the vill. Oh, Condottieri going down. We'll have a few more archery ranges up for Emu. And now the Treb here can take out houses. Maybe more valuable to destroy the range. But this range can do upgrades. We'll have Ring Archer armor. And Vils will repair that castle as Elite Skirm. Okay, not even going for Arb, going straight for the Skirms as Emu. Going in for the kill. And straight for the kill with the Skirms. As Masty does have all 5 relics, and you don't want to sleep on someone with 5 relics. Relics are very, very dangerous, and he's already at 1k relic gold. So the Trebs are out now for Emu. The good thing for Emu is this is a fight against the town center, and the town center will be much more squishy than the castle. Once you get out 2 Trebs, pretty hard to repair. 3 Trebs and it's almost impossible. 4 Trebs and it pretty much is going down, almost guaranteed. You love skirmishers' baskets. I thought you loved baskets. I guess there's enough room in Basket's heart to love more than one thing. And there's a GG from Masty. And Emu will at least win game 3. But that is a 2-1 win for Masty in the set, as he's not going to be able to hold on. The fast imp TC in the middle strat did not work. GG's for them. And Emu at least has something of a comeback going in that final game. Doesn't get swept. Doesn't let his brother bring out the brooms. Brooms will stay tucked away in the closet. So home map's lost for both of them. Well done. It's Italians losing to Vikings. No Japanese. No Malay. And they're brothers, they're twins. Yes. Alright, so we got one more set coming up. And this is going to be Bloodless versus Scotty. So let me find where I have those drafts. I have them somewhere. There you are. Bloodless versus Scotty. Reset the scoreboard once more and update the stream title. Get this set up. Let me see if I have them on my scoreboard. Oh, I named the map Migrations instead of Migration Control S. I don't know if anyone casted Escalus earlier, so let me... or if Escalus played. I did not. These 3 sets today are going to be, I think, my limit. And Mesa Verde will be our first map. Alright. We might see the 3 USA Cup maps. Let me check also that I have Bloodless on my players list. I don't. Capture Age has been really tricky. Sometimes I open it and it says it doesn't recognize my game version. Wait, Capture Age, what is this? Just launch the game and see if it works. Does not. Capture Age not detecting that I'm running AoE 2. Let's restart AoE 2 and restart Capture Age. Try that again. Second time's the charm. Now it recognizes it. least now we know the hierarchy. Let me get some water too. Good old healthy water. Alright, so. What are these civs? Alright, chat, we're in for a treat for game one, as we have Mesa Verde. And it'll be. Let me get the. Before we start, let me get the elos of the players set up. Let me get their elos. Sorry, I want to get their elos first. Let me do that. Let's see. Where group is this? There you are. So right now, Bloodless is 2410. So 2410. I'll also just name him. Should I name him the Bloodless? Here, other than Light Cav OP. And then Scotty is 2397. So very, very close. That's the Elo. Very close Elo matchup. 13 points apart. Bloodless, perhaps most known as a clown. And we'll have Scotty here as the blue Aztecs to the northwest. Bloodless is the yellow Chinese to the southeast. Immediately he does loom, and we'll be scouting around. Maybe an awkward start to the Chinese on this map, because your food's really far from your TC, other than your starting herdables, and to push a deer in and actually get hunt can be tricky. Have to go pretty far out for wood, too. And the Chinese Dark Age usually kind of vulnerable to a drush, which the Aztecs should excel at doing. You can speed the Dark Age up a bit. Scotty will start coming forward to scout. Also, is Bloodless on a team of any sort currently? Used to be on the Clown Legion, but I think that's no more. Alright, fight between the Eagle and the Scout. Eagle wins in the Dark Age. And Bloodless wants a lumber camp. Has loom on the Vil, so he can make it, and Eagle took some hits, so the Vil will be fine. Gotta be careful with the hill. You see the little dirt terrain indicates where the elevation changes. And there'll be a Javelina lured in there from Bloodless. You get your Javelinas down outside. We gotta be careful. Remember, you can't quick wall on the gate itself. You'll have a turkey, but has to be careful if the Eagle as the Javelina comes in. Ooh, and doesn't come in. And now it does. Oh, it's gonna run through this gate. This gate is open. The Javelina might have taken a weird path there. But it does get in, and Bloodless has to be careful the Eagle doesn't lame the turkey holding this gate open. We see some clownage? We might. I mean, the map is kind of awkward for the start. Have to be sure that you don't lose your wood control. You have 3 golds at the edge of the hill, and then 3 stones right at the bottom of the hill. So all your resources are very far forward. Berry's also on the hill too. And Scotty will mill them. You can go towers, you can go many things on this map. Scout now will push in the deer. Try to get them in. I do nothing for this. This is not my map. I'm not editing maps for this. I'm just casting it. Oh, no house editing for me. Not the best Civ to clown? Nope. I mean, sadly, they no longer have Redemption. They used to be a decent arena Civ, with the tech discounts playing well for the Monk Rush, kind of Burmese-esque, but then fell off an imp. But nowadays, no Redemption. Sadly, removed the clown possibilities. And Scotty now with the Aztecs will come forward. And am I on the hook to create new maps? I'm creating more maps for the Brazilian Dynasty LAN event. You're gonna have even more maps for the main event. Beyond the qualifier. At least 2 maps I'll be creating. Probably next week now that Warlords is done. So, slightly faster feudal for Bloodless, but more militia for Scotty as the Aztecs. We could see a good old 5 militia drush. 6 militia into men-at-arms. Oh my gosh, what year is this? Is this 2015? No, this is 2026. We now got 6 men-at-arms. Only 3 men-at-arms for Bloodless, and did not commit enough to the men-at-arms or early enough to the walling, as Scotty will be there. And he'll attack the Vil. Vil cannot Alcatraz himself. Nice blocking from the Eagle. As the Vil looks like he'll go down. And there we have Aztec men-at-arms, followed by a range. And some walls going up over there. For Bloodless. As he still wants to wall, but he's not going to wall against that many men-at-arms. Scotty going to teach him a lesson with these new men-at-arms. Oh, that is one heck of a massacre at the front. There's a 3 HP scout still hoovering around. And those men-at-arms, that was sick. Absolutely sick. And some walls of Bloodless, but the skirms are here. And Scotty, showing no mercy, is going to mine Bloodless's gold. Showing less mercy than Bloodless's blood. And Bloodless quickly throws up a defensive tower. As the men-at-arms are trying to break through that lumber camp. Is there arson? No arson. Those buttons loading is quite annoying. And the tower's up. Vils can garrison and fight should they want to. Men-at-arms can break in through here, but not going to gain much by doing so. Scout goes down to the archer. And this is looking very, very rough for Bloodless. Yeah, they break through the gate, and the barrier's still by the TC, but that's about it. Are there bushes? Oh yeah, the bushes there. That looked like barracks foliage for a second. And Bloodless will just call the GG there. Scotty way too aggressive for Bloodless to deal with. And that'll be a quick 1-0 lead for Scotty. Not much there, he just made more men-at-arms and Bloodless couldn't deal with it. So that's a 9-2 KD for Scotty. Eco even was better for Bloodless by the very end, but Scotty committed so much to the men-at-arms that the Chinese, despite the eco lead, were not in time to deal with it. That was a very smooth build for the men-at-arms in the forward range from Scotty. And GG. Men-at-arms sure taught a lesson that game. Alright, so we'll go to the maps. That is first map, Mesa Verde won by Scotty. You've got 2 more games to go. And that is Aztecs at the very first pick against the Chinese. Chinese 3rd pick, but losing. Ooh, rough to lose with the Chinese there. What year is this that Aztecs are on top of the Chinese? In Yui 2. And next we will have, indeed, Voyagers, so we'll be back to Voyagers. Only counted as swordsman is swordsman. And this one will be Bengalis against Hindustanis on Warriors, which is a closed map, so the clown, Bloodless, might have a bit of an advantage here. I knew Jimmy changed the numbers, though. What? Ducks with a reference I don't get. One after the Magna Carta? Yeah, Duck's referencing something I don't get. Here we are at game number 2. 2 of 3. It's a play all 3. Bloodless the Clown lost game 1 in a walled map, but not a very clowny map. Kind of a hamster wall map. Oh, we should make a map for sudden disaster called the Hamster Wheel. So, we will have Scotty here. In the blue is the Hindustanis. How do you deal with Bengali Rathas as the Hindustanis? Are camels enough? Camels actually sound pretty good, but the Bengalis do have halbs. They have halbs, but then you get to camel Shiitake Henkin here. Is this map clown hamster? It feels more hamster to me. I mean, it feels more clown to me, not as hamster. Previous map was more hamster. This one you're far apart enough that you can clown. And this time the gold's spawning in opposite corners on the east and west instead of north and south. So your gold oyster patches gotta be aware of where they are. Gulam the walls. Oh, Gulam, what if you just forward castle drop Gulam? That probably still dies to Rathas pretty hard. Yeah, so Bloodless will come out here and lure in the boar. Block a bit with his horse. And since this is a closed map, we'll just speed the Dark Age up quite a bit. Scotty gonna go up on a Feudal Age pop, though. 20 Vils plus Loom. Or 19 Vils plus Loom. 20 pop. Bloodless trying to kill Scotty's horse. Gulam's a bonus against Ratha? Maybe a small bonus. I think they'd still die to Ratha's in ranged mode, at least. They wouldn't catch them. So, yeah, Scotty gonna do the thing where you destroy the fortified tower. Then you can take the hunt over here more freely. Oh, looks like he lost his Warlord, actually. Nice blocking from Bloodless on the horse. But, of course, the horse has no attack, so now the Feudal Age Scout should be faster than it and take down the horse. And there is a stable. Did Bloodless see the stable? No, he did not. It will be scouts for Scotty. Remember, scouts do have attack bonuses against buildings. So, or for the Hindustanis, so quite nice for them. Ratha should just kill them in melee mode. Maybe they kill them in melee mode too. Again, we can just speed this up just a bit. Up, nice Vil walking back to the TC over there for Bloodless. Back and forth and back over to the wood line. As there's a house as part of the wall, so Bloodless a wall behind that. Up to Feudal, and looks like this will be a good old fast castle, maybe for Light Cav. As a player who knows that Light Cav are OP, would be Bloodless. And yeah, stable blacksmith, nothing too surprising there. Not a stable market, just a stable blacksmith. And you might need a bit more food. Not taking the food over by the hunt patch. It should be relatively safe to go up. Doing Loom even. Adding in a couple more farms. So Loom with all the gold he has. So he doesn't need as much food. And just about to go up, but 15 on food feels like it's not all that much food income. That's a lot on berries. And can't be all that efficient. As there he's up. And we'll get up to 6, 7 farms now. Apologies for the meme. Trying to tell a clown to leave his safe walls for hunt. Let me also open the bot, as I forgot about that earlier. Should have been opened, but maybe I just forgot after the talk show this morning.
Hi.
So cast lead for Bloodless. bot should be there now. Someone give me a... Wait, let me make sure it's on. As we're just booming. Okay, bot's there. Someone give me an exclamation mark USA Cup. And it'll just be a TC, a boom for Bloodless. Ducks is no Ducks command. Oh, there we are. There we are. Now it's working. So, yeah, Scotty just going scouts. I mean, Hindustani scouts, yeah, they put more pressure on walls. And I guess they maybe protect... Maybe he just wanted to go for the hunt and foxes and be safe, but he's not safe. As Bloodless is here, showing us how OP Light Cav can be. There are a couple of weak vills here, too. Oh, why are all these vills weak? Oh, maybe because they were attacking the tower. Well, oh my gosh, this is an absolute slaughter. The ground will be bloody here as the Light Cav are OP. And kill all those vills. This is a 5-0 vill KD for the player who opened with army. Losing the vills. Nice Castle Age for Scotty. And Yellow Jacket, thank you for the follow. Paradox calling the GG already. Man, after seeing ACCM hold on earlier today, I don't think I'm going to call early GGs. That's now 1, 2, 3 TCs for Bloodless. Again, you do have to remember that the resources in the corner are very important. So horses out there. And scouts will be taking a fight in the back there. Scout goes down. Oop. Now jittering around the horse for a bit. Not enough longswords this time. So Sanctity for Bloodless and Heavy Plow also for Scotty. We'll have 1, 2, 3 TCs for Scotty. How much did ACCM make? Around 230 million Vietnamese. What are they? Zongs or whatever. Vietnamese dong. Whatever the currency is. 230 million. Yep. Or 10,000 USD. First place was 14,000 for Liereyy. Stacks. And thank you, Rib PT, for the follow.
Adish.
And Crepost Malone, thank you for the follow. Thank you, as we're getting so close to 16,000 followers. We're at 15,926. So thank you all for the follows. And hello, gentlemen. How you doing? Oh, and Dr. Green, thank you for the follow. So monks here for Bloodless. They'll be inside the wall, so they'll keep Scotty and those Light Cav away. Nice use of the rock as part of the wall. Yeah, Scotty just forcing Bloodless to repair, as Bloodless has a really good lead in the boom being up faster. But 3 TCs to 3 TCs, Hindustani camels. But I still would worry about fighting the Hindustanis late game, and you're far enough apart on this map that even if you're ahead in the boom, might not be ahead enough to punish them. And Primal Rage, thank you for the follow. As also remember, we're also streaming on YouTube, so if you don't want to see the ads between the games, go check out it on YouTube too. Some monks want conversions here on the Light Cav and the Camel. Light Cav go down. But the monks get some conversions. Bloodless showing monks OP. What the heck was that fight? That was a great fight for Bloodless. That was a great fight. The monk will heal up the scouts. We have Asian maple trees. Oh, look at how lovely they're colored. I love the autumn theme on the map. I used that in Black Forest on Warlords too in one of the themes. Long speeding a light cav should be illegal. I mean, it's harder now because of the devotion and the changes they made to the scout line. You can't get the early insta conversions like you had a small chance of doing in the past. There's Town Watch for Scotty. And another fight where there's a camel now, and Bloodless with more light cav, more of the OP units. Night speeding pikemen should be illegal? I don't know, Bloodless. I think that's just logical. Of course night speed pikemen. They're a gold unit. They're on a horse. It's like when El Cid and King Sancho were in the tournament grounds. And the knight wanted to fight, and King Sancho was like, yo, El Cid, I'll give you a horse. He didn't say, El Cid, I'll give you a pike. No. He gave him a horse. Horse is better than pike. Oh no. Scotty is gonna make the mistake of thinking that oysters are part of a wall. But no, that's not true. And the light cav will get in. You can walk over the oysters. And oh, this is a disaster for Scotty. My god, this is something that Scotty doesn't know. Maybe he'll know now, but you can walk over oysters. Oh no. Guess those aren't wallable. Indeed, Scotty didn't know. You cannot build atop them, but you can walk over them. Gets everyone. I don't think there was anything like that in AE2 before, but it's like a farm basically.
Hi.
Can't build on it, but you can walk over it. That's a good one that most people don't expect. Yeah, I've seen a few players get caught out by that over the past year or so. I remember there was a Stronghold Frenzy game, I think it was Ozone. We let 20 to 30 crossbows through his base when he stone-walled, but used an oyster as part of the wall. And with that now, Bloodless has 11 to 0 Vil kills, and also a couple of conversions here and there. He'll bring that Vil back. He'll also fight under the TC, because why not? The TC does not have fletching, like cav have armor. And he'll take a pretty good fight here. Clean up some more from Scotty, 13 Vil kills. And the scouts could keep raiding if you wanted to. Light cav are OP, bloodlines for Bloodless, with forging and armor. And he'll just have a field day on these Vils. Whatever they can path to, they'll kill. Oh, they've trapped him too. Oh, nice trap with the light cav. Vils can't fit inside the TC. No HP, Vil's dying. And Bloodless gonna pull back now. Doesn't want to lose too much HP and wants to protect his Vil and go for a forward stable. Here's Husbandry for Scotty, where he's now fallen farther and farther behind. As Bloodless has about a 20 villager lead. And that's 3,500 more resources collected. Looks like Bloodless is in a great spot here if he wants to tie it up to go to game 3. Yeah, the same as shorefish, I guess, but, you know, usually shorefish are on the water. Don't expect them to be on the land. I guess that was the map El Dorado, with the dolphins on the shallows. You could walk over them. And will the camel win this fight? No, it won't. No, it won't. Enough light cav, enough HP on the light cav. 4th TC for Scotty. And as Bloodless will keep pushing, Scotty trying to do some camels. Husbandry for Bloodless. Remember, Bengalis don't have knights. Just light cav, or just the scout line and elephant and battle elephant line. And then in the corner, is there a light cav somewhere? Yes there is, but it will lose a fight to another light cav. Scotty still, maybe could delete the palisades. Not really protecting him because there's still a hole on the oyster. And speaking of battle elephants, we have Imp for Bloodless while he's making some elephants, Bengali elephants. Let's go. And actually, this is actually, I think, the play. Hindustanis, now that I think about it, their camels are going to be horrible against elephants compared to halbs. They don't have as much bonus attack. So yeah, if you're boomed and you get into battle elephants, I think that you wreck the Hindustanis, especially since their elephants have more resistance to the bonus attack. This guy still doesn't know. It's a bear chasing the elephant, while the horses and camels run around and fight in front of it. That is a good menagerie of animals. Heavy plow and fletching, both in for Bloodless. And the elephant archers too, double elephant composition. Oh, that is beautiful. There's a castle. Bloodless might not care about the castle, though. He just wants to push forward. About 5,000 more resources collected. Yeah. Chonkers, it's elephant time. We're pushing now. And Kelber Mayhem, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the stream. So it goes down to some light cav. That'll be Bodkin, Masonry, Pikemen, Scale Mail Armor, and Imp all on the way. As another raid from Bloodless comes in, Imp is clicked for Scotty. And he's getting a bit of a raid himself. These walls are very strong. Don't think they're weak palisade gates. They're very strong walls. Bloodless will try to wall in his vills on the castle. We'll have a TC over here that looks like it's walled in almost. But the Lycav once more will get under that TC. The TC itself still does not have anything down the fletching line researched, and now as upgrades come in, Bracer, Chemistry, and also +2 armors there already for Bloodless. Now these elephants are going to make things very bloody under that TC. As it's even Bloodless the one with the monks. The clown the one who's clowning. They are Talisades, yes, they are fort walls. And now everything here will be raided by the elephants. Armor's coming in at the end. There's Scotty up to the Imperial Age. Down here, like Cav still raiding. A couple of barracks up for Bloodless. So this is a good counterattack from Scotty. Don't know how much it'll accomplish, though.
Hey.
These elephants kill some more animals back here. And up Camel's even getting inside. So this is looking better and better for Bloodless. Scotty's counterattack not really doing all that much damage. He does have the tower still, but that can be taken down. And Bloodless will pull farther ahead and score. Still 3,000 res collected ahead. Also with 4 relics. The only relic he hasn't grabbed is the one over here. And yeah, now we're seeing the struggle of camels against elephants. Bonus attack here is only +9 against Cav. They don't actually have a bonus against elephants, just against Cav, so they are not like Halves that have an extra attack that applies to elephants. So here come the Golums, but against elephant archers with the Bracer and presumably with Chemistry, yep, they will, I think, struggle to take them down. That's only 3 Pierce armor. They don't have any armor against 10 attack. Scotty's doing what he can to hold on. He's now down 30 pop it, but at least he's Imp. Trying to do heavy camel. I think those still die to the elephant archers, though. And he's trying to do a raid over here. Oh, nice gate from Bloodless. Spotted that raid, not going to let it in. Doesn't want it running to the back to his TC. And there's Blast Furnace. As the monk wants a conversion on a camel. On Light Cav raiding in the back, but Bloodless will spot that eventually. Or you should hope he spots it eventually. Oh, he could grab the final relic. Right now he doesn't have much siege, so maybe a forward workshop would help him out. Some Galabs keep hovering around. Or maybe just attacking walls with elephants would help. And Scotty has gotten to 142 vills. Still down by 5k res dealing with the raids. Scotty buying stone, wants another castle, gonna build it in the north to protect his other farms. And he's gonna add more stables for raids. Can be kinda hard to wall the full map with the holes in the trees. Looks like there's a path. Maybe, oh, nope, not back there. Looking for a path to get to the edge.
Namaste.
And some elephants and scouts out here killing Vills. Vills going down. Hit by the elephants. And Vills getting pretty darn weak. Light Cav attacking the elephant. The elephant goes down. And we'll have another castle forward for Bloodless.
Adesh.
As Scotty does a TC, and oh my gosh, Bloodless. He wants a forward castle. He wants to end the game with some elephant archers. Maybe it has to be here because it doesn't fit there. It won't quite fit there. And now blast furnace for Scotty. Bills might have to turn. Oh, Bloodless notice. How long does it take to notice? Okay, notices pretty quickly. So architecture chainmail, and he will be probably outside the range of the castle. Yep, he is good not to have his Vills killed by castle fire. Well, immediately it's got to be a Treb for Scotty. Can Scotty afford a Treb? He's rough on gold right now. Still trying to do light cav everywhere. At least he's putting up a fight, but it's, I think, going to be in vain. As now Bloodless can start doing Trebs. We all know once the Trebs are popping, the castles are dropping. And another conscription research for Scotty. And then we got padded archer armor there for Bloodless. And the elephant archers are kind of eating the Gulams. Gulam's doing okay, but elephant archers are just so tanky. All the upgrades Bloodless could ever want. He just sees, like, Lauren's activated, click the upgrades. 2-man saw, gold shaft mine, and crop rotation, halb squires. And also Trebs. Is Elite Gulam. I don't think that gives you much Pierce armor, though. Yeah, it only gives you 1, so they get up to 8 Pierce armor, because they lack the final infantry armor. So Elephant Archers still, with 10 attack, should be pretty decent there. I think there's still... Yeah, Elite Elephant Archer can come in for 11 attack. So it'll still be decent there, but there's the GG. And Bloodless will tie it up 1-1, and we'll have a game 3 that matters between these two. Well, they all matter because I play all 3, but just excellent boom from Bloodless behind the questionable, perhaps light cab opening from Scotty. And nice win from Bloodless. So, last game of the day then. I'll come up next. I'll have then... Looks like it'll be South Dakota Badlands, so we get all the unique maps played again. That's Bengalis winning over the Hindustanis. Let's go. Custom map again. South Dakota Badlands. And I gotta restart my... What's capture age doing? Sometimes it just doesn't pick up the save game folder for some reason. And this will be Romans Magyars. Okay. Romans Magyars. And I'll just let this ad play, then we'll load in for the final game of the day. We're casting, been live for 7 hours and 42 minutes. And this will be our last game, taking us to just about 8 hours. So that's a good stream for a Sunday, I think. Good 8-hour stream. Oof, I'm pretty exhausted, though. Looks like Lily Bear is online. I'll raid her if we finish in time. Yeah, a full work day of streaming. Dux has been a full work day of watching chat. So here we have Scotty as the blue Romans to the west, and Bloodless, light cav OP, as the yellow Magyars to the east. Game number 3, everything on the line, as we have our beautiful South Dakota Badlands map, where boars that are super far away, and you really gotta scout to find them. And you gotta ask, is it better to scout or to push your own ibexes in, or to lame? Maybe you just lame. Oh, Bloodless turned around right before grabbing the boar, and he'll go to push. Maybe you just gotta pick Inca, so you start with a llama and can spend more time scouting with your sheep. Maybe you gotta pick Mongols for the extra scout line of sight. Maybe you gotta pick Chimera so you can farm right away and use your scout to lame. Now that'd be insane. Oh, we're gonna get a double ibex push on this map. Would be crazy good for the timing of how you can use your scout. USA Cup and no North American civs. Personally, I'm still sad that they ever added the United States as a civ to USA 3. I mean to AoE 3. Just does not belong there. Ibex is gonna walk back, didn't get the double push, but we'll get one push. Yeah, USA 3. That's what you might as well call AoE 3 now. Haven't even seen USA 2 yet. And so the Ibex will be pushed in by Bloodless. And house forward there for Bloodless too. So how are things going for Scotty? He has a Javelina. He's getting a good Ibex push too. So this can't just be an open scouts map. Oh, and Lily Bear, thank you for the raid. I saw you were streaming, I was gonna raid you. But thank you for the raid. Right here, I think you're playing a set in the next day or so. We'll try to cast that. Scotty's gotten then a good amount of food under the TC. What's his scouting look like? Yes, in 4 hours, 20 minutes. Okay. I will probably be... That might be a bit too late for me, but I might cast the Rex then, if I'm not around to do it live. So thank you so much for the raid. Against 2k4, so you're shaking in fear. Well, good luck. And barracks for Scotty.
Deus.
It'll be fine, Smokey's show. Oh yeah, it's Smokey. Yeah, I definitely want to cast that then. Masty's in the chat again. Look at Masty. Basking in the glory of his win. Of his longsword masterpiece.
Impera.
Salve.
And boar taken by the Vills. Nicely done for Scotty. He'll get Loom. Bloodless will get Loom. And to be fair, there is more food than normal with all the extra boars, but you gotta find them and lure them from super far away. And it makes the map pretty inconsistent if you're missing them in your scouting. And you can be sometimes one tile or so away. Also, the Jaguars, do they still move on this map? Yeah, they walk around. So I think the Jaguars are just reskinned snakes, but they don't stand in one spot. They move around a bit. Oh, you're watching Tantron play Orcs versus Blorks? Oh yeah, we'll need to play that someday. Or the Hobbit scenario. Do they have poison? Apparently not, that I can tell. But they walk around. Maybe it's a different... Maybe there's another parameter you can set to make them walk. But yeah, look at them go. Look at them go. So, Feudal Age for both players. Forward Barracks for Bloodless.
Salve. Eus. Salve.
Ville's mining gold and... Oh my gosh, Scotty. You missed the opportunity to do a masterpiece mining camp on the gold and the stone. Sure, you might want more gold, but... Oh, that would have been glorious. Romans have been out forever, and Lierey's the player I've actually seen play them correctly. You mean... Castles and Centurions? Oh, there's a militia from Scotty. But Bloodless knows about it. He'll kill the militia. 3 militia forward still. And, well, Bloodless had better hope this isn't just a repeat of the first game where he died to men-at-arms. As here we shall have Roman men-at-arms. They don't have arson, but they are forward and in a good position to try to... Ooh. Don't think they can run through the TC there. Actually making Centurion in Champion? You mean Centurion in Legionary? Romans making Champion would be... acquiring lots of monks. Oh wait, Bloodless, why did you not take the Javelina that was close to you? Bloodless. Well, here come the men-at-arms. The scout will... Oh, nice tap on the wall. Bloodless is a clown. He knows how to wall. He knows how to wall. And he'll keep the men-at-arms out. Oh, I thought they were in for sure when that scout was there, but no, Bloodless keeps it closed. Scotty doesn't get in. Gotta get the stone walls up against those Roman men-at-arms. It's on the cracked terrain too, so just like we saw in Cliffbound, men-at-arms break through buildings extra fast. So you need those Goth or Japanese men-at-arms.
Impera. Salve.
Ooh, scout goes down. Few farms up for Bloodless. And he's gonna start farming. So getting your farms established, important on this map. Doesn't have horse collar. And lots of farms, though, earlier for Scotty. And Romans will be extra efficient with those farms. Bloodless trying to get scouts out. But he's gonna be playing scouts versus men-at-arms. It always feels kind of awkward. When do we get to see the mighty skirmisher? Ooh, Bloodless doesn't quite have the wood for a range now, and he's spending a lot of wood repairing the house. And delete the palisade to go forward with the spear, or with the pair of spears. And he'll take one fight against one man-at-arm, another fight against another. Nice use of the spears there, and Bloodless will get this cleaned, so nice clean for Bloodless. As now he can go lure in his Javelina. Big wall off here for Scotty. Big wall off, but again, on cracked terrain and downhill, so it'll go down pretty fast.
Tibi Servio.
Spear will come out.
Impera.
Prontus.
And no scout taps a villager.
Impera. Eus. Impera.
Just taps the vill. There's a stable. And maybe Bloodless wants to go for the scout. We'll lose 2 scouts there pretty quickly. But maybe kills the scout in turn. And gets the scout, doesn't get poked down at the end, so can try to navigate the spears and escape. Try being the key word. Alright, he'll be forward with another spear and a scout, so Scotty looks like he'll be walled up. Oh wait, there's a where's that jaguar going? What is that jaguar doing? It's slow, it's not charging. I guess snakes don't charge, and this is maybe a reskinned snake. I don't know what's going on here. That jaguar's doing something. Was it chasing Bloodless's spear? Is it gonna try to bite it? Oh, it will. Oh, the spear is poisoned. It is -6. It does have poison. It is a poisonous jaguar. Just like a slithery little snake. Look how slow it's going. Oh, it's still going. Look at it go. Oh, that spear is going to be poisoned. -18, -24. -30. -24. Is the spear going to die? It wasn't like losing HP there that much.
TB Serbio.
I don't know how this works. I guess that's per minute. Knows he can catch you. It's like the snail thing. Knows he can catch you, no need to charge. Well, Castle Age first for Scotty. Bloodless will be a bit slower. You can speed things up during the Castle Age lull. Oh, where's that Jaguar? Okay, it's just walking across the middle. Archery range, so double range for the Magyars. No surprise there. Castle Age here. As the TC will kill a couple of spears that run through the gate. But Scotty did at least scout the ranges, so no surprise the Magyars will go for Cav Archers. Bloodlines on the way for Bloodless. The Bloodless Bloodlines. The Bloodless lines.
TB Serbio.
And we'll have forward vills going for workshops, undoubtedly, then for Scotty. As the men-at-arms come forward, and we'll start pressuring the range from atop the hill. We Cav, we Archer. Well, we Workshop, we Scorpion for Scotty. Maybe even a Ram here. That'd be sick for a Ram. Long Swordsman. Alright, Long Swordsman. Double barracks long swords, probably a longsword Ram push then. Lots of archers on the inside. They don't have fletching yet. Fletching coming in. Bond of wild animal, like the longsword. So here comes some battering rams. Scorpions too. And spears will hop in the ram. Ram will ram the range. Scouts from the back can't fight. There's crossbow. The Bills are fighting the range too. Maybe they gotta repair the ram. And a Scorpion now. Scorpion will keep the crossbows away. That range will go down. Oh, the Jaguar's over here. The Jaguar's over here. The Jaguar's chasing the spear. Yeah, Scorpion did go down to the TC fire. Okay, the Jaguar's still trying to eat the spear. Jaguar hungry. Oh no, it's going for a longsword. Okay, longsword doesn't even pay attention. I don't want those ranges. I think he did. He just wanted more ranges in the back. There's more crossbowmen. And Bloodless still has a score lead somehow. I mean, it's a 12-6 KD. He's going for the market. Masty, I think you do want the market, Masty. Time for a Magyar Hussar swap. Well, there's no stone. Otherwise, maybe. Scotty doesn't see the gold. Oh, he sees it. Doesn't see the mining camp, but probably knows Vills are there. Some knights from Bloodless, along with the Jaguar, attacking the longsword. And Bloodless now with the knights to deal with the siege. Maybe this is enough for him. Crossbow should be able to deal with the long swordsman despite their extra armor. Bodkin just now coming in. Once Bodkin's in, they'll be much better. But now the longsword's kind of tanky. They're only taking 1 damage.
Salve. TB Serbio.
Knights there to take out the Scorpion and the Rams. And Magyar Knights going burr. Alright, low Von Dutch. Alright, so Scotty's push kind of slowed down. Destroyed 2 ranges, but invested a lot into it. Now he's losing 28 to 14 KD for Bloodless. Jaguar still, they are the Jaguar. Going crazy. How's it going so far? We're just about hitting 8 hours. I'm exhausted, but it's been a good stream. The Warlords finals were great. And then a town center here for Scotty. 7 hours, 57 minutes, and 11 seconds. To be precise. And, ooh, TC, will that be denied? No, not in time to deny it. Would have been sick for Bloodless if he did. But 500 point lead is now in KD. In terms of economy position, Scotty's still ahead. He has a few knights. And without monks, you get a couple knights out, you get armor on them, you can deal with crossbows, but so far no upgrades at all. No bloodlines, no armor, and as that loads, no husbandry. With Scotty. And the workshop will be cleaned. 1 Scorpion inside will be destroyed. Here's no redemption. Well, Bloodless trying to redeem himself for that loss in game 1. As he'll get some knights forward to attack the stable. Maybe I need to work my grip strength, but using a mouse for 8 hours straight to spectate.
Salve.
There's a lot of work for my hand.
Salve.
So 3 TC boom, but how much can Scotty boom? 7 military against 20. Bloodless forward. Now maybe it's Bloodless's turn for a workshop. Push these TCs on the cracked terrain. He's safe at home, aside from the knights that are getting in. We're through his overchop. Oh, Bloodless. Not like this, Bloodless. He has to notice this. And he does. He'll lose a Vil, but run the rest. Wheelbarrow's in, so we can at least run at a decent pace. Might lose a 3rd Vil, but that could have been much worse. However, what is bad for Bloodless is the fact he's now down 20 Vils, as Scotty with 3 TCs is booming. The push failed, he added the TC. And now it is Bloodless who needs to apply some pressure, but maybe he can, as the Scorpions are all dying. And a few Vils are going down. So crossbows with some nice picks. Okay, that was still 20 Vils, but better than it was. This gate is a palisade gate, so that'll be like paper, and the crossbows will get in. Husbandry for Bloodless.
Impera.
Eus.
Salve. Eus.
The crossbows will pick the Vils.
Prontus. Impera.
The Scorpion comes over. Go for the crossbows.
Prontus.
Eus.
And no ballistics, so the Vils can dodge pretty well still. There's Bloodlines for Scotty, who's trying to go knights. Does he have anything else? Just one stable? He's 2 stables. Oh, 2 stables. Oh, there's a Jaguar. Still chasing the crossbows. Where's it going? Is it going to chase them? I think it's in chase mode. Oh, yeah, it is. Oh, there it goes. Oh, they pick it off, though. Crossbow gets poisoned slightly. 6 HP per minute there. That won't last too long. Oh, man, the poison feels strange. And then, okay, 2nd and now 3rd TC for Bloodless, but he's down now 25 Vils, and he really needs to apply some pressure and kill some Vils. Oh, 4 Scorpions for Scotty. That's a good Scorp defense. It has some spears in addition. Scale barding armor for Scotty.
Prontus.
The crossbows will push, and you hit the stone maybe. Oh wait, 4 Scorpions, 4 Scorpions. Crossbows. Oh, this Bloodless. Low HP. 25 Vil lead for Scotty, and pulling ahead in resources. I know Bloodless has the score lead, but this is now looking very good for Scotty, as Bloodless, even with the cracked terrain in the hill, didn't come forward, so hasn't been applying much pressure to Scotty. Now have to be renamed to Scorpions OP. If not poise this in real life, you'll email Nilly. An angry email. Ooh, angry. So light cav there for Bloodless.
Eus.
Eus.
Prontus.
Monk will heal up the knight and heal up some crossbows. And knight's getting in on the Scorpions. Scorps go down. And still pushing from the hill are the crossbows, light cav dodging some TC fire. And handcart, scale barding armor for Bloodless. I mean, cav archer there for Bloodless. Now it's, oh, counter raid though. Counter raid from knights. Bloodless not fully walled. Knights getting in. And that's actually a pretty good eco KD now. Scotty's kind of gotten 10 Vils, started to even things up. Hate 3 raw and got food poisoning. Maybe the meaning is their bite isn't poisonous. Alright, Scorp's all going down.
Tibi Servio. Salve. Impera.
Timpera.
There's ballistics, and Bloodless keeps the score lead up. And now he's applying some pressure. He's cleaned most of the knights that were raiding him. He now is getting a better KD now for eco-wise. I mean, 60 to 40 and 16 to 10 for main and eco KDs. Armor now for Scotty. He's going to be going 3 stable knights along with the scorpions. And Scotty just needs to put that eco to work and get knights out now, as he has such a huge eco advantage. But Bloodless has been evening the vill count a bit. Some idle TC time for Scotty. Knights. Oh, this is horrible for Bloodless, though. The knights that are not cleaned up are going to find his stone vills. And all of a sudden, Bloodless had done so much work to even the vill count. Now, Scotty will pull ahead again. Forward castle from Scotty. Romans with double armor, research refusing to make some pikes. Everyone over 1400 elo hates pikes until super late game. Elo locked unit types. Elo locked unit types. That's a new one. Lots of knights for Scotty now. 20 vill lead, and I think with 33 farmers and 14 gold miners, he's at a point where he can go triple stable spam. And even the castle, you can add in centurions too. Forging for the knights, bloodlines, both armors, and I think Bloodless now is in a lot of trouble. He's trying to get cav archers out though, and cav archers can help against the knights. He does have upgrades for them. He needs armor still, but has ballistics at least. And does have bloodlines and husbandry. So Thumb Ring on the way. Is about to get to Magyar cav archers, which should be good against the knights, if you can get enough of them. But Scotty's still that 25 vill lead. And now up by over 4k resources. But, oh man, this night raid. Bloodless, not walled, doesn't have cav archer numbers, can't stop the knights. Here's gold shaft mining. Cav archers will weaken the knights, push them back. It's like Scotty has 5 extra vills now, more than that. Yeah, Bloodless's map usually comes pre-walled. And now, I think Scotty just makes knights and goes burr. I'll just go vroom, vroom, vroom across the map, right into the house walls, palisades, palisade gates, whatever Bloodless says here. Are there holes? Maybe he walled a hole, but it doesn't really matter. There's an overchop on the wood line. He quickly walls, tries to stay safe. Picks up relics, but here comes some scorpions again forward. Iron casting for the knights. And Scotty just needs to make sure he doesn't get overwhelmed by cav archers. He keeps applying pressure, forces Bloodless to fight, and I think he's fine. More stables for Bloodless. He's going full military now, but that's with a 50 vill eco deficit. Scotty can just pump military and fight. I type in the GG already for him. That's a good emote for Graveyard. Am I going to cast Yellow Jacket versus Aeschylus? I'm going to go offline after this, as this is about it. If anyone's casting something live in USA Cup, I can raid them. This has got to be the last one for me. I get 3 great sets today, so I couldn't go without casting them. There's a TC for Scotty. And heavy plow ballistics. It's more like streaming for 9 hours because I did the talk show earlier. Scorpions forward, cav archers damaging them. Well, I mean, Bloodless still taking a decent fight with those cav archers. I'll take the Scorpions down. I mean, 5 Scorpions isn't going to hold up to that many Cav Archers. Is Bloodless still in this game somehow? Down 60 Vils? Down 60 Vils to the Romans? I mean, that KD is insane for him. The scores are still really close. I don't think Bloodless realizes how bad the eco difference is. But 10k res collected more for Scotty. Can Bloodless do this? What is this game? You might be able to do it. This is completely open. Bloodless will start raiding. Bloodless can raid. KD's getting even better for him. Scotty up to Imp. Is Imp the right answer here? To Bloodless, you can go full castle and maybe, just maybe push 34 military to 10? The Scorpions all dying to the melee cav? Full castle age upgrades for Bloodless? Pikemen now for Scotty. They have their armor.
Eus.
Well, this is how you even up the Vil count. You kill all of Scotty's Vils when he doesn't garrison them. And he has to keep the farmers working, but the light cav are hoovering. The light cav are OP, as we all know. There is ballistas. These walls will be breached. These walls are breached. There's fletching. There wasn't even fletching on the defensive structures yet. Now it's within... Remember when it was 60 Vils? Now Bloodless is within 30 Vils. Bloodless doing a defensive castle that'll kill the monk and give him some gold. Fox is 2 for gold out there. Another castle for Scotty. Pikeman versus CA. And I mean, that's now a 60 to 32 eco KD. Scotty has nothing to stop the night raids. And man, Scotty going Imp instead of maybe, just maybe, should have kept flooding knights in the castle age. He had such a good eco, but wasn't really able to spend it. Now all that Bloodless has needed has been Cav Archers. To raid some gold fills. Still gold in the back for Scotty, so he's not out of gold yet, but he will struggle with only 1 gold mine. Cav Archers can get behind that wood. And he's being torn apart by Bloodless. Bloodless now taking the score lead. Scotty's gonna keep queuing Vils. His light cav are everywhere. Now it's within 20 Vils. More Vils still going down. Bloodless doesn't want to lose his army to the castle there. Yeah, oh my gosh, he's baiting castle fire with the light cav. Light cav truly are OP. Look at it go. Look at it go. Just the stand ground patrol in a very tight area to dodge castle fire. Like you're playing a campaign trying to... You time it right and you actually never get hit. But I don't think he timed it quite right. Very good though. Oh my gosh. And now Bloodless. He is about to take a Vil lead. Bloodless is up in Vils. And he's Imp too. What is happening here? What the heck is happening? Scotty had a 60 villager lead. But maybe he relied too much on Scorpions against Cav Archers without actual army in front of them. Didn't have enough knights in Hagridar. Thank you very much for the sub.
We are doomed.
Well, that's essentially what these Scorpions are saying. That's 2 grizzly bear pregnancies. Thank you. So disaster in Scottyville. Not the... Oh, the Vils. Absolute disaster in Scottyville. Halbs are dying to Light Cav. Light Cav really are OP. So it's Halb Scorpion now. Full-on Scorpion for Scotty. Does he need Eco for Scorpions? Oh, they might help clean the Cav Archers. And Bloodless with a castle. If he can get Magyar or Hussar out to kill Scorpions, that would be good. He can upgrade to Bracer. He still needs his unique techs. Scotty still has over 11k more res collected. But he's lost 115 villagers this game. Still has 93, but he's lost 115 Vils. The Cav Archers, this isn't walled if they want to escape. If they want to escape. And there he shall escape. Bloodless, who... Maybe he took that Javelina eventually. But now we'll push out with the Hussars, kill the Scorpions, and pick off the Halbs as he's taking a good score lead now. Scotty back up in front by a Vil. And Bloodless can regroup, add in plate barding armor. And what a game this has been. As Vil's going back to the gold, and Scotty now actually does have to worry about gold. This gold in the back, what does he have? Almost a little over 1,200 there. He'll have gold at the front. And that is about it. And when gold runs out, Magyars become an insane civ because they go Magyar Hussar and put recurve bow Cav Archers behind, and the Cav Archers never die. And the Hussars kill the Scorps. And Meat Shield. Eco kills per minute for Bloodless. That was absolutely insane. Scotty's still adding more vills. Bloodless probably needs a few more vills too. If you're going Cav Archers, you just mostly need to get the numbers out and then swap to farms. And downside for Bloodless is he doesn't really have the farms for spamming Hussars. And he also does not have eco upgrades. Double bit axe, horse collar, feudal upgrades, that's all he needs. That's all he needs maybe. He should really do eco upgrades. There's chemistry. See, Scotty also needs handcart. Yeah, Bloodless right now might as well be farmless. As he's about to run out of gold too, but when you run out of gold in your Magyars, then you gotta get the farms out. Gotta get your Hussar spam. And Scotty's lost 127 vills, but now is back up by about 20 vills, as Bloodless hasn't really been queuing them, and is struggling due to the lack of farms. He's got 43 vills on wood. He probably needs to add about 20 farms all of a sudden with all that wood he has. Maybe even, I mean, honestly, he needs like 40 more farms. More than that. So he's struggling. Has a couple idols. Infinite raids into spies. That'd be a lot of selling. Or a lot of relics. Okay, Bloodless, 48 military to 27. Still has a raid in the back. He's gonna engage against the Halbs. He needs his actual Cav, and he needs to fight the Scorpions. But with a couple of Hussars, he will. Scorpions going down, as are the Halbs. And this might just be the winning composition for Bloodless to get to the Cav Archers. They're not heavy, but they do at least have Bracer and Chemistry. The siege cleaned up. And forward castle from Scotty. But Bloodless immediately can get double castle Treb production. Scotty trying to secure the stone. Okay, he can't protect his Scorps. And this isn't even Magyar Hussar. Okay, now Bloodless with 4k wood and no food really does need some more farms. So he can spam Hussars. Because he'll need something to pick off the Scorpions still. Scotty, lots of food and gold. Well, it almost looks like he's saving for Imp. Maybe he forgot he's Imp. There's a TC from Bloodless. He's still searching for relics. He has a relic. Oh, maybe his castle's hiding the relic that he wants to pick up. Also a relic in the corner. Maybe that's not reachable on the mountain. I don't know about that. Paradox, check up on this. See if stuff spawning on the mountains is actually reachable or not. Might need to be some type of min-distance group placement for the mountains. And thank you to Neb for the sub.
An abandoned house? No, a Saracen ambush.
Ambushed by the Twitch baby. Thank you, Deneb, for the sub. And okay, now we're 160 Vil kills from Bloodless. Trying to get the Vil lead again. Heavy Scorpion for Scotty. More TCs on the gold there for Bloodless. So Bloodless will have more gold. Even gold down here he can take. Stone he can take. And what about second Imp? He knows about that one. Here's Chemistry and Conscription for Scotty. Does have his Ballistic. Still missing Eco upgrades. I mean, everyone missing Eco upgrades. Stone Mining for Bloodless before Bowsaw. Before Heavy Plow. Heavy Plow would be great for him to then spam a bunch of farms. Oh, there's a boar he can take. Boar and Ibexes. Castle for Scotty as he wants gold. With the castle in the north, destroyed by Trebs. From that double castle Treb production, there's a boar around that forest. 4 Trebs even. And what does Bloodless do now? Take the workshops, then the castle, and push. Gold at the front. 16 gold left, not taken from Scotty. Gold down here. 3,200 gold still, a fresh pile there. Final armor for the Cav Archers from Bloodless, who's continuing to pull ahead and score. Oh, what a crazy game this is to end the day today. Well, we have a 10 Vil lead still for Scotty, who's still 11k res collected ahead. That's basically been a constant lead now, no longer increasing. And 327 to 199 KD as Bloodless is a crazy KD. Scotty trying to go capped ram. Do the Romans have siege ram? They do. No siege engineers yet for the extra range for the Scorpions either. But the Trebs are pushing. They're getting to the castle. They'll have the hill. Castle not on cracked terrain, but it is still downhill, I believe, from the Trebs. No zombie. on YouTube saying Scotty does know. Does he know it's over? Bloodless now ahead in vills. He's pushing. I don't think Scotty can stop this. Oh, saw and heavy plow. Now up to 40 farms. And Bloodless is managing his eco. That is a very straight line of cav archers though for a Scorpion, but Bloodless will pull them back. He missed the first part of the game. How did Scotty throw this when he had a 60 villager lead? He didn't stop the raids. He had no army. He tried to go imp, and Bloodless just ran in and killed everything. He's been trying to play Scorpions against cav archers the whole time too. And that's not worked out for him. The cav archers are basically killing the Scorps.
Salve. Inter. Tibi Sergio. Salve. Inter. Tibi Sergio.
And another great cav archer fight. As there's the GG from Scotty. And Bloodless will hold on and do it. The clown on a hamster map runs the wheel to victory, raids Scotty relentlessly. I don't even know how to describe that other than let's take one last look at that eco KD. 146 max vills for Scotty, 314 total vills trained as we have an eco KD of 214 to 46. Oh, and Thunderbolt, thank you very much for the raid. We're actually just finishing here, but you can admire this masterpiece of a game from Bloodless. As he was down by 60 vills, killed 214 vills when Scotty tried to go imp, and somehow holds on. So GG, wow. This is welcome to USA Cup. We're gonna have a lot more of this going forward. Scotty will lose his home map, and lose then Romans against the Magyars. So Bloodless using all of his first civs. Yeah, it's hard to deal with the mobility, right? But, I mean, wasn't walled. Couldn't deal Scorps against the cav archers, even just like in the direct fights, though. He never really had the military. Didn't wall enough. I feel like he also maybe went too hard for Scorpions versus Knights. And maybe if he just stayed full Knights instead of going Imp, might have had a better shot, but... anyway, I appreciate the raid, Thunderbolts, but like I said, we are gonna go offline now. Do we have an American to raid? Well, we have Phosphoro. We can raid Phosphoro. So. So that'll be it for me for today. Thank you all for watching. Done with Warlords now, but keep an eye out over the next week for more USA Cup. And we'll try to do some community games during the week. Thank you all very much for watching. The Warlords VOD on YouTube. I'll go put the timestamps there. And we'll raid Phosphor on Twitch, and I'll see you later.